Welcome back, Vegas Views, Dawn Sullivan, Torres Ingram. I am so excited to welcome you guys back. We have been gone for a month. And Happy New Year! It's 2025. Exciting!
It is.
Okay, talk to me, Torres. How have you been?
I've been good. How have you been?
Good. We've been together. Don't let us fool you. So, yeah, we haven't really skipped a beat. Torres and I just recently came back from Los Angeles. You guys, our viewers that know, we were gone for a little while in LA. And yes, we were there while the fires were going on. A lot to unpack today, guys. If you have any questions or you have anything, come on, pop on and talk to us. Ask us questions. We did the convention and we have so much stuff going on. We are here to answer all of your questions. Okay, Torres. So let's start. Those fires.
Mm-hmm.
Horrific.
Right.
Tragic. I am a little bit sick right now. From the fires in Los Angeles. When my personal experience, we were in the hotel a lot of the time, but every time we were outside, the air quality seemed great. It was beautiful. It was sunny. It was, what would you say, 70, 80 degrees?
Yeah, about 75.
80 degrees.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. Not till we got home did I realize, like, okay, something is not right with my respiratory system and the air we were breathing in. Obviously, it wasn't good air quality. So a lot of our group got sick, but everybody is okay. Tell me your experience. LA, those fires, like being in that hotel and being there while this is going on. Were you afraid?
I wasn't really much afraid. It was kind of familiar territory for me. I've lived in Los Angeles on 2 separate occasions in my life. So that was where my genesis of my time here on the West Coast. The 6 years I've been here, the first 2.5 to 3 were in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So I have experience driving through the fires engulfed on both sides.
No way.
Things of that nature. So I've experienced it kind of the worst living in the valley in that part of Los Angeles County. So when I saw that it was happening, it's like, okay, this is just another fire that happens all the time here in California. But as it's continued to strung along, and then Shamel Johnson, who's been on our show with us previously before in recent months, I went up to his room and he had a very good view of the Hollywood sign.
Yeah, he did. He was like up on the 28th floor or
something.
Yes,
the entire Hollywood sign was gone via the smoke. You couldn't see the Hollywood sign anymore in the distance anymore because of how much smoke had engulfed the atmosphere.
I missed that. I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, I got to see that live when I went up to his room, and I was like, wow, okay, this fire is different. And then me and I think somebody that we're about to bring on the show a little bit later, we went out to Panda Express on Wilshire, and we could hear the debris hitting my car from the wind blowing. So it's like, yep, this one's pretty bad because this fire isn't close.
Now, what day was this? We got there on Sunday. By Tuesday, the fire was already like on the news saying that they had no control over it, and it was kind of just spreading like, you know, a serious
My first 2 times getting out of the hotel, because I only got out of the hotel twice. I think it was Wednesday and then Thursday.
Okay.
So
right there in the heart of the fires.
Yep, right in the heart of it. And granted, I was in California like as a resident, as a local, when I think one lasted about a month.
Yeah.
Before, I think it was maybe 3.5 weeks. I don't think it was a full month. But that was an interesting experience because things stop, but they don't stop in LA. Things kind of still go with the regular flow. Like, people are aware of it, but to see the amount of people lose their homes in this one, because normally it's forest fires where it's to engulf houses and streets. And
so let me ask you, well, let me start by saying that being from New York City, I have zero experience with fires, and I've traveled and lived other places before, but never in a place where there's fires. So I can, like, I'm cool with hurricanes, even, like, you know what a nor'easter is? Like, when the northeast is almost like ready to be underwater. I've done those before. I'm not like a tornado girl, and I'm definitely not a fire girl.
I've seen all of them.
Yeah, so when the fires did start, I wasn't accustomed to it. So I saw, like, on the news a little bit, actually the second night we were in LA, I was like, oh no, is this going to be like an evacuation thing for me? And I pictured it like seriously hitting the city, and Chanel as well had told me, like, oh, don't worry about it. It won't get past this and that because it can't burn like that.
Right.
But then when it started to burn down, like, shopping malls and homes and like churches and restaurants, and like it was just hitting through communities. That's when I was like, okay, to be honest, I didn't share this with our group. And for you guys that don't know, we take a large group to Los Angeles to a convention called the International Model and Talent Association. So that's what we were doing there from Rise Talent. So I literally was like, oh no, am I going to have to take this whole group home? And it wasn't just like me, it was you guys, it was my staff, it was, are we okay? And then I had to really make that decision. But I made it from like a paranoid point of view because I'm not a fire person. So I'm like, oh no, it's going to go. So I pictured it. This is kind of funny, but everybody I was talking to was like, oh no, Dawn, it wasn't like that. Because I pictured it just coming into the city and taking us over. And I'm looking at a map and I'm like, okay, this is how we're going to have to get out of here. And then the 15 is going to be on fire. And I didn't realize that where downtown Los Angeles was located, and I know LA, but like where downtown Los Angeles was located to where the fires were, it would have taken a lot to get to where we were.
Right.
So I am shocked that we are as sick as we are with the air quality. But one of the, not the saddest things I have seen, but watching it on the news and then seeing some stuff outside, it did remind me of 9/11, and I lived through 9/11 where, wow, is this really going on? There's nothing we can do about it. People are just standing back watching their shit burn.
Right.
It was so sad.
Absolutely.
So our prayers from social media networks and Rise Talent go out to you and your families. Rise Talent is a drop-off center as well. I don't know if anybody knows that, but if you want to drop off any goods and we will get them to LA, we are a drop-off center as well through our church, which is Central Church in Henderson. So with that being said, I want to do like a big congratulations to you and how you did in LA and all that stuff, but we have so much to do, so I think I'm going to save that to the end of the show. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, I need you to introduce I think we should bring on both of our guests same time, right? Because we were all there at the same time, all different perspectives. Sound good? Okay, we're going to take a commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to introduce you to two really amazing people that did the struggle with us. They went all the way to Los Angeles with us. They performed. We're going to hear about results, and we also have a special surprise in the end. So guys, you want to log back in? We'll be back in just a second.
I spent a month in New York and a month in Jamaica trading Tom Cruise and Brian Brown in a movie cocktail.
I want to do what that guy's doing. It made Flair mainstream.
Lights are set, judges are ready.
I stood there probably 20 minutes and just watched. I had goosebumps.
It's so difficult, it's so extreme.
Somebody should do a documentary.
Showmanship has been a big part of bartending since day one.
And then Vegas just blew up because, entertainment capital of the world.
I want to win.
$50,000, $100,000 purses at different competitions around the world.
I don't think people have ever really seen what we do to prepare for these things. Shapow. This is what it's all about.
So what went wrong? Egos took over and things were said which shouldn't have been said. It was going bigger and bigger and bigger.
There are growing fears of prolonged instability on Wall Street.
The money went out the window. You can sell a cocktail. You can't sell flair behind the bar. We had to deal with the prissy-ass bartenders.
We all want to be the best.
Well, my move is more difficult because I make it look easy.
Nights like tonight make me want to just stop competing because I don't think I'm cut out for it.
And I was standing there with my tooth broke right in half.
Why do I do this? Why do I suffer through this?
I don't really know why it's male-dominated.
There's absolutely male toxicity.
You want to play with glass, you're going to cut yourself.
Literally was up here and we touched bottom.
Welcome back to Vegas Views. This is Torres Ingram. Of course, we have our other host, Don Sullivan. But we have two special guests here today. First, we have Brianna Denise, and here we have Nate Critchett. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. So, like we discussed in the first segment, both of you were with us at the International Modeling and Talent Association in LA about a week and a half ago. Bree, I wanted to hear your experience a little bit about INTA.
Well, it was a lot of fun, and we worked so hard just working on our commercial scripts, our monologue, our walk, and so it was just really cool to see that played out at the convention and see how great everybody did, and it was a lot of fun.
Very nice.
Were you scared of the fires? I'm so obsessed with these fires. No, how were you with fires?
I mean, because of the location, I wasn't like super scared, but I was like packed up and ready to go.
Were you?
When I had to like go downstairs, I made sure that if I needed to leave, like
me too.
I'm
I was kind of ready at any time.
Yeah.
Nate, for you, were you like worried with the fires, or were you like?
I went storm chasing. I was close to the fires.
I saw that you actually went over kind of to near the Pacific Palisades area.
The closest we were able to get to was like Santa Monica Pier and all that. I'm not too familiar with the LA area, but that highway right before Santa Monica Pier closed off, and like I'm looking over, like that whole area is black.
So you were definitely not like me and Bree, ready to like save.
No, I was ready to go look at them. I wanted to see them. I was like, let's see how bad this really is.
Yeah, was it bad from what you saw?
Yeah, I couldn't like. When you look at like the coastline and everything from Santa Monica, you see white houses, you see bright buildings and all that, and it's just all torched. So
sad.
Yeah, it's tragic.
It is so sad, and it is so tragic. I believe that it is one of the most horrific things to just lose your life and your things and everything in a fire. But there are some conspiracy theories. Trump 2025. I'm just kidding. My viewers are like, okay. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that this is Mother Nature? Do you guys think you don't think it's Mother Nature?
Absolutely
Before
not.
we even get into the Nate, do you think it's Mother Nature? Taurus.
Absolutely not.
I'm not going to tell you my
man-nature.
opinion yet because I want to hear you guys. What do you guys think? Tell me about this.
Start with you, Nate. Because why for the ladies and gentlemen that are watching in the audience, why I'm starting with Nate is because me and Nate have known each other since I think winter of 2023 is when we first met. Back at the old studio, and then we transitioned with Rise and we've been through this whole kind of model walk, no pun intended, together. But one thing that me and Nate's I'm about 6 or almost 7 years Nate's senior, but nonetheless we think a lot alike. So his answer is going to be very, if you were here on the last episode that me and Dawn did, it's very Taurus Talks-esque. So I want to hear your answer.
Alright, well, starters, I know for sure that there was a video that came out, I want to say a few days after the fires first started, where it was a guy up in the mountains and it looked like he was starting the fire.
Them, correct.
I don't know if that was specifically the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, it was one or the other, I can't remember specifically, but I know that video does exist. So why is somebody starting fires that instantly your insurance claims get put out the window because that's no longer an act of God? Insurance claims will only cover fire insurance and stuff like that if it's an act of God, if it's nature. But if somebody else starts it, that's arson.
That's arson.
That means that person has to pay for it. You have to sue that person. That's a whole different thing. So why is this person starting the fires? What is his reasonings behind it? 1. 2, more conspiracy type thing, I guess. California, I want to say, over the past couple years has been announcing plans for a smart city. They did it over, what was the place that just recently had the bad hurricanes?
Florida, right?
No, it was islands. They were islands that just got hit by a hurricane.
Is it near California?
No.
Can't be.
No, it's not America.
Well, it wasn't the Bahamas. The last one we had in my home country was 2019. That was really bad.
That happened like last year or 2 years ago.
Right.
The one that happened right.
Cameroon.
Yeah.
It was Maui.
Yeah, Maui. Yeah.
Okay.
Similar to
Hawaii,
Maui.
which is our country.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Maui?
Yeah, it was Maui, right? You're talking about Maui was wiped out.
They had a fire.
Oh, that was a
hurricane.
Yeah, I thought it was a hurricane. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, either way, there was another event that happened that, like, the area that got destroyed, similar to the Palisades, there's plans for a smart city that they're trying to build over it. So again, I want to say over the past couple years, if you look at some city planning from California officials and all that, some roadways, some future plans for highways, and future plans for smart cities,
It lines up.
kind of lines up too perfectly with the Palisades area. So it's kind of interesting to see. And the fact that all the insurance companies, despite the fact that this guy seems to have started the fires, it doesn't even matter that happened because 3-4 months ago, it's all in the news, the insurance companies pulled all their fire insurance things. So
You sound like such a whistleblower right now.
Oh,
and that's cool.
I'm ready.
No, that's cool. But okay, if that's the case, then whom?
Exactly who?
No, who?
In my,
What is your opinion? Or who
I
you
do
think?
not think it is. I don't think it is Democrat or Republican that
Okay.
we see. We see a lot of the public. We see it as left, right, black, white, this, that. There's a lot more behind the surface that people need to look
Right.
at. If you see somebody as a leader, they're not actually in control. That's the people who are actually in control want you to see as the face of whatever brand they're trying to push on you.
Okay.
So it's not Republican, this, that. It's whoever we aren't seeing, whoever isn't coming forward and saying, hey, we're actually running this. We're actually, trying to manipulate the culture and the everybody to do what we want them to do.
Guys, you need to come and log on and tell us your opinion. If you think Nate is nuts and this is not conspiracy and this is just a palm tree that caught on fire because Mother Nature did so, please let us know. And also, if you agree with him and you think something fishy is going on, please let us know. We would love to hear and we will get your answers back to you. Bree, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so for one, there was 3 in 3 different locations.
Okay.
So I think, there's no way that's a coincidence. I don't believe
Okay.
in those types of coincidences. And I've also heard so many different theories. And a power line being one of them, which is actually a cause of one of the big fires that happened in Northern California in Paradise, was from PG&E. So it could have even been something like that. But I do agree with Nate that there's something going on that the public is not going to be informed about, and people are going to kind of come up with their own opinions. And there's also things like we're going to get to here in a little bit, like as far as like the spiritual side, there's a spiritual war going on right now, and a lot of people don't really understand that because they're so caught up in the material world. So
as we are going to learn so much from Bree today. Don't get me wrong, I'm so excited to have you here, Nate, today, and Nate is full of theory, but we are going to learn so much spiritual stuff from Bree today too. This is going to be fun and exciting. Okay, if you guys have questions, again, let us know. Okay, so aside from the spiritual stuff with it, do you believe those fires were set?
Yeah, I think a terrorist did it. Absolutely. Or like an organization of terrorists. I mean, people who...
What do you think? Terrorism?
I mean, it technically would be an act of terrorism, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Whether American officials would label that as terrorism,
yeah,
that's a separate question.
Yeah.
But if we're just looking at the definition of what a terrorist act is, yeah.
Yeah.
So my question to you guys, because I have my own personal opinion, I just want to see if it lines up or if it doesn't line up. Do you think the act of terrorism was done by domestic terrorists or international?
Oh, what a
Domestic.
good question.
What do you think? Domestic? Domestic. What do you think?
I'm not really sure. I think it's someone who's obviously like very undercover.
Right.
Like,
and I love Bree's answer. I love Nate's answer because it agrees with mine, but hers gives more context. So why I agree with her.
even if you live here,
because
you're
of
not
Nate's answer.
American if you do something.
This
like
is
that.
my thing.
You know,
What
you're
Nate-
not on our team.
What Nate was alluding to just now, as far as the people that can't be seen, and we don't know what to call those people. I personally call them a very big extremist group.
Yeah.
They're at the extreme of what doesn't push this country forward.
Yeah.
So whether that's radical leftists or radical liberals, whatever you want to call them,
Yeah.
even the far right,
Yeah.
we don't know who it is, but it's the extreme of whoever is doing it, whatever group of people and whatever they believe in. It's the extremist group.
And really thinking about it, like you were saying about like the subtlety side of it, like you're doing it in secret. A lot of terrorist attacks that have happened, not in just America, but in Western influenced countries in general, they're loud, they're big. The terrorist organization wants them to know, hey, we did this, be scared of us.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was a terrorist attack, then how come they're not? That's why I believe, like you were asking, whether it's domestic or international. That's why I'm like, if it was international, they would have no reason to be secretive about it.
They would champion it and be like, hey guys, look what we did to your
Put it up on
country.
Take responsibility for it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Okay.
Also, I think it's a little bit ironic how this all happens after all of that Diddy stuff comes out. So that makes me
Can't
wonder,
believe said it.
does
Reach
it
out
have
to
anything to
Diddy!
do with that? And then,
Okay.
so, I mean,
No, I love that you just dropped a Diddy because that is a huge one on
and
TikTok
now
that we
that
just got
evidence
back.
could also be getting burned because a lot of those people that are, you know,
Do I necessarily believe it is just a Diddy thing? Absolutely not. Do I believe in the future we will soon find out that these fires have something to do with entertainment? If you look at the locations of where these homes have burnt down, absolutely horrific. Like I said, I pray for every family. I pray for everyone that's lost things and people and the souls that have been lost. It has something to do with entertainment. And I believe that. I just don't know what yet. And do I think it's terrorism? Absolutely. A form of terrorism. Domestic? Absolutely. But I think you just dropped it on Diddy. I absolutely agree with you. And is it him per se?
no.
Maybe not. But it's a much larger scope than that.
That's a part
Yeah.
of, it's a piece of the pie.
I agree with you 100% on that. I think it has a lot to do with entertainment. And then I do agree with you as well, Nate, where the country's going and where the plans for Los Angeles were going. Because there were and still are plans for LA and the future moving forward. So yeah, it's a lot to unpack. I love the different views. Tell me what you guys think of TikTok.
I guess Nate looked at me so I
Well,
said,
let's just say first of all, we all support TikTok. So let's put it there because Bree is actually gonna be working on something through TikTok and Instagram. So we do support TikTok. We are not against TikTok by any means. We are not a paid partnership, but we do support them.
Nice.
Just so you guys know.
Can I be honest?
Okay. Yeah, be
I've
honest.
never
Don't
on
say you
TikTok
hate.
in my life.
Okay, but don't say you hate because we can't say that.
I don't, and I agree with Nate. I don't dislike TikTok. I truly believe that there are things that I believe that are going to be fixed in the next coming months and maybe the first year or so, maybe in the first 100 days. The censorship that's on TikTok. I don't believe that it's a engine of free speech. I think their algorithm is designed to push a narrative, but there is a lot of positive things that happen on TikTok.
Currently, you believe that?
Throughout their history. Currently, I have to see. I don't use TikTok myself personally. As far as
You don't have a TikTok?
I have a TikTok, but not in creating content.
Oh, okay. You don't have content.
And not so much
Okay.
if it's an absorption of content, it's very microdosed. I don't absorb a lot of TikTok content because I definitely TikTok brain exists.
Yeah.
And I think
TikTok brain is actually a thing. Do you
Yes.
believe in that, Brie?
I mean, we all get addicted to
Yeah.
that scrolling, but
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
any social media
Yeah.
app. It's not just
I
TikTok.
was just going to say that to you as well. And I thought, actually, I disagree with you, Torres, that TikTok is the one platform that I feel like is the most unfiltered, where you get the most truth. Because
Yeah,
on
I agree too.
Instagram and on Facebook too, they block, they delete very quickly. You say one thing wrong on Facebook, you use one slur that you're not supposed to use, and you're gone. They'll take you down and all your followers with it. Thanks.
Would you like me to tell you a story?
One story's not going to change my mind, but hold on. But I believe with TikTok, and I know what you're going to say, but I believe with TikTok, it is the truest form that we are getting right now, because you can go live. Like we discussed, right now, you and I can go live and show what's going on here, and they will put that out. A lot of the time on other platforms, they don't do that. They will cut your shit, excuse my language, but YouTube cuts you. Your
That is
shit
true.
will get deleted. Your shit will get blocked. Here in TikTok, at least we can hear what we hear until they change and start censoring. But I believe there's good and bad in everything. So
Absolutely.
with TikTok, and not total defense, it is damaging for young kids that with TikTok brain. And I believe in TikTok brain, but I think that it's a great source to gather information. Tell me, because I know you're going to say something.
Well, two things. One from personal experience, and the other is what I've seen from the landscape. And myself, Nate, and any other male man out there could attest it if you truly do the deep dive. TikTok's an anti-male app. Very much so. A lot of people see.
I'm so rolling my eyes. Okay, so hold on. My eyes are going. They're rolling. They're rolling. We couldn't get through one show without you anti-mailing. I talked about you last night to friends of mine, by the way, and I said, towards this, towards that, or whatever. I said, but, and she said, oh, it's a total cultural thing. And I said, what do you mean it's a cultural thing? And she said, well, Torres is here in America, living as an American person, but you're still holding on to your cultural values from home.
1,000%.
Which I understand, which I respect. But not everyone's against men.
Can I comment on that too?
Please.
Okay, so also
Whoa.
it has a
Tell
lot to
me.
do with the algorithm. So because of the types of content that you're consuming, it might think that you like that type of content. Like my TikTok is full of spiritual stuff, and
Right.
I actually see more positive things geared towards men, as far as like men being in their divine masculine. So it really just depends on your algorithm and what you watch.
Absolutely. I love that. But this is why I say it's coming from a personal experience, because you talked about algorithm and what you consume, right? I don't consume much TikTok content at all. So when I create a TikTok account and I see what's trending, to see what niche I'm going to go into in 2022, and the hashtag kill all men is one of the top trending on the app. Would you be inclined to make content on a platform like that?
And it's not like it's.
Oh my God, look at you though. Stop. I've got to pause here because that made me sick. When I just heard you say it, and I love you to death, but that shit just made me sick. Oh my God, they said this about men. Do you know what they say about women? Not on just, oh, you're appalled by the platform, what you read. Are you kidding me? Women have been going through that forever and ever and ever and ever. You saw it once, and Prince Torres all of a sudden is not co-signing a freaking app.
I think the reason that there's an issue with it is because if a guy went on the app and said kill all women, it'd be a completely different.
Don't even get me started.
And
because
that's the
there's some
problem.
shit I can't say right now. What
There's-
men do to women on a regular till this day
There's
is still
so
legal
many-
in this country.
There's so
you
many.
guys get ass hurt off of something said let's kill men.
But they did it on Twitter during COVID as well. Like I remember
Yeah.
that was a whole thing on Twitter, and people like I made a comment one time, and people were getting after me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not all men. Like you're
Yeah.
referring to a very small select group of people,
Yeah.
and you're categorizing everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
into that group.
And
But-
do I think a lot of men should be dead right now? 100%.
100%.
Not you. I adore you. You're a
100%.
wonderful man.
But for that to be the stigma, and like you said,
But it's not the stigma. That's baloney.
the
Something
stigma,
you read.
no,
It's
that's not
balagna.
what I.
Yeah.
It's not what I read. But the stigma, like you said, some men, right? But when something as dangerous as that, if it was the inverse of it, and it was talking about women. Say, also all women just belong in the kitchen. Then we get into things like that.
Let me
We
ask
say
you a
just some
question. Do you
women.
believe most all women belong in the kitchen?
Me personally,
Yeah.
depends.
You're the fucking problem. Excuse my F-bomb. You're the fucking problem. So yeah, I'm just not filtering anymore with you and your Taurus talks. I love you as a human. Some of your shit is on my nerves. Like, really though. We'll get into that at another time, but some of his shit's on my nerves today. So anyway, you don't co-sign TikTok because
No, it's not that I don't co-sign. It's that.
you think it's geared to hate men.
No. That's what.
Do you know a lot of
again,
men make a lot of money on TikTok and they earn their living and take care of their families? on
Sure.
that?
But can we talk about the dynamics of those men?
Absolutely.
What are
Yeah.
they?
The dynamics of the men that make money on
What
TikTok.
what are the type of men that make money on TikTok?
There are a ton of men that make money on TikTok.
Yeah.
Very good friends of mine. A
many
business
dynamics.
partner of
Right.
mine.
Exception to the rule. The vast majority of men that make
vast
TikTok.
majority of men. What is wrong with them? They're earning money on the
Nothing's
platform.
nothing's wrong with them. I'm saying there is a niche
Tell me the type.
of.
Tell me the niche. No, I need you to say it.
I'm not on TikTok. Really, I go.
Political.
I go off of facts, data, and
As far as
statistics.
that-
So by the
I think
numbers,
it's-
which type of men make the whopping majority of money? I know who you're referring to. He's an exception to the rule, and like we say on here on Vegas View / Taurus Talks, congratulations, he's a unicorn.
Let's not talk
Taurus,
about. I
I
don't think
can't
that's
just
right.
be the unicorn, know all the unicorns and this and that when you have conversation. You must open your minds a little bit and you cannot stereotype specific men.
No, my
Do you know how many men earn an income? So many
Yes.
business, like, just
Can I
absolutely.
make a comment on this?
please do.
There's context
So
to it.
with TikTok,
Yes.
while yes, it has a lot of positive stuff, I noticed it as well. It's not geared to hate men. When it comes to things like, and Instagram kind of does it too. Facebook does it a lot worse. Twitter, since Elon's took that over, not even
Not
an
a
issue.
thing. Thank God for Elon.
But before that, Twitter was an issue too. But it wasn't Twitter. It was just an issue all around. Men, women, Democrat, Republican. Didn't matter what you were. If you made a comment, you were attacked for it by the opposing party.
Mhm.
But with TikTok specifically, what I noticed they do, not with female audiences, but with male audiences, is they will send them, like he mentioned, when they first make their accounts, they will go through their feed and see a lot of, not just the hashtag kill all men, but there is an influx of women who make videos bashing men for things that they do. There's this thing, but no, here's the difference.
Huge.
But here's the difference. There's this one guy who I don't personally watch, but I know of. I can't exactly remember his name, but was on Instagram. He said one bad comment about a girl. Same thing that this other TikTok creator had said about guys, and he got taken down. Rightfully so. He shouldn't have said what he said. But she had said that same thing,
And she's still
because she had gone through the experience of a guy doing that to her. She was allowed to say that. I think that you should be able to say it no matter what.
Thank you.
Say what you want to say,
Mhm.
but don't get offended when, if a guy is, and I'm not saying be a male supremacist, whatever, right?
Right.
Sure.
But if you want to be, cool. If you want to be a female supremacist, cool.
Right.
If you want to be that, do what you want to do. If you want to go join the Ku Klux Klan, that's your prerogative. That is not what I want to do. So I'm going to go do what I want to do with my page.
To piggyback what Nate is saying, I'm all for equality.
But with equality, it's going to be equal.
But not when it's selective equality,
Yeah,
not when
it's-
it benefits you. So is there bashing from both genders? Absolutely. But
Deeply.
But if there is one is bashing, because this is the thing. This is, and then we talked about this with Taurus Talks, and I'm not going to turn this into Taurus Talks, but this was the whole dynamic of why I created it. It's holding not only the women accountable, but men as well, too, to make better decisions. The bashing that's going on TikTok towards men, it's never how men can fix the issue to get better results with women. It's just to say, you're not this is why we're doing this, that, and the third. And what's that new thing they're coming out with? The
ick.
No, not the ick.
But the ick is another
the
one.
thing when our
The ick has been around for
the
decades.
thing with our boy got back in the B4 B3 movement, where they're shaving their heads, they're abstaining from sex, they're not being promiscuous anymore. Dang, y'all are about to do this because one guy got back in office. You're doing the thing that men in the Taurus Talks realm have been telling you to stop being promiscuous all of these years, to not post provocative stuff on social media, to be with one man.
And to be honest, the reason that these
Hold
groups...
up. Pump the damn brakes. Did you just tell a whole audience plus ourselves that one of your views is a woman should be with one man?
Absolutely.
Okay. We are going to get into that. That's going to be an entire thing that you
I
just
got a
said
whole comment
that.
on that.
Yeah, we know.
I got a whole thing.
I'm not even going to say, I
Taurus.
can't even say it from now.
There's nothing to say from.
Let's get back to talking some fires that you didn't burn in. We lived, we survived. You actually did amazing, all of you guys. I don't know how much time left we have in this segment. I think we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to get into this. These guys did amazing. I know that we joke around, and the cool thing about our group here is that we're able to have these conversations, and there's so much love here. We travel together, we work together, and we're an amazing foundation group of people, and we can agree to disagree, and we still love each other at the end of the day. So I hope nobody's offended by anything I said. I'm still shooken up over Torres' whole being today.
Can I say something that might kind of clear it up? To be fair, a lot of the reasons...
You're not going to convince me, Nate. Stop sticking up your friend.
I'm not convincing anyone. I'm not taking his side or your side in this. This is neutral ground. The reason that a lot of these girls are posting what they post is because they had that bad experience with that one guy. Same thing that a lot of the guys who post the things that they post, they had that one bad experience with that one girl. You had a bad experience. That's life.
Absolutely.
Move on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where it should end. It's when it doesn't end there and it becomes this extra stuff. That's when we start getting this back and forth. Oh, men, women, yada yada.
Yeah.
None of it matters.
Do you honestly feel though that? Do you agree with Torres that you as a man feel like TikTok is against men?
Not TikTok in general, but I can't say social media because recently I've noticed kind of a shift. Like it's like not just men, but people in general are realizing not just how people are treating each other, but how kind of like what we were touching on earlier, how people above us are treating us.
There's positive change.
Sure.
So there's a good change in
So you
that.
are seeing positive change.
Absolutely. No, I am championing what social media is doing right now because common sense is coming back, but from both parties.
Yeah.
Whether it's male, women, Democrat, Republican, whatever the case, the common sense of just the human race, the only true race that matters, is coming back. So I'm enjoying social media a lot more.
Okay.
But from 2018 to like 2022,
23,
it was a little rocky.
Yeah.
Things were weird, and it was understandable. Like 2018 was a weird year for whatever reason. 2019, at the end of it, COVID started. COVID throughout 2020, 2021 was recovering, 2022 was recovering, 2023 was our first normal year, if you want to even call it that.
Right.
And then 2024 was
a clusterfuck.
Back to work. Everyone's like getting back to work. Everyone's getting back into like life. And
Now
all
let
that.
me ask you, with the amazing job that you guys did in LA, let's skip, we just went through all the years, 2025, real quick because we have to take a commercial break. What do you hope for 2025 to look like for you, Brie?
Success.
Success. Good girl. What are you thinking?
We got our thing. We got our thing.
Okay, you got plans, but so 2025 for you is going to be a good year.
Yeah.
This is going to be a positive one. You're coming into it positive. You feel good about it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what about for you, Torres? You feel good about 2025?
I feel amazing about 2025. For those that don't know, we didn't do Vegas Fuse in December. On Christmas Eve, I got baptized at Central Church. So
Oh, that's right, he did.
yeah, so I'm so thankful to Dawn and the Rise family for introducing me to Central back in July after IMTA New York when you guys first met me. So I'm coming, not saying I didn't have God with me prior to, but He is right beside me in 2025, and my experience at IMTA kind of solidified that to start me off. So I'm super excited for 2025.
I love that for you, and you brought God into it. I love that. Not many people know. People that know me well know I'm actually slight religious. You wouldn't believe because I have potty mouth and all that. But I couldn't be more proud watching you get baptized. And we're gonna go to a commercial break. But when we come back, I don't know if it's religious or spiritual or something. I have a surprise from Brie. This is gonna be very, very cool, guys. Log back in. We're gonna be right back. Just to take a quick commercial break.
Cucumber. Hi, I'm Malik Brooks Bay, here to talk to you about our film Hip Hop Dreams. But before I get to that, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. Started out acting, then I moved into writing, then I moved into directing, which led to my first short called The Revolutionaries. Then years later, made a movie, my first feature, called Heroes. Now you can see it on Tubi, and you can see it on Shine TV and some other platforms. And then after that, I made a movie called Searching for Life, which you can see on Amazon, Shine TV, and some other platforms. But now, which brings me to the next feature I plan to make, which is Hip Hop Dreams. I'm so excited when I think about it. Cells in my body, they just scream out and they leap so much, my feet come off the ground. Did you see that? Oh, maybe next time. But Hip Hop Dreams, yeah, man, I'm so excited to talk about it. I'm so excited to bring it to the theaters in 2025, but I need your help. Hip Hop Dreams is about these 5 guys surviving off heists, living in Las Vegas. And they realize that banks don't have much money in them nowadays, so it's not a viable option anymore. Banks got just debits and credits now. That's all it is, just a building with debits and credits. So they find a heist that's gonna set them up. It goes off, but not without complications. Now they're pursuing their dream. Nothing can stop them now. It's in bloom, full bloom. The feds come, interrupt the dream. Now we have to go to part 2, Hip Hop Dreams, the takeover, and then Hip Hop Dreams, world domination. It's a 3-part series. So some people have called it a cross between Purple Rain, Player Club, and Takers. If you haven't seen those 3 movies, I recommend them. They all great movies, very entertaining. However, we need your help to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the theater. We're about 70% cast. We've got about 80% of the locations identified and or secured. So, but to bring it across the line here in 2025, we need your help. So I'm here compelling you, begging you to donate to our cause to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the screen. Now, anything will help. We appreciate it. And I want to say thanks in advance for that. So if you donate something, I might come out, you know, mow your lawn or something like that, but it's got to be a big one for me to do that. Hip Hop Dream 2025. Thank you.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
I could not be more excited. Dawn Sullivan, Torres Ingram on Vegas Views. And today I just told you that we have a super surprise. And if you're logging in for the first time now, guys, leave your comments. So today, Brianna Denise is going to go ahead and give me a tarot card reading. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a really, really, really private person. These guys will tell you they know me personally and work with me all the time in the studio. But I have agreed to let Brianna give me a read. So I am super excited. I believe in all this stuff. At the same time as being super, super religious, I believe in all of it. Everything but UFOs. But we'll get into that at another time. I just don't believe in UFOs. Well, you know,
You don't believe in aliens?
It's a whole thing. Like,
Okay, we'll talk about that next. After this.
This conversation is gonna go.
I do and I don't. So you guys, I need you guys to here to coach me on through this.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me everything. Private or not private, tell me everything. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
so
we're getting
gonna
ready.
shuffle first.
Okay, so she's shuffling the cards. Now you have to log on to Breeze. You have this on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. How do they?
Mostly TikTok and Instagram. I
Can
do
you tell that
collective
camera
readings.
right
So,
there?
I have collective readings on TikTok and Instagram if you'd like to watch for free. I do like general readings, love readings. Also, you can book a personal reading if you contact me directly if you're interested as well.
How do they contact you? Tell them.
Through like Instagram, you can message me. And
What's your Instagram handle?
BRIEEZX.
Say it one more time.
BRIEEZX. Bree ZX.
Log on, guys. She is awesome. I can tell you this because Torres got a reading and it changed his life. So I'm excited. I'm ready for my life to get changed right now.
So first, I'm gonna have you state your full name over the deck.
Dawn Sullivan. I don't have to tell any more personal information, right?
If you want it.
I don't want. No, I'm private.
So,
because then you guys, if it's all real,
the
you'll never know.
past.
I'm excited, Brie. Good or bad, you're gonna tell me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And don't laugh if it's something true or crazy, okay? Do you believe in this name?
That's gonna be rough.
And these guys know me pretty well, so this might be fun.
Okay, this does not surprise me here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What do we got?
So right off the bat, this is so you. The 9 of Pentacles is the energy behind this. So this is right before the number 10. So it's like the end of a cycle. So through your past, we're seeing that you had to really put a lot of like forward motion in. You had to do a lot of work to become very successful. And like we all know, you're a very successful person. You're also very passionate and fiery. You're somebody who also is very loving and nurturing as well, because we have the 9 of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands.
lie.
They're both.
Just kidding. I'm nurturing.
Everybody calls you Mama Dawn.
Don't tell them that. Just kidding, guys.
And there was a little bit of like an initiation. So you did go through a lot of struggles and tribulations to get to this point of success. So yeah, this is the past that we're doing right now.
Okay.
And you have your little guardian here. Like you see how that cat is sitting there next to the queen. So I think that you have a lot of spirits around you that are protecting you, your guides and your angels.
Everybody just look at Dawn really quick with the cat.
I got so excited when she started talking about the cat.
Yeah. Oh,
Shout out to Macy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's do last year. So like what were your lessons? Whoops. Okay, that one fell. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, that's a pass card.
It's a pass card?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
1 second. We're gonna do a few.
Ooh, this is so exciting. You're not kidding.
I have an extra one there. Okay, so you had to. Last year was all about balance for you.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, a lot of crazy stuff too.
Oh yeah.
So this is the 6 of Cups. So this represents something to do with the past, like your childhood. It can also represent a lot of inner child healing for you. So I think that last year, Spirit encouraged you to go through all of this, because these are some pretty heavy cards here.
Okay.
In order to heal this inner child here, like you had to. The Tower.
Okay.
You can look it through the imagery of the card. It's the destruction of something. But the way that it came out in reverse, we're showing that we're healing from that destruction. And in order for a new cycle to begin in our life, the old cycle has to die off and it has to end, which the death card also came out. So you went through a whole death and rebirth last year. It was all about like finding this awakening within yourself. But there was also some negative energy with the devil here that it kept you restrained, I think, and that it maybe that was people, or could also represent like addictions in some cases that held you back and made you feel like you were in chains, but that had to fall and end in order for you to find this balance here with Temperance coming
And I'm at
out.
this balance now.
Yeah, so this is last year. This also has to do with Aquarius, and I know you are an Aquarius.
Yes. Guys, so far, this is dead on. 150%. And if you want me to elaborate, I will. This is insane. Guys, write in right now if you want me to elaborate, because we could do a whole series on this. But last year, she is completely dead on. This is insane. Okay, so Aquarius, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then also like the angel, you know, like you're very divinely protected, which, you know, you have a lot of faith. And then the Ace of Cups is under that as well. Oh, look. 6 of Wands, success. Bam.
What does that mean?
The Ace of Cups is all about like a new emotional fulfillment, rewards coming in.
Okay.
Cups represent our emotions. So now we're going to do this year.
Ooh, this year is exciting. Oh. So we keep the past. We never get rid of the past, right? It stays there. Okay.
Okay, what's coming in for Dawn this year?
I did you. I did that past, huh?
Oh, look, you got the King of Wands. I know who that is.
King of Wands.
Okay. I'm gonna keep on. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So you are going to be going through a little bit of a lone period this year with the Hermit. It's all about looking back on this and finding that inner light, doing some soul searching.
Okay.
So that is also a major arcana card, which is something that Spirit is bringing in for you. It's not like an everyday thing.
Sure. King
King of Wands. This can be a person, but this is somebody who is very passionate, creative. They're coming in to protect you. So I'm going to say this is a representation of your husband here. He is like your rock, and he's somebody who helps to fuel your life, and he brings a lot of energy in. This one is the Five of Pentacles. So there is going to be a little bit of a struggle here as far as maybe feeling left out a little bit. And going through, not that you're going to be left out, but so then we clarified that.
So
with
feeling
this.
left out, is this business? Is this personal, private? Like, is
I think that let me get a clarifier.
Oh, I love you can like clarify that.
Yeah.
That's really cool, guys. This is amazing. You guys need to call her and do this. This is so cool. It's cool. The one flips and then she looks at the follow the one before. I think it's like an indicator, right? Is that what you're doing?
Mm-hmm. What was there? Hold on.
Because I'm curious. I don't want to feel left out. You know me. I get mad if you guys don't ask me to go eat. No, I'm like, they went to all without me.
But it's happening in or like there's a lesson attached here. So that's what's coming in. And then the Two of Wands also came out here in reverse. So this has to do with like looking out and searching. So I think this is more of like a soul searching because it came along with the Hermit.
Okay.
So I think that in order for you to come here, because this is the Four of Wands, this is success, celebrations.
Okay.
It has to do with family, so happy reunions. So you're going to have to find that inner soul searching a little bit. So this is going to be a year of personal development for you.
Sure. I love
and
that.
searching for truth.
And this is family here.
But yeah, so family is going to be very important because this is like, it's also like a wedding card.
Okay.
So marriage is going to be very important here as well, which is why I said I think that was representing your husband, and he's gonna help hold.
Oh, so wait a second. So hold on. I'm alone here. This is representing.
Doesn't mean you're actually alone. It just means like internally within yourself,
Let
you're
me
doing
insert
that.
it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's got to be my way, right? And then, so this is a wedding card.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is really interesting. So this person in my life is strong. You said a creative.
Mm-hmm.
And what else did you say about this person?
There's a lot of passion there. Yeah.
You said passion.
Yeah, and then we also had the Queen of Wands here. So
Okay.
this also shows like the soul connection here because you have the Queen and the King of Wands together.
So these are like two badass powerhouses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fire energy, you know, it's very powerful.
Okay.
It has the power to create and to destroy, right? And then it's, you know, passionate energy.
Yeah. And then there's marriage, wedding, something here.
Yeah, any sort of
Okay.
like wedding, celebrating. You guys are
A
going to be
really good
celebrating
friend of mine's, I think, about to get married. Like, all this is making so much sense. This is like blowing my mind right now. I don't want to end. Do we have more?
I mean, there's the whole deck.
Okay, let's go. Can we do something else? Can you just
Do you have like a specific question you want to ask?
just pray over relationships and love? Let's do that.
Let's do
Let's see what
relationships.
comes up for me.
Okay.
Just love. Yeah,
Do
love.
love. Okay.
Friendships and business and all
Well,
of it.
business is separate.
Okay. Can we do business right
okay,
after this?
okay. So let's.
I should ask my producer. I'm like, do we have enough time for business after this? This is so much fun. And this is kind of cool too for people in public. You guys don't really know me and my life and the things I go through. This is maybe a segue for me to actually, you know, start sharing. What does that mean?
You just said love. Look what you got, the lovers.
You're lying.
Seriously, it flew out. I didn't. You saw it fly out. I love that.
What does it mean?
Okay, and then behind this is the Hierophant. Okay, so this is totally you. Okay, so we asked about love and we got the lovers. Look at that. I love that. So the lovers, the relationship that you're in was supposed to happen. Your spirits guided you towards that. That is a soulmate connection. And you are married, so I do totally believe that. So you are divinely guided into that relationship. You are right where you're supposed to be. The Hierophant, being the energy behind it, shows that you guys have approached this in a very traditional sense. So this is kind of like a priest in a way. It has to do with like conforming to society and working with the structures that are already in place, not like being like a loner going out and making your own thing. You guys are part of a church, and so that makes a lot of sense for you. Yeah, okay, so now let's do business.
Yeah, let's go to business. This is so cool. I see what you mean now. It's accurate, like 100%. So cool.
Okay. So
Guys, for anyone that just kind of is like on the fence and really doesn't believe this is good stuff. This is like,
It's real.
she's just throwing these cards out and I'm looking and I'm like, okay. Oh, what is that? I'm not picking up. Nate, that's you. What is it? It's an ace. Just kidding.
Oh, okay. A lot of collaborations. The Three of Pentacles has to do with collaborating, working together as a team.
Okay. Collabs.
Success coming in through working together as a team.
Collabs.
But we are leaving behind something, which makes total sense because of that past that we did right here.
Yeah.
So a lot of that maybe
So
has
that
to do
is
with
like
the
by.
business.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
this is coming after like a destruction.
Sure.
This Six of Swords. So it's moving on to calmer waters. So you're going to be moving into a more peaceful period of your life where, yes, you had to leave something behind.
Sure.
But the swords also has to do with our thoughts. So it's our thoughts, the things that we think about. It's an air energy.
Yeah.
So you're going to be finding a lot of peace and leaving these things behind because you're not going to be thinking about it anymore.
Yeah.
And that's going to bring you into successes through working with people, collaborating.
Okay. Cool.
So
I love this, Bree. I couldn't thank you enough. This like clears up my whole life. I got it now. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna call my therapist. What does that mean? I'm just kidding. Thank you so much
You're
for doing
very
this
welcome.
today, guys. Thank you too so much for being on the show and for everything you do for Rise and for amazing stuff at IMTA. And hopefully we can have production welcome these guys back so we can have another conversation because I think there's so much to unpack here. Are we on commercial break or we're closing out the show? Okay, guys. Thank you again for tuning into Vegas Views. You can get to Rise Talent LLC on my Instagram. Again, Rise Talent LLC on my Instagram. Bree, one more time, tell these guys how to get in touch with you if they want a reading.
on my Instagram or my TikTok, my Instagram is BreeZX, BRIEEZX, and then my TikTok is Star Honey Intuition.
Okay, Torres, if they need to get in touch with you because they really want to tell you how they feel about you getting beat up on TikTok, tell them your information.
Instagram and Facebook, the only two platforms I use. Torres Ingram, TORESINGRAHAM.
He even gave the camera sassy eyes. Did you see that? He's like, Torres Ingram. The way he says his name. I love you, Torres, but oh my God. Nathan, tell these guys how they can get in touch with you.
You can contact me on Instagram, j.nat3._.fr.
Be careful of Nate. He's got a lot of opinions. He will tell you how he feels at all times. Again, guys, thank you so much to Social Media Shows. I don't say this enough, but Social Media Shows is an amazing platform, better than TikTok, better than all of them, that I am allowed to say, and we are allowed as a group to say how we feel and our thoughts and our truths, and it's out there live. I'm one of the first to be doing this. So Social Media Networks, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for allowing us to speak and be exactly who we are, and for not getting shut down all the time like other platforms. I'm just kidding. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for tuning into Vegas Views, and we'll see you next week, Tuesday.
Hello and welcome to the Honeybees, another controversial episode of the Honeybees, and we exist to stir the pot and and poke the bear. I forgot that part. And my name is JC, and
my name is Marsha.
And we have a new edition right now. Please introduce yourself to.
My name is Carly. Nice to meet you all.
Yay. So this is a women empowerment show, and some of you guys are probably thinking, "Oh, what is JC doing in a women empowerment show?" Then because I'm the Hornet. Actually, we should change the title of this show. It should be the Hornet and Honey. I'm just kidding. But anyhow, well, I'm here. Like I always say, I was raised by a single mom and the Glam Squad, but that's another story. And she was a very powerful woman. She was so empowered against all odds to raise me. And she's in heaven now. So that's why I love this show. And I love all the women in the world. As a matter of fact, I love all the women in the world that I started designing for them. There you go.
That's fabulous.
So welcome to our show. Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit, something about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Carly Selway, and I was born in Utah, but I was raised in Las Vegas, so I always say Saint City to Sin City, so I feel like I'm a very well-rounded person.
Absolutely.
You know, Utah and Vegas are very different places. Mm-hmm. I'm a performer. I'm a singer, dancer, actor, model, sometimes red carpet host for Maria.
Yes.
And I do a lot of community theater in town. I do a lot of promotional modeling work in town, and I just really enjoy being around like-minded people and artists and fashion, and it's a great world to be part of.
I actually see her in my mind. I see her on doing the runway. I used to do a lot of Manhattan Fashion Week, before the COVID shutdown. I used to fly out there. And, well, correction, the Manhattan Fashion Week is very different from the Mercedes-Benz New York Fashion Week, just to let you guys know. The New York Fashion Week, that's where Michael Kors and Marc Jacobs, they do their show. Manhattan Fashion Week was organized by Filipinos to showcase Filipino designers. So I used to fly out there,
So
to do
there's
that.
a lot of Filipino fashion
Designers, yeah, but they're models, but their models were Americans, Europeans.
It's a combination.
But
of
it's a
all the
combination, yeah, it's a combination, and statuesque beauty, just like you.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I've dabbled in runway. I would love to do more. I have one coming up in September.
I don't think
wow,
that you
wow.
dabble in runway. I think that you own it. I already know it. I already know it.
Thank you.
So we feel so liberated right now, which is a good thing because our topic for today is the liberation of men and women. And speaking about liberation, we'll talk about one of the most liberated cities in the world, which is Paris, France. And they're so liberated that in the recent Paris Olympic, I think that they went beyond it just a tad bit. But to me, it's entertainment, but what can you do? The first thing was the men were so liberated that they did like a drag queen show. And it was a runway show, actually. It was a runway show. And then the runway show was like meant to be a table. And then in the middle of it, there was this huge, like a dish, like a very big dish, and a scantily clad guy painted in blue, and he rose up like that. I mean, your food coming to life. By the way, since you look like Katy Perry, you know that Katy Perry has a song called Bon Appetit, Baby. And she's the dish.
I've yet to hear that one. I'll have to
Me too. I never heard that song.
Oh, you should. We'll listen to it later. Yeah. So, anyhow, some people are scandalized about that because
just like they copied the
Last
Supper.
Yeah, the Last Supper, and not only that, there was a child over there, right behind the guy who was scantily clad in his skivvies, and you're right about that. They, in the eyes of very conservative Christians and Catholics, they recreated the Last Supper, but of course the organizers explained that no, it was not the Last Supper. It was Bacchanalia from, Greek mythology, because that's what it was during the Grecian and Roman days. They were just decadent and just, experiencing life in a very bizarre way.
Well, Greek mythology in general always has that kind of spectacle to it. I mean, they're gods and goddesses.
And they're always naked.
Naked and fabulous.
Yes, naked and fabulous.
I know that. Maybe if when they did that, they should be costumed with a nude costume when they did that, so that it won't compare into the Last Supper.
Yeah, and plus I think that there was like one of the drag queens in the back had some kind of a halo, behind her, and also one of the drag queens had a beard. So they probably, when they saw that drag queen, they misconstrued that drag queen as copying the Renaissance painting of Jesus that was painted by Leonardo da Vinci, back in the day. And there were some Catholic priests, like the Archbishop of the Sacré-Cœur, which I had the privilege of going to when I went to Paris a few years ago.
Wow.
The Sacré-Cœur. So the funny thing is, you got the Sacred Heart Church on top, and below it is the Moulin Rouge, the little whorehouse. So it's funny that the two are within close proximity to.
That's just how the world is.
See a contrast. So, anyhow, what are your ladies' comments and views about this?
Well, I remember, because in my family, like, just the news is always on. I live with my parents right now, and they're constantly watching the news. And I just recognize there's always a pattern of, you know, they show up, they're like, there's this huge scandal, they're mocking the Last Supper. And then we're like, wait, let's get the facts. One thing I've noticed is there's a lot of like instant fear mongering or instant grab where people are like trying to stir the pot.
Yes.
And then people get all riled up, and then they go, wait, no. What's actually happening? And I feel like that has happened multiple times in the Olympics, where something happens, there's fear, there's controversy, and then they have to go out and like find the details and see what actually happened, because people tend to form opinions very quickly.
Right.
But we need the facts as well.
Yes, and you're right about that. We form our opinions really quickly because, as they say, a picture says 1,000 words. Imagine a picture says 1,000 words. What about a video? It's like 1,000,000 thoughts and 1,000,000 words come out, and it's all about perception, because it's what we see. I remember this a very, very famous lady once said, and probably playing a little bit of the devil's advocate here, when she said, perception is everything. The truth is not. So, meaning to say, you know, be very careful with what you show to people, because that's what they're going to perceive in their minds, and they'll think in their heads that is the truth, when in fact, like, it isn't, like it's something else.
Just like
correct.
So just like if you made something, you have to think what will gonna outcome from other people, not only for yourself.
Yes, yeah. Amen. Amen to that. Yeah, that is so true.
But I also think there's a cool learning moment. I mean, the Olympics in general, it's like the entire world goes in, all of countries go in.
Yes.
There's going to be cultural differences. There's going to be things that get in the way.
My God.
They're going to be interpreted differently or perceived differently.
100%.
But I think that's beautiful that we got to see all sides of everyone discussing and talking about it and being like, I just think it's a cool thing to see the world have that discussion and to be able to openly work together and figure it out.
Yes. And this is why I love this show, The Honeybee, because we could talk about it. Either you are against it or for it, or you know, you've done your research and know that that thing that they're presenting is really not what it's meant to be. You know, it's meant to be something. And of course, you know, we, as being in the, you know, entertainment industry, you know, we're artists, we're into theater, we sing and we perform, we act, we understand them. We understand where they're coming from. But then, since people are watching, there are very traditional people who are like extremely conservative and who are going to view that, you know, the wrong way. Yeah, and it's gonna, yeah.
Oh, and I've seen it. Trust me, I've seen the Facebook posts. I've seen the outrage.
Yeah.
And it's fair. It's absolutely fair. I mean, when you have your own perception, or if you have a lack of information, it's very easy.
It's very easy, yeah. And I think that in the internet, most especially, instead of fighting each other, I think that we should just communicate rather than, you know, give some like backhanded comments, like have a sincere conversation and see where the other person is coming from. And then if you don't agree with that person, you know, just respect their views, and vice versa.
Absolutely.
And they should respect your views as well.
Absolutely.
But you know, in social media, whatever your opinion, some people will be blocking.
Oh, it's an all-out war.
I don't care what something
war.
like that.
Yeah.
Whatever what their opinion are, they will be blocked in what others' opinion.
Oh yeah.
It's all over the social media.
I know. And pretty soon it's like an internet bloodbath out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it's crazy that sometimes you're genuinely forced to pick sides.
Yes.
You know?
Mhm.
Because I
Yeah,
get it. People want to
100%.
have a voice. They want to be heard, you know? So you're going
Yes.
to have to form an opinion and pick a side every once in a while.
Yes, yes.
Until you hash it out and come to a compromise.
Yep. Oh my.
It's America.
That's right.
It's
Yeah,
America. It's the world, and of course, this is America. But Paris is taking it to a whole nother level.
Yep.
Like
Correct.
because I guarantee you, if the Olympics would have been first taken place in Los Angeles, the entertainment wouldn't be like that. That was intense. That was. I bet LA would try to play it safe a bit because they would know that the entire world is watching, and they'll try to keep it kosher and Disney.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah, but it happened in my favorite city.
And the romance that's been happening at the Olympics as well.
Oh
So much
my
love.
God.
I want to hear that.
There's been,
I'm not updated to that, huh?
from what I've seen, there's been multiple proposals and like a lot of like Olympians like meeting or hanging out together, and there's been lots of romance. If you deep dive into it, there's been some really cool like short stories that are popping out.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
And so now we're going to. Oh, okay. This is good. So I love the fact that we're going on a commercial break right now, because when we come back, it'll get even more controversial.
Correct.
So don't miss that.
We will be right back.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
And welcome back to the second segment of the
Honeybees.
Yes, and here we are with a new fabulous kid on the block.
Yeah.
Carly.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Oh my, it's our pleasure.
Yes.
Yeah. So now we'd like to, because our topic is the liberation of men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And some of us have become so liberated, it's not a bad thing. We're not against it. And so liberated that we some experimented with, having that same-sex attraction, and some men have, transformed into a woman, or they feel like a woman,
And transferring.
trapped in a man's body, and vice versa. There's like you'll see some women that feel like, men trapped in a woman's body. So
Yeah, we
vice
basically just live in a world where there's a spectrum of people, where we have men, we have women, we have non-binary people, we have people that it's a spectrum of people. It's not so black and white anymore.
It's not so black and white anymore.
An open discussion and an open world that we're all trying to navigate.
Yes, correct.
And speaking of which, in this recent Paris Olympics, that there's been a real controversy which has really stirred the pot, most especially for athletes. Because in this particular women's boxing match, I believe that I think it's the athlete from Italy who felt like she was fighting with a man.
With a man, yeah.
That's what she felt like, because the punches, were really powerful, the blows, everything. And she stopped it within, I think 46 seconds. She stopped it.
That, but yeah.
Yeah. And so by default, the gold medal went to Imani Khalif from Algeria.
Yes.
And so people, once again, here we go again with the internet, and everything explodes in the internet. And like we said earlier,
you
in the first episode, perception is everything.
Yes.
And people perceive Imani to be a man, and they think she's a guy. And I myself, admittedly, the first time that I saw her, I thought she was a man, and most especially I was looking at her upper torso, like it did not look, feminine at all. There were no feminine traits. And it turns out that Imani was born a girl, a real woman. It's just that she has more of the, what do you call this? I know with the women it's XX chromosomes.
XY chromosomes.
XY.
So she technically just has a little more testosterone.
Yeah.
In her body, which helps with strength and everything else. But that's not something she chose in a way. It was something she was born with.
Yeah, she was
naturally born in her.
Yeah. But I know that with is it XX if you're a woman, and then XY if it's a guy. Yeah.
If I remember what my chemistry teacher
biology.
That is correct.
We're doing a little bit of science right now.
I'm out of that.
Like, Imani, you should come here. We invite you here and explain to us XX and XY. Now I'm going to study a lot of biology after this. Too bad I didn't pay attention in class.
Me too.
So there's really been a lot of controversy about this. Even the Paris Olympics committee wanted her to have proof that she is really a woman. But I'm thinking you should have tested that in the beginning before this huge embarrassment took place.
Did they prove it that she's a woman?
Real woman. Yes, they did. But it's already too late. And the huge scandal is already which tarnished her image. And of course the bashers are out there just lurking and waiting to pounce.
It makes her more famous then.
Good press is press is still content. In a way.
Make good in a.
Well, I just think in general, like everyone, we have to keep in mind that the Olympics is a sport. It's they want people to watch it, and so in order to pull people in, there's going to have to be controversy. There's going to have to be scandals and buzz and buzzwords and opinions need to be formed. And so in that world, because it got people watching, it got people paying attention. And it's just like when people say like bad press is still press, everything is content, the world, you know, whatever you put out there, people are going to listen, which is why you guys are so successful, Honeybees, is because you talk about controversial topics and people want to hear your opinions, you know?
Yep, Marcia and I, we love to stir that pot.
And you're brave to do so.
Yes.
Well, we have to do what we have to do. It's a free country.
It's a free country, but, you know, we also have to be very careful not to get canceled, too. You know, because the cancel culture, they're also watching.
Well, it just goes back to like what I was saying in the beginning is you got to get your facts right. Once you get over that buzz, that scandal, and you're paying attention, you need to realize like what actually happened. Because the only thing that I can compare it to is my boyfriend right now. He is a bodybuilder, and he does not take any like no steroids or anything, but there are supplements you can take,
of course,
to up your testosterone.
Yes, yes.
And if he were to participate in a bodybuilding competition, he would have to be tested to make sure that he wasn't using anything to enhance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And so I'm an actor. I'm not super into sports, but I have to understand that there's probably some form of testing that they have to go through in a way to qualify for the Olympics. So the fact that that happened after shouldn't have happened. I agree with you on that point. It should have happened prior to that match. And it is a shame that she got so embarrassed and had such bad press on her.
But, you know, seeing Imani, she is a very strong woman, and I can see that it does not affect her one bit.
I see it.
Because she has, as much as she has bashers, she also has supporters.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And some of her fellow athletes, and I've seen it, have really supported her, and they're there with her. And I love the fact that even when the entire world was against her, her father came to the rescue.
Oh.
And the father said, I can guarantee you that Imani was born a girl. Imani is a woman.
Absolutely.
You know, it's just that her testosterone level is really, really
and she
high.
will mold that and when she get trained and everything. So.
And boxing is not a feminine sport, even for the women.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
You have
and
to
you're
use
right about that. So
yeah, you
if
have to
you're
build all
into
your
boxing,
muscle.
yeah, I mean, get ready not to cry because boxing is not a crying sport.
Exactly. All the heat, all the pain, you have to endure that and to be...
Sorry, Miss Italy.
To win, you have to endure all of those, the pain and punches.
Yeah. I mean, because didn't you go through the ringer before even going up there to the Olympics?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you've had thousands of hours of training and getting beat down over and over again. And now that you're in the court, you got punched and like you start crying. And once again, I'm not against, you know, Miss Italy. I call her Miss Italy. I love Italian fashion, by the way. So, yeah, I'm thinking, oh my gosh. Or maybe, I don't even know what to think anymore about this.
The hard thing is that it's happened a couple of times where, you know, we have transgender people that want to participate in sports.
Yes.
And we live in a world where you're either a boy or a girl, or there's a boy team and a girl team. And if you don't fit that spectrum, where do you go? And some people say they should have their own category.
That's
Some
what
people
are
say,
saying.
you know,
Yes.
but that's tricky because we're all just trying to navigate this spectrum of people that we have, and like I don't think anyone should be excluded from what they do, but also there is an unfair advantage.
There is,
male and female
Yes.
strength wise is a very different world.
Right, yeah.
And I don't have a very strong opinion on it because, like I say, I don't watch a lot of sports.
Uh-huh.
I just want everyone to be included and to be able to do whatever they want to do. But it needs to be fair in some way. So that's kind of where the world is at now. How do we how do we adjust this?
And I'm not into sports either. I mean, the only thing that I know about football is when spandex is completely acceptable. That's the only thing I know about football.
Except me, I was in sport when I was young.
What sports?
Well, I tried swimming.
Oh, there you go. Oh my gosh, no wonder you have the spectacular physique.
Yeah, and up to today I want to. I go running sometimes.
Can you teach me how to swim? Because all I know how to do is to drown.
Or maybe the dog stuff.
Yeah.
He's the study one. I know freestyle, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly.
Very nice.
So that's why I know how the training of an athlete they've been going through before they go into a competition.
Absolutely.
Nice. Oh my God. Let's make it a swimming date. We should go swimming. You teach me.
Let's cool down the temperature in Vegas.
We'll televise this.
Absolutely.
We'll swim at night.
Right, night swimming.
Yeah, night swimming. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm glad that we tackled this subject matter because it's really controversial. And speaking about controversy, Martina Navratilova, the world-famous tennis player, had some choice words about the Paris Olympic Committee allowing Imani Khalif to participate in the Olympics. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this thing has gotten out of hand that an Olympian like Martina commented about this. And so you have all these powerful people, not just people on the internet, but powerful people who have developed a reputation in the sports arena, giving their opinion. And I was like, wow.
Rightfully so. I mean, if you dedicate your life to it, it's something you're passionate about, and you don't want to see it messed with in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it makes sense. Like everyone has a right to their own way or feeling of it.
Yes. Yeah. And some people say I'm kind of still confused about this subject matter. They're saying that she is a transgender because even if she was born a woman, a girl, but she has those chromosomes which almost gives her the strength of a man. So
well, it's technically called. I think what the word is. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I think it's
okay.
Intersex. It's where it happens to a lot of people where a percentage of people in the world where they're born with those, and then the doctors will come up to them and say, "Hey, your child has both chromosomes. Do you want to raise them as a woman or do you want to raise them as a man?"
Correct.
And but some people don't realize that they want to be a woman or a man until later on in life.
Yes.
And I think that is a completely different category.
And I've actually met some men that they are so feminine that they're like there's no masculine trait in them, that they had no choice but to really embrace their femininity. And when they walk down the street, people don't even take a second look. Oh, is that a guy? No, because they see a woman.
And then we have the opposite of where sometimes I had a female football player at my high school.
Oh my God.
She was a beautiful blonde girl that wanted to play football, and they let her on the team.
Yeah.
And that was controversy. That was controversial.
She did good.
She did very well on the team.
See? That's what we're talking about.
And then there are some women out there who look like men who look like men. Yeah.
And they want to play rugby, or they want to, that's what I'm saying. It's not so black and white anymore. So we gotta figure that out.
See, well, we're very glad that you're here and be able to neutralize and equalize everything.
Thank you.
Otherwise, Marcia and I will be on each other's pants. Like, no.
Right.
And she's like, she's a man, and then she's like, she's a woman. No, she's a man.
Yeah.
But that's the internet for you. That's the world.
It depends how you will accept it. That's a thing.
And everyone has a right to how they
Everyone
feel about it.
has a right.
Yes.
I'm really glad about this topic because it's like, it's. I wouldn't say the elephant in the room because she's definitely not the elephant. The elephant has spoken.
And Maria knows, she pointed out that she will also be suing the Olympics because of that.
Yes. So now after all this controversy, oh my gosh, speaking about defamation, but that's another story.
But you know what, when I saw this controversy, I said, because I know in a competition, as you said earlier, that they're not gonna put that a player or that player if they don't test it. So I never think that she's a man. She's a woman.
But then you also saw what happened with the Australian breakdancer. Did you hear what happened with that? Did you see that?
I'm so glad that you mentioned that.
That was odd. How did that happen?
Never seen.
Oh my gosh. So I saw it last night, and forgive me, Australia, because as I love Australia the same way that I love Italy. So I saw a video of that, and that didn't look like breakdancing to me.
Yeah.
And then after that, the people who shared it on the internet, they were comparing the woman breakdancing to a wiggling dog. And then in the next video, there was a dog that was wiggling its back on the floor. Yeah.
Well, basically, long story short is it was a breakdancing competition, which I had no idea was even part of the Olympics. I didn't know that was an Olympic sport until this year. And she qualified. She got 0 points because she wasn't doing any breakdance
Let
moves.
me tell you that the dog would have
When
won the gold medal.
dancing? When this?
Yeah.
It's my first time to.
But that's what I'm saying is, how did that happen?
Yes.
How did she qualify for that? Like, there should be rounds. There should be...
Forgive me, but it looked like a complete joke.
Spectacle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a spectacle.
No, that's not a sport.
Apparently it is. That's what I'm saying. The world is... We just want people to watch the Olympics.
What's going on?
Marsha, we should create a sport that will be included in the Olympics.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's think
Just
about
an
that.
excuse to go to Paris, right?
Okay. So what I'm saying is there's been a few mistakes along the way. The Olympics has not been perfect, and there's been multiple occasions.
I came up with something. Maybe we'll use like voguing as an Olympic sport.
I would watch.
Strike Yes, look, I deserve a gold medal.
I still can't imagine really. Break dancing, okay.
Well, she did break her back, so that's good.
And she came back to Australia. Some people love her. Some people... She's turned into kind of a meme, an international meme.
Yeah, some people love her, but then the wiggling dog that was captured after her, he became famous too.
Because you know when you go to Olympics, that's a big thing already in every country. So even if she did that at the Olympic, it's still an Olympic, right?
Well, it still represents your country in a way.
Oh my God, it still represents your country. And the dog was saying, please don't capture me. My back was just itching. That's all it was.
Okay.
So
the Paris Olympics will never be forgotten. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh. Only in Paris. Only in Paris.
For now.
Oh yes, because next time it's gonna be Los Angeles.
Is it really? Oh.
Yes. The next Olympic will be in Los Angeles.
I'm sure there'll be lots of scandal.
Oh.
Are you gonna win
for that? Disney. We'll see.
So before we end this segment and segue into the next segment, so I heard that the women's boxing will be eliminated for the next Olympics.
Interesting.
Because of that?
Wow.
That's what I heard it through the grapevine.
Wow.
So breakdancing. Did you find out?
She goes breakdancing. And replaced with breakdancing.
Yeah, because at least nobody gets hurt.
That's wild.
Alrighty, so we're going for another break.
Yes.
And
we'll be right back.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello everybody, I am Nelia Ross. I want to invite you to join my new variety TV show, Las Vegas Live with Nelia Ross, every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. on socialmediashows.com. Experience music, entertainment, and culture with local artists, celebrities, movie directors, magicians, comedians, dancers, and so much more. But that's not all. Our special segment Bella Italia will take you on a musical journey through Italy. And the best part is that now you can watch us from anywhere in the world thanks to the streaming. Email us at neliaross.official@gmail.com to be our guest or sponsor. Tune in every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. and get ready for the ultimate Las Vegas experience. Un bacio da Nelia Ross. Ciao!
And welcome to the next exciting episode of
Arena War. Fresh batch of institutionalized gladiators fighting for their freedom.
Ready, here we go.
You guys heard Perez?
Yes, smell that.
Get back!
Those on the line. The parole board has offered you a ticket out. Win Arena Wars, win your freedom. 7 arenas with 7 of the most vicious killers the world has seen in the last decade. You make it out alive, you get to go home.
Luke Bender, you're an innocent man. Innocent man can mean big ratings.
I'll be watching.
I think it's time to audition Mr. Bender.
No!
What was your last physical?
Cell block shower this morning. Oh yeah.
You ready for this?
Impressive showing out there tonight. You're the new fan favorite.
Are you with me? Cutie pie back for the kill.
If you want to live through this, we have to work together. I'm watching you.
Smile for the camera, thug life.
Wow!
It's showtime!
We have to finish this.
Come on!
Doesn't sound much like rehabilitation, does it?
Hi, welcome back to Honeybees, our last and third segment with Jessie
and Carly.
Yes.
Yes, and so this whole time we've been talking about women's liberation and men's liberation, and here with us right now is a very liberated woman. So liberated that she became an artist, model, singer, and a Renaissance woman.
Thank you. I'll take it.
So we know that you came from the IMTA. So.
Yeah, I was a contestant in the 2024 IMTA in Los Angeles, which is International Model and Talent Association. Ended up winning Singer of the Year and Talent of the Year as well.
Oh my gosh!
Which was a big win for Las Vegas because it's not very common that we get Vegas wins. And ever since, it's been a really nice, humbling thing for my career. It just proved that there's a need for this, and it's something that I'm meant to do in a way.
Yes.
And I find it very liberating. Absolutely.
You have been anointed to do what you
it was, if anything, validated.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. And that. Anointed and validated.
To be in front of industry professionals from all around the world and to have them see something in you. It makes you feel, okay, I can do that. I can do this.
Nice. So what kind of songs do you love to sing?
Yeah, so I am predominantly a jazz and classic rock singer.
Ooh.
I was named after Carly Simon, which is a big
Okay,
singer.
yeah,
You know Carly
yes,
Simon.
yes.
You're So Vain.
Yes.
Yeah. So I sing a lot of classic rock and a lot of jazz. I'm starting to look to sing at some Vegas venues with some few friends coming up.
Hold that thought. I bet you think this song is about you, don't you, don't you? Yes, that's Carly Simon.
Carly Simon.
You're so vain.
Oh God, I'm not up to date to this singer.
Oh, we'll do karaoke and you will.
Well, one day. Okay.
So I love that. I love it. And what about in terms of acting? What kind of roles do you see yourself?
Yeah, so I'm predominantly a stage actor. Like I said, I do a lot of theater. I've done a lot of regional, professional, and community productions and musical theater. I just wrapped up a production of Jane Austen's Emma, which was an immersive musical theater production, which was a paid production, which was really nice.
Nice.
Not very common in Vegas to get paid for your theater.
Yes.
And it was a new work where it was a really cool thing where we invited our audience members to come into our story. And it was set in the 1800s Renaissance area. So we were, but as the audience would come, they would dress up with us and they would be part of our party and we would engage them in our characters.
Yes,
yes. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
Yes, yes.
But it was a really fun piece of theater. And I just do a lot of fashion and modeling in town as well. And Vegas is a big entertainment community if you go out and find it.
Yeah, it is.
If you go and find your people. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you go and find your people, I think I found my people in the social media shows network.
Maria's, she's great.
Yeah, she's my people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's been a good partnership.
Yes.
Ever since we started working together.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She's got a good eye.
She has, and I love the fact that I've been with her from the inception, since the beginning. So I've seen this company evolve.
I love that.
Like a metamorphosis. From the humble beginnings to like growing and growing and growing. And now she keeps on saying, no, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. And no, I don't want to be invited to that party.
You know her already, right?
Yes, yes. And it's like, I know that Anna Wintour invited me, but no, I'm not going. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. So, oh my gosh, we're really proud of you.
Thank you so
proud
much.
of you that you are in our team and, welcome aboard.
Thank you. I think Vegas is definitely a hidden gem. I think a lot of people forget that it is considered one of the entertainment capitals of the world.
Yes, yes.
We have a lot going on here.
Yes.
Yes.
And at first, because I moved to New York, I was living in San Diego, I moved away, and then I came back and I had a whole new appreciation for Las Vegas. I love Vegas. I think it has an amazing culture and amazing energy here.
Right. And I think that people like us, like in my case, like I'm really, really into the fashion industry of like more European fashion, like Paris and Milan and London. And I believe that there's a reason that we're here. Like we should bring our world wherever we are.
Opening up a little more. More runway and more fashion is starting to come in.
Yeah.
Lots of fashion weeks coming up.
The only thing, my only like little bit of pet peeve is I still some designers out there, they really need to raise their A game and really research more of their European counterparts and bring it. And I've seen that in Filipino designers, like Francis Liburan. His designs are very, very international. Like if you see it, it's like it looks like it came from the catwalks of Paris, Milan, and London. And here we have to make it upgraded even like further. But you and I are here for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll have to find a way to work together.
Yeah, I know. Well, one of these days, maybe I'm gonna design an evening gown for you and for you and for the woman behind the beautiful camera.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Nice chatting with you guys, and thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous coming on. I was like, oh no, we're gonna be stirring the pot a little.
No.
And as an actor, you gotta be careful of your image, you know what I mean?
Right. And you know, like I said a while ago, we're very careful not to get canceled by the culture, the pop culture out there. Pop goes the world.
But it's just opening the discussion.
Yes. It's opening up a discussion, and you know, people have different points of views, and I personally think that we should not be offended by people's views, whether they're old school or new school. I mean, come on now. And the funny thing, you know, I mean, in the music industry, all the music like from our time is like it coming back.
Yes.
I'm like, wait a minute.
It's good too, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like
trends
I heard
tend to usually
that.
come back.
Yeah,
I heard that in the 70s.
More faster music with the same
with the same
lyrics.
beat.
Yeah.
So this is a time that our minds could merge together, whether we are conservative or not conservative, or liberated or not liberated. And like she said, like it's a whole different spectrum now.
Yes.
It's literally a rainbow.
And some people like to scream and shout and attract attention, whether it's positive or negative.
I love to scream and shout during karaoke.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but that's what we do. And Marcia too. Oh my gosh.
And I feel like in my, you know, because when I was coming here, I was like, do I have an opinion on this? You know, because I try to stay very in the middle when it comes to politics, because I believe that everything is very case by case.
Intense.
Absolutely. But it's just like, you know, we can still have an open conversation about things.
Yeah, and not turn it into some talk show that, you know, the people there slug it out with each other and they ending up like walking out of the set. And it's funny how some talk shows are, they're literally like this. I think I'm done. You know, seeing shows like that, it's just, I was like, oh my gosh, you're viewed by like millions of people, and then
it's a lot of pressure.
And like really like drama, and then they pull the microphone from them and then throw it on the floor. That's crazy. So we are now being given the peace sign, which means that our fabulous show has finally come to an end, and we stirred the pot for you. And now it's time for you to taste the meal.
Let us know how you feel about it in the comments. Like, let us know.
We'll play some seasoning.
And thank you so much for having me, you guys. It's been a very good conversation.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and looking forward to seeing you again and again and again and again.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to tell our audience where they can find you?
Yeah, so my name is Carly Salway. You can find me on Instagram, CarlySalway, or if you just Google me, Carly Salway, my website will pop up. I am open for bookings, whether it's promotional modeling or singing, venue performing, acting, or print work. I do a lot of bridal as well. So if you need a model that's reliable, hit me up, Carly Salway.
Yep, Carly's here. So anyway, JC, your last word?
It's time to say goodbye, or I wouldn't say goodbye, but until next week.
Yes, and see you on the next episode.
And stay fabulous always.
Absolutely.
Hi, welcome back to Take One with Ronnie Lloyd Nanos. This is the virgin episode of this show here in Las Vegas, and we're here with our second guests, which are Kane and Candace Bluss. Before I continue, guys, let me do a shout out for the last guests we had, which are Bones and Gabby. For GLCC, they actually gave 20 free tickets to veterans to come and see the Golden Legends Championship Challenge. So I think that's at vets.com where they did that. So I'm excited to have vets. I actually produced a show a few years ago where it was for Vietnam vets, and I think that's a really big, cool thing. But welcome, Kane and Candace.
Thank you for having us.
I met Kane Blust first, before I met his lovely, gorgeous wife, through a friend, Michael Sue. And Kane actually edited my second film I directed called Death Club. And since then, I realized what a huge talent this guy is. I mean, what can't Kane do is the conversation amongst a lot of us. But welcome both. And Candace, I met through Kane. You know, I think the first time I met you was at the premiere.
Yes.
And then I got to work with you two recently, which we're going to talk about. This short film that you guys wrote, directed, and produced called Lucille. Yes. And welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you very much.
Let's tell us a little bit about yourselves, what you do. I know you have a studio and stuff. What do you guys do here in Las Vegas? This is Las Vegas Entertainment here, so go ahead.
Quite simple. Well, we both came from Hollywood.
Yay!
That's where we met and fell in love. We moved out here a little over 6 years ago, and like I said, I got into the business. I got to meet Michael Sue, who was fantastic. I was introduced to him by her cousin, Kance, who unfortunately passed away.
Oh, no.
But opened me to this beautiful world, which then Michael Sue introduced me to you and this entire community. So it's been a wonderful experience getting to know the more, creative side of Las Vegas.
I mean, how long have y'all lived in Las Vegas? I didn't even know that.
5 years.
Wow, I didn't even know that it's been such a short time. It
goes quick.
It does, again. And Candace, that's the first time I get to have a longer conversation with Candace. You were so lovely and so organized to work with on the set of Lucille. I appreciate organization and diligence and time. I believe in that personally. And you guys, I'm going to say this straight out, such a well-run set, on time, paid their artists and performers. I know it's a thing here in Las Vegas, but it should be a thing at least. But you were just a delight to work with. It was and so talented, the both of you. I mean, again, I'm not one that's known to kind of blow smoke up people's butts and be like, oh my God, you're great. But I genuinely, from my heart, that comes. Working with y'all is such a pleasure.
Right on, man. Well, we feel very blessed to work with you. And the other talent that's come out to be part of Lucille, Joanne Heckman, Paul
Gunn. Yes.
We got blessed big time with the cast of this.
Honestly, we did. I mean, let's talk about Lucille. You know what? I know a little bit about it. I'm in it, but what is the premise of Lucille? What are we going to do with Lucille? What is your long-term plans for this short?
Well, I think to start with, the idea was a dream that Kane had. And
not surprised.
Exactly. he said, hey, this is a dream I had. And I was like, what can we do with this? And we outlined it. I wrote the script, and we put together funds and got equipment and all the super talented people like you that agreed to come and play with us. We were so thankful that everyone came in so professional and so on it that we were able to do the shoot quickly, and then Kane could work his magic to have a final piece. So it's a story about, I would say it's a story about realizing something that's inside of you, and then how do you deal with that? How do you make it work with the way you want to run your life versus it taking over your life, like it can consume you. So absolutely. I don't know what else.
Tell me, that could be an allegory to so many things in perspectives. Again, I think often when we watch things, people are like, how that can apply to your own selves personally. Again, knowing the script that I saw it and I got those things, but you don't even realize that's what you're getting from it. That's so eloquently put. Wow.
That's why she's the writer. I'm like, people got together and they did stuff.
No, me too. I'm like, yeah, or I'll talk forever and say nothing. Yeah, that's what it is. But wow, again, I have to completely agree with it just came together, the whole group, the story. I got to watch it later than the rest of the cast. I think I was on another project or doing something where I couldn't watch it the day of, and again, what are your plans to do? I know Lucille recently was in a festival, is being considered for some awards.
Yes.
Yay! But let's talk about that festival.
Yeah, it's the Independent Shorts Award in Los Angeles. They do a monthly competition. So for the month of July, we were first in official selection, and then we are finalists. So that means we get considered for the annual awards next April, as far as like taking home, all of the gold. But we finalist for July. It's an honor. We're really happy.
That's really any other festivals you're considering submitting to?
Quite a few, actually.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Next up is the San Jose Shorts Festival.
Very awesome. Again, it was really neat. Again, last year working with Kane, and we had worked on the second film I had directed, Death Club, and and Kane not only was our editor, also did our VFX, and also submitted some of his original music to this film, and which the music was outstanding. It was kind of neat when those things. I come from a generation. I know it's always hard to connect some people to see if they're going to find what your vibe is. Mm-hmm. And King kind of knew what my vibe was very quickly. I was like, yeah, I would love that. I mean, musically, I'm an old Gen Xer, and I know what I like, and he knew it. In fact, it was kind of crazy. We have a composer who did and I love him. He's great, Ricardo Gerhard. Wonderful.
Fantastic work. Yeah.
But it's sometimes you needed, again, for a movie like Death Club, I needed some like original stuff, and it's kind of funny. Kane would send me, pieces that we would edit, and he'd insert some of his own music, and I was like, I kind of like that. Do you have anything that's not a cover that's really cool? And then he sent me stuff. So I was like, I didn't know, but it was kind of like, I'm kind of seeing if you like this.
Well, I mean, that's how you get stuff in there. The thing is that you gave me such a wonderful opportunity to just be creative. So not just to edit, but I really felt part of the story. I felt like as I was doing the visual effects, I'm like, everything just feels like, man, I'm part of this.
Nice.
You created such a wonderful environment. Not to mention the fact it was so well organized that editing was just a joy. It was like, okay, I found everything I looked for. It was just so well put together. And then you give me the creative to do that, add some songs in, and just come up with some ideas for special effects.
It's really cool. We have it's back to the basics. I always do it wrong online. I do apologize. I'm like, it's called this, Ronnie. You need to get it right. But there is a music video for that on YouTube from the film Death Club, and I got to add that Death Club will actually be released in October around Halloween through Patel Films.
Heck yeah.
And it'll be streaming on Amazon and Tubi and all those things. So look for it, guys. But that was the great thing of working. Again, I met you through Michael Sue. Michael Sue, I think, is a master in so many things.
Absolutely.
And I was talking with my last guest here, and you guys moved here from Hollywood to Vegas. Do you think the industry in Vegas and Hollywood, what are the differences in getting films and getting work done as opposed to being in LA and being here? Are there pros? Are there cons? What's your perspective on that?
I found it to be, moving to Vegas was probably the best choice for me. In California, it's so flooded. The industry is so flooded, and who's going to look at a 50-year-old dude who's, loves doing what he does?
Right.
There's so many young people to go for it.
I know that feeling.
So coming out here and getting into the industry the way I did, and being able to meet so many people on the same page and the same kind of perspective who get the same morals and joy of being a creator.
Nice.
I mean, I've been able to work with you, Michael Sue. I've worked with Asif on with Film Post. I'm sorry, I'm bad at names.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Film Post is
mine
another,
too.
Yeah, Film Post is another production company out here that's just doing some fantastic stuff, and they've been nice enough to have me do some visual effects for them. And so it's just the industry out here. I found the pond's a little bit smaller,
right?
So you have a little bit more access to the different kinds of talent out there, and there's so much. Like just right here, Got Films. I had no idea 3 blocks from my house there was this massive, incredible production house.
Right, and
but
Jeremy's great.
Oh, Jeremy's awesome.
And Jeremy's great, and he's always so magnanimous. I've been on sets in places, or even red carpets, where he lends equipment and what that. And he's so hands-on, and I've gotten work through Jeremy. Gotten work for Jeremy too. It's one of those. You build people, and again, when you work with people, you remember the people you work with, and they did this for me, and it was a great experience. And I think a lot of people forget that is how you progress in the industry.
We're all here to create.
And you touched on something just a minute ago, being a 50-year-old dude. going into this industry, when did you guys start working in film back in LA? How long has it been?
Well, in 2016, actually, with Cannes, as Kane mentioned, we had a sitcom, 3 episodes that were shot, and there were networks that were going to pick it up, but unfortunately that fell through. But that was my first taste. Like,
Nice.
being in Hollywood, being on a set, 4-camera sitcom, you know, a comedian that I knew, like saying my lines and getting, I mean, I was just hooked. That was
Oh,
it.
that's
I was like,
awesome. Wow.
So that's, 2016 is like when I really.
You mean I started in 2017 in film. It was never part of my plan. I kind
Really?
of fell into it here. And I wanted to touch that because I think a lot of people think it's too late for them to get into the industry if you're a certain age. And I wanted to bring guests on. Again, I think everybody that's been on it's going to be on our show today, I think is at least 45 and older. And that to show that we are still working, we can find it. Again, I got into film in 2017 accidentally while I was here in Las Vegas, and I wasn't even part of the plan. I'm a live performer and whatnot, but I think I wanted to touch that because I think people always feel it's too late. I didn't do it at this time, and I love to see that.
Please never give up.
Isms. There's so many isms that people are so aware of these days, and I'm like, and I was like, and I think the last ism that people still accept is ageism, and I'm like, why? I get often you'll hear someone, oh my gosh, you look good for your age. I'm like, can't you just tell someone they look good?
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Like for what? Am I like 80 or something?
Yes,
What's going on?
exactly.
Well, the thing is that we're the ones with all the experience.
Yes.
You know, we had 50 years of life that we're willing to share with everybody and be part of. You can either advance yourself with that, or you can put us down for it. It's up to you, but we're going to keep on working.
Exactly. I think it gives us a lot of patience that we wouldn't have. I'm naturally not a patient person. I'm not. I'm not. But I'm a lot more patient than when I was in my 20s and 30s by far.
A lot more of everything.
Well,
Yes.
Gabby touched on it really nicely. She's like, I'm not trying to be better than anybody else. I'm just trying to be better than myself.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And
Each
again,
day I try to better myself.
I think that in any
And
project
to
I go in, I want to go in. I'm like, I want this to be better than the last project I did for me. I want to be better at this.
I hope so,
want to.
yeah.
I want to grow and learn. I think we learn at this age too, and how to put together teams. That was the great thing we were talking about today. It all came together, but it also comes with you knew the people to pick because you learn how to put teams together, and often people think they have to know everything. I'm like, at this age, I'm like, I don't know everything. I don't need to. I pull in people that know shit that I don't.
Exactly.
Always pulling people smarter than you.
Yes, and then I learn from that and get better.
Yeah.
And that's the point of it.
That's the joy of it, too.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This moved by so quick, guys. Oh my god. But any last words here? Let's talk about your studio stuff to promote. I know Kane is also a musician. Kane is also an editor. Other stuff you guys do that people can contact you here in town if they need your services for anything. Again, I would use Kane for several things. I'd use Kane for several things that work. Let's talk a little bit here.
I think go to kaneblust.com. That's KANEBLUST.com. That's going to be the full range. I mean, he is a powerhouse production in one gorgeous package.
He can do it.
I wanted her to talk about herself. And
We can talk about Candace.
Yes.
I was like, look at this.
Well,
and you're a lucky dog, dude.
I'm telling you, man.
Seriously, when I met you, I was like, damn, dude.
Right, I did something right.
Damn.
Something worked out. But honestly, it's just, and if you need something written, like a really good story, or if you have an idea that you need brought into like a script form, please contact us.
And that's the thing is too, there's so many ideas script-wise. I want to write a Gen X script, but I will be contacting, and I know more from Candace. I'm like,
Yes.
I would love to get on that. Something I really want to do.
She feeds on this stuff.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Then have Kane do the soundtrack.
I'll do the soundtrack and do the special effects, make a music video.
A modern day Gen X film with people our age and living in the world now is really kind of the perspective I wanted to go from.
Well, and that's a perfect way to develop it. Too.
Absolutely.
'Cause we're all- Excellent.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
All right. So the studio you work in here, you have your own personal studio here.
Yes, I built my own personal studio. It was a garage. It is now a full-fledged green screen. I mean, nothing to this massive scale, but I'll tell you what, I'm very happy with it.
I mean, this isn't really Las Vegas behind us?
Well, this is. I'm talking about this.
Oh, this.
Everything that you don't see.
That's right.
But no, it's a perfect little studio for me.
Kane is a vocalist too. I mean, and I'll be honest. Again, I come from live theater, live performance, and dude, you got some vocal chops.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Thank you, man.
Back to the basics. That ain't an easy song to sing.
Oh,
It's not. It's rangy.
I would love to sing it sometime while you're performing.
I would love to have that happen. I actually have a number that I do it to it now, and I really want the video playing behind it. We can have the video playing and have you sing it live.
I would love that.
I would love to have it. We'll make it happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
I almost said it that way. I'm like, yeah.
We can here.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. On this show, we can cuss. Again, I try to treat people like we're hanging out at my bar in Amarillo, Texas, the R&R bar. And
we do want to check that out.
I do like to, again, I'm known for my drunk cams and my drinking Pistol Holiday stuff. I do like to end my segments with each of my guests, and no pressure to have a shot with me. Again, I haven't drank in 2 months, so I'm going to be like, oh, I gotta get out.
Yeah, we're not either. I'm like, yeah, thanks.
But would y'all like a shot of whiskey with me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Y'all,
We would love that.
you watchers at home, pull out your liquor. Let's have a shot together. So
Join us for a shot.
So yeah, join us for a shot. Any upcoming projects you want to promote while I'm pouring the shots?
We are working on the second episode of Lucille. It is a 6-part series.
What?
So your character, of course, will be returning, as well as most of the characters that are in the first episode.
And I gotta be a little candid on that. As I've gotten older, I'm such a reluctant performer. Again, I perform live on stage. I liked being a director, producer, and all that. Acting is one of those things I don't usually like to do it.
But you killed it, man.
Oh, you're way too kind.
it.
I was like, again, I mean, you did it, and it was given to me. I was like, you want me? Okay.
Couldn't have been anyone else.
We
It couldn't have been.
have zero regrets with Lucille.
Oh.
And anybody that was involved. Every person stepped up and brought their A game.
I was pouring like extra shots here. I was like, wait, here we
Everybody
go.
can-
Everyone have a shot. Maria can have a shot with us? I'm all like, but cheers. Cheers. Again,
I'm
thank
making
you.
Vegas a creative
Yes,
place.
absolutely. And thank you all so much. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. You
I
guys
love
are
seeing you
great.
too, brother.
And guys, words can't express my appreciation for you both, honestly. And I had to have you on my first show here.
Thank
we
you very
feel blessed
much.
to be
We're
your brother.
honored.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you for
honored
having
to
us.
have you both. Thank you. Cheers!
Salud!
Let's have a shot. We're going to take a break here after the shot. And bring in our next guest, Greg Corin. All righty. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a moment here on Take One with Ronnie Lloyd Nanos.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
And welcome to the next exciting episode of
Arena War. Fresh batch of institutionalized gladiators fighting for their freedom.
Ready, here we go.
You guys heard Perez?
You smell that?
Get back!
Those on the line, the parole board has offered you a ticket out. Win Arena Wars, win your freedom. 7 arenas with 7 of the most vicious killers the world has seen in the last decade. You make it out alive, you get to go home.
Luke Bender, you're an innocent man. Innocent man can mean big ratings.
I'll be watching.
I think it's time to audition Mr. Bender. No!
What was your last physical?
Cell block shower this morning. Oh yeah.
You ready for this? Impressive showing out there tonight. You're the new fan favorite.
Are you with me? Cutie pie back for the kill.
If you want to live through this, we have to work together. I'm watching you.
Smile for the camera, thug life.
Wow!
It's showtime!
We have to finish this.
Come on!
Doesn't sound much like rehabilitation, does it?
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
I was not ashamed of the hatred that I had to bear. I shared it with them. They just didn't know. From their point of view, I was just some savage crusader, devil sent by a country of devils to kill. And that's what I did.
So you just,
Now on digital and DVD.
Did it?
Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star is an epic sci-fi adventure.
Do what needs to be done.
An edge-of-your-seat wild ride.
we have company.
Tons of popcorn-munching fun. 5 stars. A love letter to the sci-fi films of the 70s and 80s. With plenty of action and fun for all. You need to see it. You really do.
The captain just decided it's time to go.
I am ready for a sequel. Experience a bold new adventure. Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star.
A good old-fashioned adventure.
Now on digital and DVD.
Hi there, welcome back to Take One with Ronnie Lloyd Nanos, and I'm really excited about our next guest. I have known this gentleman, I know, where is he? I've known this gentleman since really I started working here in entertainment in Las Vegas. You're part of like the gig for me that started it all for all the other work that I've been so blessed to get to do out here. And
that's so cool.
We met on the we met doing the show Evil Dead the Musical.
Evil Dead the Musical.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my friend, Greg Corin, who is a stage performer, a film actor. He's also, we were for a time the director of Evil Dead the Musical at that time.
Yeah, for about a year.
And Greg is also a filmmaker, a film artist who is also on the SAG board, the Screen Actors Guild board here in Las Vegas, Nevada. So, hi, Greg. How are you?
Hi, Ronnie.
How
How you
the
been? Long time no see.
How the fuck are you, motherfucker?
Oh, fucking A.
And we've met a couple times.
Yeah.
But
Let me tell you, this fucking guy right here.
this fucking guy. No, honestly, I am so happy to have you here.
I'm
Greg.
happy to be here, Ronnie.
Yeah,
It's always
Greg is one of the funniest fucking people I know, to be honest. And we can talk like this.
Yeah.
We can talk like this on this show, but Greg,
But
yes.
it's just always so delightful being around you anyway, Ronnie.
No,
It's
fuck yeah,
just
you
great.
too. Always.
Fucking
Always,
A.
Greg. I'm like, gosh, the history of, and we probably said, the F word. We can say it again, fuck. I'm like, a few times, and we probably said it probably hundreds of times around each other. We worked together on.
Oh, yes.
To start that off, we worked together on a show on the Las Vegas Strip, which, has a history. It was actually the first community theater show that made it to the Las Vegas Strip.
Yes, it
From
was.
the Onyx Theater to Planet Hollywood to the Tommy Wynn Theater and then it went to Bally's. I wasn't part of it. It went to Bally's. We were both gone by then.
Yeah,
It was
by that
Evil
time.
Dead the Musical. And a little tidbit today, I had a conversation with you yesterday. You recently, with Evil Dead, was, the film was directed by Sam Raimi.
Sam Raimi.
And
yes.
you recently were hanging out with Sam Raimi's
Son.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well,
how was that? Let's talk about that right now.
It was absolutely delightful. It was fantastic. Let me fill you in on what happened. Sam Raimi's son
is going to UCLA.
What?
Film school, UCLA Film School.
Nice.
And I get a message about a week ago from Mike Estes, who is Bruce Campbell's right-hand man.
You've also met Bruce Campbell.
Yes.
In Salt Lake City.
Yep. And Mike says Raimi's kid is doing his student film at UCLA, and he needs a guy. I think you would be perfect for him. So
Nice.
I got in touch with him. Last weekend, I was working on this little student film, and again, it was really delightful. I was the oldest guy there, and I was like, here's me and all these 19, 20, 20-year-old, 21-year-old kids.
I know that fucking feeling.
Oh
dude.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God, fuck.
But they were all, but they weren't brats.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Wow,
they
nice.
were complete. They were so fucking respectful. And oh, Greg, I'm sorry. Can you do this? Oh, Greg, I'm sorry. Can you move your head this way? And it was always, oh, hey, I'm sorry to ask you this, but, and they were all just so nice and polite. And I'm going to go back again. We have 2 more days to shoot on it, so I'm going to go back this Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
It was so joyful.
I keep throwing names next to it because it's Greg Gorin here. I'm like, Greg is doing
Well, fuck me.
fuck.
But it was so fucking nice to be there, man. Because again, these kids weren't brats.
Awesome.
They were professional.
Oh, that's neat. Again, I love that you say that because I think half the time with some of us that are of a certain age,
yes,
that all the time I feel like I'm that old that's like, get the fuck off my lawn, kid.
Oh,
I'm like,
seriously.
and I'm fine with being old and doing that. I'm like, I'm old and curmudgeon. I don't give a fuck. But I like that aspect of it. I'm like, and it kind of reminds me the first time I met you at rehearsals of Evil Dead. I came in at that time as the choreographer to re-choreograph a show that was already on the strip, re-choreographing the entire show while it was performing.
Yeah.
I found out during that time when I was here re-choreographing the show that the performers weren't paid for rehearsals. And I was only allowed 12 hours a week for rehearsals. And I gotta kind of give a little shout out to that group in that time. Why it was really a big moment for me was that I remember pulling in the cast on the second rehearsal going, guys, I'm only allowed to rehearse with you 12 hours this week, and to do what I would like to do, that's not enough time. So here's what I'm going to put out there, because I knew you guys weren't getting paid for rehearsals. I couldn't believe that. I didn't know that till I got here.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember going, this is what I'm going to do. Rehearsals each day, the 4 days a week we're allowed to rehearse, will start, I'll be here 2 hours before that call time, and I'll stay here 2 hours after. And you're welcome to be here. I can't make you. And the very next day, every person showed up 2 hours early because they really want. And you know, as a person coming in on a production staff, to have a group that really wanted to do something and change it up and make it something cool, and it made me fall in love with that group. And yeah, I want to do it. But do you remember what you told me? You're like, you came up to me and like, hey, I'm whatever age old it was, but I'm like, I don't know about much fucking memory. Do you remember? Do you remember?
Yes.
Let them know.
Yes. Oh, I'm like, hey, I'm 60 years old. I'm overweight. I have arthritis. And I have diabetes. Go easy on me.
And I was like, you can do this. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
And you did. You kicked some ass, dude. You really did.
It was kind of said, "Yeah, fuck you."
No. maybe not. But again, you were part of that group that came in, and I got to work with y'all for 3.5 weeks. And I think we did some really great changes. Again,
oh, fantastic. And it was shit that needed to be done.
Yeah, it did. Well, honestly, the director at that time, who I knew from Texas, I'd been in his wedding, and we had a falling out after all that for lots of various reasons that we may touch on. And again, I would like to do that
with everybody.
I would like to do that with the entire cast sometime, because you know, that director, we ended up they saw their way out. I'll put it that way. And I was friends with that person coming here, and I remember having a lunchtime conversation with him. And we may go a little over on this segment, just, you know, we have a lot to talk about, and maybe, but I told him, you know, your choreography in that show, it's on YouTube. It's not original, and I offered to do it, and for the price. And you know, I've got to look back at that time. I really, because when that period ended, I didn't receive the compensation that we had agreed on in the contract, and that was fine. I was doing it for a friend. I'm like, what do you have? And gave me some money. I'm like, I'm gonna take the cast down the final night. And we all went out drinking.
Yes, we did.
We did, but
we got our drink
again. I have no regrets because of what that opened for me. And I was like, there were a lot of ups and downs during that time.
Yeah, there was.
But I'll never regret that time because it did open up a lot for me here.
Yeah.
And
well, you were lucky. We were all lucky, actually.
Yeah.
But I grew up in Montana, and the saying there is, we really stepped in shit.
Yeah, we did.
Because you came into like by the time you got there, we'd been working together for about a year, and we kind of had like a no asshole policy. So everybody we liked each other.
You all did like each other. You didn't like all the production staff at that time.
No, we did not.
The music director at that time wasn't particularly popular. Shit is starting to be talked here now.
The music rehearsals. The music rehearsal. We had an hour for music rehearsal.
He wasn't very nice.
No, and we'd actually rehearse.
He
the
was
music.
a total asshole.
Oh, we'd actually rehearse the music for 10 minutes, and then for the next 45 minutes, he'd talk shit about everybody.
And then he got paid.
Yeah,
he got paid to go and critique you, and all he did was fucking tear you all to pieces. And I remember he was a bully. He was a fucking. Do you remember this was the second or third rehearsal? And he came in and he was watching with the director, and I had at that time had become friends with the financier producer who was always cut out of stuff. He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He came in and started spouting up, and you can't do this, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna have a talk right now.
Yeah. I remember that.
I think that's what kind of set the cast. I think that's what I kind of gained their respect, to be honest.
Yeah.
I walked out and I'm gonna speak a little candidly here. I let this motherfucker have it. I don't like bullies. And I was like, you ever fucking come in here and interrupt my rehearsal and talk to this cast that way, you and I are gonna have a fucking problem. I turned to the director. You know me. Don't ever let this fucker come in and talk to these people. How dare you do that? He was belittling. He was an asshole, and everyone was afraid of him. And then I walked back into rehearsal, closed the door, started. I'm like, and just so everybody knows, I won. Now let's get back to rehearsal.
I totally remember that. That
was my introduction to Evil Dead.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
again,
totally remember
I kind of have that reputation as a bar owner, and even working here, I like to get shit done.
Well, that's okay. Like you said, you get shit done.
And I'm not always the nicest about it. I just like to get shit done.
Yeah.
Again, and it's never coming from a bad place.
No.
And that's my thing is I like people that want to work. And again, that cast captured my heart because they wanted to work. And
yes.
How dare he treat them that way?
Well, see, we knew that we had something special.
You did.
We knew that. We all knew that, and we wanted it to be the best that it could be. Which is why we were so happy when we were told that you were coming in to we didn't know you from Adam.
Right, and I knew that you guys were like, oh, who's this guy going to be? I knew that.
Yeah,
I knew that.
But we were just kind of like, oh, geez, what's going to happen now? I mean, this needs to happen. This needs to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, we were doing fucking community theater choreography.
It was stolen.
It was stolen from YouTube videos.
It was stolen from YouTube videos.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
What
the fuck was that? Okay.
I have that song comes up on in my car every once in a while.
Right.
Yeah. If my grandkids are in the car, I have to turn it down.
Oh, right. Yeah. If the grandkids are watching right now.
No, they're in school.
Good. We didn't say fuck 25 times already. But no. Again, I want to touch a lot on Evil Dead. We could go on forever on this.
Oh, we really could. Yeah.
But we're going to move on a little bit on that. You are on the SAG board.
I am. I kind of fell into that. 6 years ago, I ran and I lost.
That's right.
I didn't get in. The guy who beat me and ended up on the SAG board, who we all know and who we were just talking about.
We were just talking about that. Again, I was going to say, you replaced a very controversial figure here in the film industry here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes.
You know, again, we're not here to shit talk, but it's the truth. He may be watching. He watches this a lot. Hi.
Oh, but it's like we're like, what? And you know, when I first came to town, he kind of struck me as being kind of
he's a bully.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, the day will come. The day will come. Just you wait, Buster.
Mm-hmm.
And the
I
day
had words with him too.
Oh yeah, and the day did come. The day. Oh, I've read those.
Gosh, I must be some fucking toxic male here. You know what? I'm not perfect.
Yep. Well, but the day will come. I told him, and the day did come. He got kicked off the board.
Whoops.
Yep. For a number of reasons.
Shocker.
Yes, and I don't know all of the reasons, but I know that one of them, he was caught doing non-union
Maria's
stuff.
probably getting a lot of messages right now.
She's over there.
Shocker.
And he's still around. He showed up at a SAG meeting back in January, and he's not even in the union anymore. He left the union.
On social media, he goes by a different name, thinking people aren't going to know who he is.
Yeah, but we all know.
We all know.
Because he loves to talk about himself.
It's like sometimes I just need a dusty flyer out there somewhere.
Oh God, you are so bad.
I'm not. It's good. I'm like a dusty flyer. I'm like, what's that mean? I don't know.
It's like a rusty trombone.
Oh my God! I said it. You know what? I need a fucking shot after that right now. We're going away, but we're gonna have a shot. Cheers to you, brother. This is actually an old adage between you and I. We were sharing this earlier that Greg Corin and I have our birthdays 1 week apart, and during Evil Dead, and when I was coming back during that time after I choreographed that show and it started my kind of entertainment career here in Las Vegas, I used to come about once a month for like a weekend or whatnot to brush up, rehearse with the cast and whatnot. And then before I started taking away, cheers, brother.
Ooh,
that
thank you, my friend.
Thank you. But since our birthdays were a year apart, if I wasn't in town, we'd call each other and video chat and do a shot together. So here's to that. Cheers to doing that. And never had a flask at rehearsal. Never. Everyone's gonna think I'm a big old fucking lush now. I don't care.
You know, I haven't.
I'm not. I don't think people realize I'm not even a big drinker. I'm a stoner. But
well, I am too.
I'm an owner of a bar. I deal with drunk assholes all the time. I'm not a drunk asshole because I don't drink very much.
Oh, what's weird is like there's a pirate bar right by my house.
What?
Yes, called the Rum Runners.
Oh.
And they've got all the sailboats up and everything.
Oh my God, I saw a movie called The Rum Runners, but it's this whole different kind of perspective.
I bet it is.
Oh my word.
But I was in there one night and we were talking about the strike. We were talking about the SAG strike.
Nice.
There was a guy who, oh shit, I can't remember what he did, but he was involved in film somehow, some way.
Right.
And he wanted the details on it. So I gave it to him and he bought me a couple of shots. And I had not had a shot. I was
That's been 2 months for me right now.
Oh yeah, it's been same amount of time, but I was drinking these tall, great big beers.
Right.
And so I got 3 shots off of this guy, and the beers, and finally I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta go home. And I just, fortunately, it's like 100 yards from my front door, so I just stumbled out.
Right.
And I come back in about a week later, and the bartender's in there. She said, "Do you know that you ordered a whole thing of food and just left it here?"
Never done that before.
Oh no, this guy just got me so messed up. I had like a hamburger and everything right there, and I just walked right out the door.
So a little longer.
So I'm like, I told her, I said, well, yeah, so every time I go in there now and Corey's working, I say, I just came in to order some food and leave it here.
Right.
So,
oh my God, you know, I haven't asked, how's the wife? I love her. I love your wife too.
She's doing okay. She's still doing the social work thing.
Good deal. Yeah. Good deal. Greg, I said you did touch right now the SAG strike, and again, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about you being on the SAG board and working in the film industry. You know, the strike for the actors and the writers right now. It's the longest writers' strike ever in history right now. How is that affecting our industry here in Las Vegas?
Well, here in Las Vegas,
there's not a lot of SAG.
No,
there's
no.
It's not.
There, in fact, we have no studios that are operating. You know, no SAG signatories. They're you know, you've got the film scene here, and that's happening, and that's cool. But as far as SAG,
we didn't get to work together. I was going to cast you in a film, or we were going to work in a film together. I think a Space Captain Classic, and you can do because you were a SAG member, and we couldn't go FICOR at that time. If I'm correct.
Yeah, and which I was.
We need to work together again, by the way.
Yes, we do. But yeah, there's nothing. There are no signatories here in Las Vegas, so really we're not striking. We are, but we aren't.
Right.
So what we do is we do social media opportunities, photo ops. We were just 2 weeks ago.
Social media networks.
How about that? Huh?
Hello there.
Woo! 2 weeks ago, we were down at the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign.
Oh, nice.
And it was fucking great, man. We had like 100 people there. It was the SAG board, us, and then there were like 20 or 30 SAG members, local SAG members there. But what blew me away was Writers Guild showed up.
Oh, nice.
There are some Writers Guild members teaching at UNLV.
Nice.
Writers Guild showed up. Culinary Union showed up.
Fuck yeah.
The Carpenters Union showed up. Those blue shirts are everywhere you look these days. Teamsters
Wow.
showed
What do you
up.
think's going to resolve this? I mean, I'm hoping soon. I do want, again, I want our writers, and I want this to get resolved because I love now that after the pandemic that the film industry seems to be in an uprise and whatnot, but, which people need to get paid. Again, you're making crap. Again, I even saw you posted a residual check recently about, and I'm like, and it was pennies.
$1.44.
$1.44, and that's got to change. Again, Greg, I wanted to share with your audience here that Greg actually played Paul Rudd's father on
Wet Hot American Summer.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh, wait, that's not a porn, I promise.
No, it's kind of a cult movie.
It is, actually. I love that film, honestly.
Written by the people from The State. I don't know if you remember The State.
I do.
TV.
Yes, absolutely.
David Wayne and Mike Showalter.
Yes.
The movie was Paul Rudd, Amy Poehler, Bradley Cooper.
Oh my gosh.
Janine Garofalo, Kenny Marino. David Hyde Pierce was on hiatus from Frasier, and he actually came out and shot this weird ass little fucking movie.
That's fucking awesome. Right?
And it was great. It was a great experience. Paul Rudd's such a nice guy.
He seems like it. I'm glad to hear that it seems authentic.
Just a wonderful guy. We sat in this hot car for 5 hours, and both of us were just farting like crazy.
Shocker.
So the windows were all rolled down.
Honda farts. Absinthe gives me Honda farts.
Absence makes your fart go Honda.
I remember that. But Greg, I could talk with you forever. I could. Again, I have to start to wrap this up again. I wanted to talk a little bit here. Again, this is I want to do an official. I want to bring it at some time. I would love to have the Evil Dead cast from that time and kind of hash out some of these things. I think we do need a little bit of closure. Again, it's a welcome and open invitation.
We really do. You're right.
And it'd be great. Again, I would love to see some of those faces. And again, it's not to destroy anybody. I don't want to destroy the previous director or even the fucking music director at the time, dickhead. But just to talk. And it's all grieved out there. And I think it'd be kind of a cool thing because it's such a big deal to have the first community theater show that made it from community theater to the Strip.
Yes.
And the denouement. And vocabulary points there.
But I know what you meant, though.
I know you do.
Yeah.
And that the closing was so minuscule that it deserved a little better closing than it did.
Oh, we sure did.
And the move from Planet Hollywood to the Tommy Wynn Theater, there were issues with that too. And I would like to discuss those. So this is an open invite to the cast and crew of Evil Dead from that time period, or just people that were in the show. Again, it's not to negate the fans or people that were subsidiary, but those of us that went through that, I would like to invite that again. We had a show. Would you want another shot?
Oh, I'd love to.
Let's have one more. Well, fuck, I'm having an extra shot here. But Greggy, thank you for being part of my first
thank you. I'm
show.
So this is a
here.
privilege.
No, it's a
Ronnie.
privilege
This
to
is an
see
absolute privilege.
you.
This is just great.
And it is just a privilege to see you as well. And you are so full of so much knowledge. And this is a dude who's been around in the industry a long time. You've been in the ups and downs. You've struggled for finances being in the industry, but you choose this art form because you love it.
I do.
And I do too.
50 years.
Fuck yeah, dude.
50
oh my god.
years.
Since I was 1.
1973 I started.
Fuck yeah, dude.
There we go.
I love you, dude.
I love you
brother.
too, Ronnie.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Stay tuned, and we'll be bringing on our next guest, Lily Starr, in just a moment.
Welcome back to Let's Talk World. Today we are thrilled to have Stanley Harris with us, the visionary behind Harris Press Enterprises. Stanley is not only a successful entrepreneur, but also a dedicated humanitarian and motivational speaker. His passion for helping others is evident in his commitment to uplifting the hearts, minds, and souls of people from all walks of life around the world. Whether he's engaging in meaningful conversations in local parks or providing food and clothing to the homeless, Stanley's mission is clear: to inspire and elevate those around him. Join us with Stanley Harris.
Thank you so much. That was such an awesome and amazing introduction. I am thrilled and touched beyond measures.
I am thrilled too. That's what I said.
Thank you.
I'm very thrilled to have you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so, and it's lovely to be here. I am extraordinarily excited. This is one of the most phenomenal, most awesome, even though you already know this before I have to say it, but this is my first time seeing you in a long time.
I know. Stanley actually has been my friend since 2016.
Yes, ma'am. It's been a while.
We just touch base here now and then.
Absolutely.
Not all the time, but yeah, and I'm so happy to have you today.
Thank you so
and
much.
in front of my camera.
Absolutely. I am thrilled. Thank you so much. I am touched.
So let's dive into your company.
Absolutely.
Stanley's Press Enterprise.
Well, actually, it's Harris Press Enterprise.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Harris.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What is the inspiration behind building this company?
Well, you know, the inspiration behind building this company is people, family, the enthusiasm of togetherness. I believe wholeheartedly in unification. You know, we go throughout our whole life. You know, we building, we working, we accumulating stuff. And sometimes, unfortunately, we tend to forget about those that's in our lives until we have time to sit back and settle. It's like, oh my God, my wife, my brother, my sister, my aunt, my uncle, my niece, my nephew, my cousin. I think about them then, but when we all in the all of us, we busy because we're trying to build something better for our families. So that's why Harris Press Enterprises came about, to embark upon the greatness that inspires all walks of life.
Well, I was talking to you about this a few days ago. I said you inspires a lot of people of what you do. It's not only inspiring, but the helping hand that you provide to people are phenomenal. It is very impressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
What are your key messages to our audience, being a motivational speaker and author of a book and literally a humanitarian?
Well, you know, thank you so much for asking me that question. And I am thrilled and touched to answer this. You know, my motivation behind Stanley is because, see, a lot of people don't know this. I came from a horrible background. And the thing of it is I could do one or two things: stay there or elevate myself and rise up to become something better than what I was. I wasn't always able to buy clothes, have a car, have a home. I'm even married. I never thought that could happen for Stanley Harris, but it did. And I tell you, I am impressed with who I've become, and not only who I've become, but the inspiration behind pushing me to do what it is that I'm doing is people. People are the greatest inspirations in our time. It's not cars, it's not money, it's not houses, it's not stuff, it's people. Because it was the people that made it possible for, look at all this beautiful equipment up in there. Look how you dress, look how I dress. Somebody sat down and they created an idea and they put it to practical use. Now look at us today. So that's why I'm motivationally driven.
Well, you are really committed in uplifting hearts, uplifting people, helping people.
Yes.
What do you think is the key points, or what is your advice to people how they can actually reach that to their own potential? Because even though how much we uplift people,
Yes.
how much we help other people,
Yes.
sometimes that's actually not good, just giving the help. What are the key elements they could do to themselves to reach that potential, helping themselves?
You know what? I'm glad that you asked that question. Personally, I'm glad you asked me that question. See, because let me tell you, what has caused me to be driven upon being derailed and offset and deviated from my course, I had no sense of understanding. I had no love and no appreciation of this life that we live. So I'm going to tell you something, the commitment and the determination that causes even those of us that inspire others, but sometimes we too need that instilled elevation in our life. God, I'm going to sum it up. G-O-D.
Yes.
God is the best. And the thing of it is, you have confirmed atheists, but the thing of it is that may not be true because we all believe in something. I was one of those ones that was confirmed atheist. I didn't believe in nothing. God, you blessing Sally, you blessing Martha, you blessing Tom, but you ain't blessing me. I don't believe in no God. Don't talk to me about no God. But see, alternative events happened in my life. And it caused me to be in a position to where I was laying on my deathbed in the hospital.
Yep.
I got robbed. Some gentleman that I thought was my friend beat me to a pulp on Christmas evening.
Wow.
And took all my money. They didn't take my car. I had a car full of gifts that I was going to donate to children that need it. And I was set up. But you know what? I look at it like this. That was God telling me, Stanley, I told you I was going to get your attention because you keep running and running and running. You can't hide from me. So when I laid up in that bed and I was looking at the ceiling, my life flashed before me. To answer your question is, man, God is the reason. No, a tragedy don't have to happen to you in order for your attention to be gotten by God. But the thing of it is sometimes when we driving, sometimes the car that's in front of us, they driving too slow for us. So what we do, we utilize the opportunity to turn on our signal light, whether we want to go around to the right or around to the left. Sometimes it's best to pause for a minute.
Right.
You see, so that's what we have to do with our life. We have to pause, inhale, and exhale. I'll say, okay, God, what is it that you want me to do? What is it that you have for me to do? You know, the Bible says, and I won't get biblical, but the Bible says, train up a child in the way you want him to go, and he or she won't flee away from the teaching. So when we get older, we shelve that.
Yep.
And then we have an opportunity when something happens, a tragedy of such. Now it's, oh my God, man, I'm reminiscing back on what it was that was shared with me. So how do I implement a revision to stop having to revisit that? One word, God. Because it changed me. Because if I didn't allow what has happened to me to cause me to be more focused and more attentive, you and I wouldn't have this opportunity. I'd have probably been dead and gone a long time ago.
Then I wouldn't have met you.
Never. So that's why I'm so inspired. That's why I'm so motivated. And that's why this motivation, this opportunity, this time should inspire all of us. Man, listen, if we got $1 or no dollar, if he breathe breath in our nostrils and we can see and we notice that we are moving, acting, willing vessel, guess what? He gave us an opportunity to go out and make that dollar that we was complaining about, that we wanted, that we didn't have. So we have to use the small thing. And you know what? Elevate it to something huge. Man, life is huge.
It is huge. It's really, I just want to actually, I just want to add something to that. I love the way you said that, you don't have to actually get God's attention to actually change.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if I tell you this story before, but back in the days, I used to actually, struggle with rent money. where I can get this rent money, this upcoming rent money, month after month after month.
Yes.
And every time we got that, we got problems, we started literally like being mad, do things that we are not normally, accustomed with. And one day I told myself, this problem will come every end of the month, because we already know that every end of the month we have to pay rent and we don't have that money, right?
Absolutely.
And then one day I said, you know what, every single month I stop worrying things, because if I went through the 6 to 1 year that I've been worried about the rent payment and everything was taken care of,
Right.
what makes you think that the next 6 to 1 year or forever won't be taken care of?
Amen. That's right. That's
so
right.
Absolutely.
Because the thing of it is, I'm gonna tell you something. We as humans sometimes we hit a rough patch.
Yes.
We don't know when our next meal gonna come from. Sometimes, and all of us have been in that situation. Unless you just born, with a certain amount of wealth or finance or whatever the case may be. But even those individuals go through some stuff.
Yes.
We all have encountered trials and tribulations.
Yes.
Whether it be financially, whether it be husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, relatives of such, family reunions, we all have gone through something. But you know what the beautiful part about it is? Triumph over the adversity that we've experienced.
Right.
You see? And we don't get up under the sheets and say, oh my God, I'm gonna shield myself from the world. No, man, come and face it.
Yeah.
You see? Because that's what brings about and stir up that greatness that's inside you. I'm sorry, I'm just motivationally elevated with myself, because when I'm speaking to you, I'm looking at you and I see the transformation that God has brought upon your life and how you look from back then up until now. I mean, I'm touched immeasurably. See, that was God. You made a decision to do something that would impact and impart something valuable in all of your audience's lives and those of us that come on your show. So I humbly thank you for each and every one of us.
Well, by the way, Stanley saw me from before social media shows has been born, so he knows. And then throughout those years, he always show up and you're gonna do good. I can tell. Those encouragement that you did all throughout the years is one of my my fuel.
Absolutely.
To my I don't say success yet, but because when you say success, that means you're done.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Throughout those years, throughout those journey that I'm going through every single day, you're part of it. That's why I am so honored. I am so grateful to have you today.
Thank you so much, and I'm honored to be here. Listen, let me tell you something. Miss Maria is one of the most phenomenal women that I've had an opportunity since I've been brought here to Las Vegas. I remember when she didn't have, a dime to a name, but she had the instillment of courage, the wherewithal, the vision to do something big and awesome. And look at you today. See, it's the consistency of greatness. Listen, you might not have saw this coming, but you felt it. And the two, I'm talking about, they combine together, and over time, it materializes and blossoms into what we have today. You all, listen, if you have not, let me say this, if you have not had an opportunity to connect with Miss Maria, you should, because let me tell you something. It's about the advancement of appreciation that you have in your own life. Stop worrying about the billionaires and the millionaires, because let me tell you something, they too need to sit down with Maria, because listen, she will channel and to give you a platform to showcase what it is that you believe so highly in, to impart wisdom and appreciation in everybody's lives. Thank you so much.
No, well, thank you so much, Stanley. I'm really humbled, and and thank you. There's no words I can actually add to that. On that note, we will be right back for more with Stanley Harris. Please don't go away.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Social Media Shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
Hello everybody, I am Nelia Ross. I want to invite you to join my new variety TV show, Las Vegas Live with Nelia Ross, every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. on socialmediashows.com. Experience music, entertainment, and culture with local artists, celebrities, movie directors, magicians, comedians, dancers, and so much more. But that's not all. Our special segment Bella Italia will take you on a musical journey through Italy. And the best part is that now you can watch us from anywhere in the world thanks to the streaming. Email us at neliaros.official@gmail.com to be our guest or sponsor. Tune in every Saturday morning at 12 p.m. and get ready for the ultimate Las Vegas experience. Un bacio da Nelia Ross. Ciao!
Welcome back to Let's Talk World here at Social Media Shows, where we uplift. We invite people to help us uplift and inspire others in our TV shows here at Social Media Shows. As everybody already knows, we are broadcasting live 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And Let's Talk World is Monday to Friday from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So please stay tuned every single day to see all these people who actually made waves to inspire others and help others. So I would like to bring back my guest today, Stanley Harris of Harris Press Enterprise. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, and glad to be back. You know, then I'm gonna tell you something. Can you feel that burst of energy?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. You know, even talking about God, His protection, His leadership. How can we lose with the technique that we use? Right. We can. Because see, the thing of it isn't ours.
Yep.
This is on lease term.
Yes.
So if we be great
Yes.
stewards of the lease that He's given to us, guess what? It's going to spiral out of control.
Right.
As long as His name is attached to it. Man, I tell you, man, listen, where would we be without Him? Where would we be without Him?
Everywhere.
You know, I do TikTok a lot.
You do?
And my TikTok, I can say my
Yes,
TikTok.
please
My
say it.
TikTok is Stanley B, as in boy, Harris, the number 3. And what I do is I inspire every single day. My Facebook is the same name. My Instagram is the same thing. Why? Because I want to elevate humans. Listen, you may not need a pair of shoes today, but the shoes that you're wearing, they're going to wear. And if God blesses you, guess what? You're going to say, you know what, man, you know what? I can go get me another pair of shoes, but that's God's will. So I said that to say this. What you hear today, you may not be receptive of it today, but somewhere along the line, it could be tomorrow, it could be later on today, it can be tomorrow or next week. You will remember this moment. And they say, you know what, man? Stanley was on Maria's show and they talked about this. See, it's the institution of greatness that manifests the magnificence of love, appreciation, and the value of happiness that's internalized. We just like a computer. We are a walking computer. Once you hit retrieve, all those things that you've heard, done, it's right there. So we can't say, man, I never saw that on Maria's show. We had an opportunity.
Yep.
So we have to choose, you know, our battles. But I said TikTok to say this. My TikTok that I'm doing today, later on today, is what would your eulogy be when you leave this earth?
Wow.
What would be said about
Oh my God.
you?
Yes. Yeah.
What legacy will you leave
That's
for
deep.
those that you leave behind?
Mm-hmm.
You see? Because we so busy accumulating, trying to get this and trying to get that. See, and the ultimate element of surprise will always and forever be the unknown.
Well, Stanley, you are literally inspiring me, and I really, really would love you to be on my show once a month.
Absolutely, I would be honored.
That would be, because I'm like, oh my God, that is you inspires me. You remind me, and also like telling me how to keep on actually reminding me how to keep on reminding my faith.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you see, I'm saying like although I have a strong faith, you also kind of like pushing it. That's
Absolutely.
awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's what we do. Iron sharpen iron. Because we can have so much, but there can be someone come through that door that has just a little bit more. So
yes.
God say, I want you to take what it is that you have and add to Maria.
Yeah.
Because so Maria can add it to the next person that come through that door.
I love that. I
You
love
see?
that. Yeah, because we can get drained.
Absolutely.
And then when you have it's just like feeling more of the
Absolutely.
Right, yeah.
Absolutely. We being replenished.
Yes.
See, this is your replenish moment. This is my replenish moment. Iron sharpening iron. You elevate me and I'm elevating you. See, because I'm going to tell you something. If we don't dialogue, how can we grow? So sometimes you have to sit down and share with those that have experienced what you have not.
Right.
And then you add what they shared with you to what it is that you already have. And oh, voila. See, that's what's so beautiful about this life. You know, every day that God breathed breath in our nostrils, it allows us to be a moving, acting, willing vessel.
Yep.
So the thing of it is act upon what has been given to you, because once it's taken away, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone.
You have to build from the bottom again.
Absolutely, because see, the thing of it is, and then some of us don't get a chance to go back to the bottom. From 6 o'clock a.m. this morning until 6 o'clock p.m., somebody's won't live tomorrow.
Right.
Because their responsibility upon this earth is complete.
Mm-hmm.
Pandemic. Look at the people that left here that wasn't ready to leave.
Mm-hmm.
They was in better shape than me and you. But God said, your task upon this earth is complete.
Yes.
So now he left us here. So this is what they call the 4x1 relay.
Mm-hmm.
They passed the baton to somebody. Maria is passing the baton to each and every one of you, even me. But the question is,
will you accept it?
Will you accept it, and what would you do with it? How many lives will you change? You see.
Well, Stanley, one of the reasons why you are here,
yes, ma'am,
is because I am very impressed for the book, An Absence of a Mother.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about this.
Absolutely. So listen, let me just say, joy is an absence of a mother. See, a lot of us have two mothers. A lot of us just have one. I was blessed and fortunate to have two mothers.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom that passed away, she one who inspired me, elevated me, listened to my woes. I told her about a bunch of stupid stuff, and she just stood there and looked at me, as if though to say, boy, do you not believe in God? 2019 November, God took her home.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It shattered. Thank you so much. It shattered me. 30 days later, God laid it on my heart. He woke me up out of a sleep, 1:05 a.m. in the morning. I'll never forget it. 30 days later. And he allowed the words to come into my head. Joy is an absence of a mother. I said, man, what is that? Joy is an absence of a mother. I ignored it. God brought it to me again. Joy is an absence of a mother. I sat down with this book and I wrote for 28 days. I've never experienced writer's block. Miss Maria, you holding the book in your hand. This is 374 pages after it was condensed down. And just because the title is Joy is an Absence of a Mother, if it wasn't for a mother, families wouldn't exist. Nowhere. No race would. Can you imagine if none of us existed, you and I wouldn't be here? This building wouldn't be here. So I tell people, man, listen, honor and value who it is that you have in your life, because once they're gone, that's it. We don't have no rewind. We can't repeat it. Brother, sister, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, we all came from a mother. And if it wasn't for the strength of a mother enduring the 9 months that she went through carrying us and premature, will we exist? So I tell people, let's eradicate woulda, coulda, shoulda. Let's stop putting off today for tomorrow, when in essence, today isn't promised. We don't live in time. Man, we live in moments. This is a valuable moment between you, Miss Maria, and myself. This is a moment that God set aside for us. That's the purpose of this book, to bring families together. I believe in family more than I believe in a brand new car, a brand new house, money. Because when you have family, and I'm not just talking about, let me just reiterate, I'm not just talking about my immediate family. I'm talking about, I want people to love families in general. Look at the homeless. They come from somebody's family. So when we driving, some of us, we'll stop and give them $1, $2, or if we have food in our car, that's compassion. We roll the window down and say, listen, man, would you like, a loaf of bread or some cookies or some water? And they gracefully accept, and they always say, man, God bless you. Thank you so much. God just saw that deal that you did. You get blessed for that. But when you become a hoarder, Man, I'm not finna give nothing to nobody. That's why you don't get blessed. But when you give and you give freely, man, you can't, look, your household storage isn't big enough for the blessings that God will bestow down upon you. I'm sorry, I'm just excited.
That's right.
You know?
But I just want to actually add something to that.
Yes,
you know,
ma'am.
When you hoard, you see how you close it.
Yes.
When you give, you see how I open it.
Absolutely.
So which one do you want? You want to close it, close the blessings, or open your arms?
Absolutely. See, and that's a beautiful analogy. I want to be receptive of more blessings.
Mm-hmm.
See, because the thing of it is, if you hoard the few blessings that He has given you, then we don't leave no room for nothing else to come in.
Yes, right.
But if you give that away, man, I'm talking about, listen, look at the stuff that people will knock on your door. Somebody will leave something on your front porch. See, this is the God that we serve. See, we serve a God that's unselfish. He said He has no respect to person. The trillionaire, the billionaire, the hundredaire, the thousandaire, the food stamp recipient, He loves us all equally.
Mm-hmm.
It is us that have devalued the appreciation of people until we're on our own bed of affliction.
What do you mean by that?
When we in the hospital and the doctor tell our family members he only have so much time to live.
Mm-hmm.
But now I want to make amends. I want to apologize, but I can't apologize to everybody because it's only my family members that's allowed to come in here. So the thing of it is fix what needs to be fixed now
Before you get to bed.
before you have to go to bed. Because once you go to bed and the lights are out, it's done. I just had a colonoscopy. Let me give you a brief synopsis. I just had a colonoscopy. The nurse walked to my bedside and he said, Mr. Harris, are you ready to go to sleep? I say, absolutely. I said, but now listen, if I don't wake up, tell my wife I love her with everything in me. Those were the last words I said. And when I woke up, I was in the recovery room. So I said that to say this, we never know when our last breath is going to be breathed.
Yeah.
So treat everybody equally. I didn't say give all you have to them, but bless them with something. And watch what happened to your storehouse.
Wow. You see? Wow. Well, I want to, that's the topic about your mother.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
your
ma'am.
mother actually passed away in 2019.
Yes.
But this was actually on in the making before that. Is that correct?
No, actually, when she passed away, I had no idea of sitting down writing no book. But when she passed away, I'm sitting there because everything that I felt I owned was gone. It was no longer tangible. The spirituality of her is right here in this room with us. But the physicality, that's what we as humans miss the most. And when she left my side, 30 days later, God woke me up in a dream, 1:05 a.m. in the morning. I never forget it, as if though me and you was talking. And I was nervous because I love sleeping with no lights on in the house. And when I opened my eyes, it was a bright light in the corner in my bedroom. And you know how sometimes when it's cold, you get chills?
Yes.
That's what I got. And I tell you, man, God is real. You know, I tell you, get your life together, man, with your family. Stop waiting for tomorrow because tomorrow is not promised. All we have is this moment. And when this moment is gone, it's gone. And now you live like me. I say, man, I wish I would have, could have, should. I hear a song that my mom and I used to love to listen to, Luther Vandross, Here and Now. And when that song come on, oh girl, I get all messed up. Still to this day. Because that was a song that me and her, we grooved and we rocked to it. You know, I said, get it, Mom. Girl, you better sit your butt down somewhere. Boy, I ain't finna sit down. That's why you here, because I was standing up. So we just get the dialogue, man. And the thing of it is, man, appreciate those small moments, because those small moments are huge.
It is.
They become ignited when that person that you was expressing love and laughter and being a jokester with is no longer with you.
Exactly.
You see. Yes, ma'am.
So, did you actually create this book a full dedication to your mother? Or
Yes. I created it with the full dedication to my mom. And as I was writing it, it hit me. Man, you know what? It's over 8 billion people in the world. So this book is about family. So the dedication is split. Mom and families of all walks of life. Because we all, if we haven't, it's going to come a time where someone in our immediate family is going to leave us. And those that have already experienced that know exactly what I'm talking about. So
Absolutely,
let's implement a revision to not fix, but correct our vision, how we feel about those that's in our life. I hear people talk about, man, my mom isn't this, my mom isn't that. Man, I can't stand my mom. I met a gentleman. I said, you listen, man, are you a reader? Do you know somebody that read? I said, listen, I'm promoting my new book, Joy is an Absence of a Mother. I said, would you find it in your heart to support me? He said, man, let me see what you got. He grabbed the book out of my hand. He read the back of it. He said, that don't pertain to me. I said, well, let me just give you my card anyway. He said to me, you have a good day. 62 days later, he was in Las Vegas on vacation from Washington, D.C. 62 days later, he called me on the phone. He said, is this Stanley Harris? I said, yes, sir. This Stanley Harris. He said, I'm Tom. You remember me? I said, yes, sir. He said, man, I owe you an apology. I said, why? He said, man, you remember when I told you that book didn't pertain to me? He said, it does. He bought 200 copies for his family and friends.
Wow.
Off that one incident. So that's what I'm saying. See, it may not hit you today, but when it comes, you'll be in remembrance of, man, if this was offered to me. So the thing of it is, I tell people, even if you don't feel the need to support the cause, Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, Valentine's Day is every day. Every day we wake up, we experience all those holidays in one day. Bless somebody.
Yes.
And when you bless somebody, that somebody will tell you, man, you know that book that you gave me? Man, thank you so much. That book transformed my way of thinking of how I feel about people, my family.
Mm-hmm.
It'll change you.
Your energy literally pumping me up today. But anyways, you put so much emphasis about family and mothers. What do you think this book, Joy's an Absence of a Mother, would help people who will be reading your book?
You know what? I'm glad that you asked that question. And I am in a plausible position to answer it like this. There's thousands of books out there.
Right?
Literally thousands of books. But it's not the book that I want people to be impressed with. I want you to be impressed with the writer behind the book. Because you see how emotional I am? I'm exuberating in my spirit. Why? Because I believe in the cause of family. That's why I place, as Miss Maria, you just said, why do I place so much emphasis on Joys and Absence of a Mother? Because if it wasn't for a mother, families wouldn't exist. And if you read this book, it will transform how you see things. Not only for your mother, but those of you that have a wife, a husband, a boyfriend, a girlfriend. You got sisters or brothers. Yeah, if I sat down with countless people and they stated to me, man, I can't stand my so-and-so and so-and-so. And I listen, I pause. I said, well, let me ask you a question. Have you completed what you wanted to complete in your life? If you left this earth right now, can you say that you left your family in great standings with you personally? Not financially, personally. You know how many people tell me no? Darn near all of them. Because they don't see themselves, or we don't see ourselves leaving no time soon. But the pandemic said different. The pandemic came through here like a thief in the night. And come through here, and he took people from different homes all over the world. This book is for everybody. Black, white, Mexicans, Chinese, Korean, Jamaican, everybody. I have it in 2 languages.
Yep.
Spanish and English for right now. Now I'm working on getting it in audio form. But see, I'm going to tell you something. Man, ain't nothing like sitting back reading a good book and it transform your process. I'm sorry, I just talk so much because you can see the excitement.
Very passionate.
You see, so, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
You are very, very passionate. So, you have this book. I believe you already sold.
I sold over 500 copies, and I sold them out of the trunk of my car. So I'm like a rapper with CDs.
Right.
So I go down on Fremont. I go to the mall, the Walmarts, Albertsons, and I stand in the parking lot, and I pay a young kid maybe $5 every book that we sell. So one day I sold 20 books. 5 times 20 was 100. I paid him $100 for that one day. He said, "All of this?" I said, "Absolutely," because he will go up to the customers and say, "Can you just read the back of the book?" And when they read the back of the book, see, I'm not a seller. I am what they call a person that introduce you to something new. We first see, when we get something new, we get a new car, we get a new house, we feel as if though we first, even though somebody else got it way before you, but this is something for me, so I'm first. And when they say, "Well, who is the author?" There he is right there. And they come over there and they speak to me and they say, "Man, I needed this book." And he said, "Can you give me a brief synopsis?" And I give him a brief synopsis of what the book entails, but what I went through. Because people aren't impressed with stuff that you're saying, but if you say what it is that you've gone through, now you got a person undivided attention. Because I've experienced that. I've been to the valley. I understand what's over there. I understand why it's so sad. I understand why people are crying. I understand why people scream. I understand why people are shouting, because they missed something in someone in their lives. That's why Joy is an Absence of a Mother.
Yep.
Is for everybody.
I am really excited to start reading this. But out of the tangent question, you said you started writing this book in 2019. So way back, you haven't created it and you never thought about it yet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I never thought about it. I had no need.
This is literally creepy to me. You know why? When you actually talk to me over the phone about your book, Joyce and Absence of a Mother, I thought that back in 2018, between 2018 and 2019, when we are talking all the time, I thought you had mentioned the title to me.
No, ma'am.
So when you told me over the phone, I'm like, oh, that's the book that he was talking about way back. That's what I said. I felt so familiar with the book when you talked to me over the phone a few days ago.
Right. It was just a thought.
But you already mentioned, you already know the title before, no?
No, I didn't know the title.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, that's what I'm like, okay, hold on. Am I in other dimension? But anyways, so now this is just telling me that I gotta have to go through with this book, and I am very excited. Where they can find your book?
You know, I'm glad that you asked me that question, but you know, I'm gonna tell you something.
Because I don't want to go and try to drive around and find you.
Absolutely. So now my book is on Amazon, but this is what's passionate to me. I've created my website, absenceofamother.com. absenceofamother.com. You can go to that website and it opens up and you'll see me doing presentations. You'll see multiple people that have actually bought a book from me, and I signed and autographed it on the spot. And now the thing of it is I want to personalize it. So when I send you a copy, I done already put my signature inside it. So now it's a signed, personalized copy from the author with me and my wife's name in it. Stanley Bernard Harris III, Mary Ann Santos Harris. Why? Because I want you to feel a connection with us. That's
awesome. Yeah,
what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, personalized book. Well, before we end this conversation, Stanley, please give out to the audience where they can find you. You can repeat your website again.
Yes.
And also mention your TikTok and advice to all the people that needed help.
Absolutely. Thank you ever so kindly, Miss Maria. Listen, I have my card here. I'm going to read it to you. You can get this book from absenceofamother.com. There, you'll go to my website and you'll get a signed autograph copy from the author. Because I believe in personalization. I don't believe in just, oh, she got a book. Girl, where did you get it from? Did he sign it? So many people say, well, do you personalize it? I even took pictures with quite a few people. You can find me TikTok. My TikTok handle is Stanley, Stanley, the letter B as in boy, Harris, Harris, the numeral 3. So that's Stanley B. Harris 3. It's the same thing for Facebook. It's the same thing for LinkedIn. It's the same thing for Instagram. Follow me. Hear me inspire you every single day, especially on TikTok. Because when I leave here, I'm going to make a TikTok. Because the thing of it is, people write into me all the time. They say, Stanley, man, your words have transformed me. I needed that. Thank you so much. We all have a gift that's internalized. But you know what? Rebirth. That gift that's inside you. In closing, always know this. See, the ultimate element of surprise is the unknown. We never know the second, the minute, the hour, or the day, or what it's going to bring. But if we hear, utilize it to your advantage. It's just like going to a gas pump. When you look at your car and you drive, oh my God, my car's almost on E. You're going to find the nearest gas station.
Right.
To fill up. So you utilize, when you wake up in the morning, you revitalize, you invigorating, recharged. Man, tell yourself, I'm going to have a great day. Forget about the woes that happened yesterday. Concentrate on that particular moment. You wake up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, on and on and on and on. Know that this is a new day. Eradicate this nonsense and the behaviors of arguing and being indifferent with those that you say you love. Because you may not have an opportunity to go back and make amends. Love yourself more than anything, because if you love you, you'll love everybody else.
Wow. That's so powerful. It's so powerful. Yes. Love each other, one another. Love yourself first, so that you have enough love to give to others. So thank you so much for tuning in on today's show, Let's Talk World. Please, if you wanted to be a guest on next Let's Talk World, email me at admin@socialmediashows.com. And also please support and watch all the other shows here at Social Media Shows. We are broadcasting live every day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Just tune in at socialmediashows.com. Thank you so much and have a great weekend.
Well, hello everyone. Stanley Harris again, one of the authors of Joys and Absence of a Mother. Listen, let's get right into it, shall we? I want to tell you why it's important that you consider purchasing this book. You have family members at home. Look at your wife. Look at your husband. Look at your girlfriend. Look at your boyfriend. Look at your children. Look at your niece and nephews, your aunts and uncles. Are you ready for them to leave you yet? Of course you're not. But the thing of it is the ultimate element of surprise, you and I both know, is the unknown. Here today, gone today. Now, if the person that you love so dearly all of a sudden leave your side and the physicality of them is no longer here, how would that make you feel? See, God laid it in my spirit, in my heart to write this book that was completed in 28 days. Now, it's prepared for you. This is how you can make your purchase to get a signed autographed copy from the author. The Cash App, $Rancy5, or those of you that have Zelle, Stanley Harris, 702-787-4946. You will get your signed autographed copy. Now, whatever address you decide to use for me to mail this book to you, then send that address and you will have your book will be delivered to you. The book is $15. Sending it media mail is $3.87. So just send $19 to cover your shipping and handling, and I put it in this envelope. Nicely packaged envelope, so when your book gets to you, it'll be nice. You'll have a signed autographed copy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing this because God told me to do this. I experienced and am experiencing right now the same loneliness that you all are experiencing. For those of you that have not lost anyone, this would show you how to gravitate to the ones that you still have in your life. Because, mind you, here today, gone today. We store treasures up here with the assumption that we can go back and get it. Ladies and gentlemen, grasp hold to what it is that God has shared with inside me to share with you. God bless you. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Oh, come on. We haven't been on date in ages. And that's because I don't want anyone to see you. They'll lose their appetite. Just like me losing my appetite with you. You know, honey, did I ever tell you that you're a real prize? Huh? A real booby prize? Yeah. Well, there's the boobies. And they're no prize. Are we gonna go or not? Not! That's what I thought. Yeah. Are you gonna order already? Oh, look! You're on the menu. Yeah. Huh? Fried pig! Look who's talking! Porker? Yeah, you're a porker. Stand quiet now, bitch. Quiet.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, you lovebirds.
More like hey birds. Yeah.
Oh, lighten up, buttercups. I have two. We have two holiday specials.
Lord. Oh my God. Look, Look at what the cat dragged in.
Okay. Hey, good.
Can you believe that?
I can't believe it at all.
Oh,
man.
good Lord. Oh.
Oh, by the way, I'm still single. Hey, you gonna take that way too? Good Lord. You kidding me?
Lord.
Come back here.
Lord, she's that way forever.
No kidding.
Oh, good Lord.
What, man?
Oh, God.
What about that day gonna be out Day?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, make sure we go over there.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Check that out.
Exactly.
Get them some of their Phillies, you know?
And get to the Valentine's Dance. Y'all heard about the Valentine's Dance, right, y'all? Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, y'all heard about it. Yeah, y'all heard about the Valentine's dance, right?
I'm going. There'll be hot men all over me. Only in your dreams. I don't think you gonna get them.
Oh, good Lord.
Hi, I'm quite hungry. What do you say we get a bite to eat?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, let's
go. Okay.
Hi, what a pleasure it is to be seeing y'all here. How you doing? Nice to see you.
How you doing?
How you guys doing?
Good. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you guys. Huh?
Yeah.
I sure hope to be seeing you all at the Valentine's Day dance.
Yep.
Right. It'll be a lot of fun. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. Oh, Biggie. Valentine's dance. Oh, Biggie. Oh, Biggie. Hot date. Oh, Biggie, hot date. Oh, hey, oh, Biggie. No. Biggie, still my boyfriend. Biggie,
Okay, excuse me.
maybe one is all you can get. Even that.
Why are you faces? What's wrong with you? You've nothing but big sex addict.
Yeah, I'm a sex addict for kicking your ass, bitch.
Sure, come on, okay. If you're an addict, so what? Just get ready to get ready for dance. All right, I'm glad, my friend. Maybe you should fix your shirt. Look.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm used to.
Fix your face, it's ugly. No, I'm joking with you. No, I'm joking with you.
After I miss you, I'm pretty not gonna have a face.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Shut it. Let's get ready. He left my hair.
Shit, it's really messed up.
Excuse me.
It's already good.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's go.
Where in tarnation are we? Good Lord, we should have been there pert near 25 minutes ago.
Well, you made a left, right?
Huh? What you talking about?
Back yonder. You made a left, right?
Will you please get things right?
Huh? Hey, watch out!
Oh, good. Oh, shit. Oh, my
goodness.
Wow. You know, I pert near ran over Bambi.
Lord. I think it daggum broke my brain.
Oh, you gotta have one first, boy.
Come on now. We gotta get to the daggum dance. Yeah.
Oh, Lord Almighty. Yeah, alive. Oh, Lord Almighty.
I haven't seen Rutherford and Zuckerford. I wonder what could be keeping them. Hey! Wanna fool around some?
Yeah. Let someone else. Bite my ass. It's too damn big. Let's get this.
Ooh. They always fuss and fight.
Argue, fuss, and fight all the time.
24/7, never stop.
I think with them it's 24/12. I think they argue in their sleep.
Oh, no problem. Yeah,
They go right to sleep because they argue all the time.
Constantly.
Bitch.
Thank you.
Biggie. Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, Biggie. Oh, you very welcome. Spiky. Here's Biggie. Ooh, Valentine's Day. Oh. Valentine's. That's it. Biggie.
Well, hello, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be seeing you here tonight.
Yeah, in one piece too.
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. Yeah. Good Lord, oh man.
Well, gentlemen, please be advised. The punch bowl seems to be heavily spiked, as you can plainly see.
Yeah, look at it.
If you don't believe me,
Oh,
you can look around.
Like we ain't gonna have it.
Yeah, right.
Like
We ain't gonna have it.
Oh, come on. Yeah, right. Come
Don't worry about that.
on. Dig in, boy.
That's
Excuse me,
right.
gentlemen, but I have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? My name is Mr. McPotty, and I'll be your host for this evening. Welcome to Wakadadill's annual Valentine's Day dance. As a friendly reminder, there is a jar full of half hearts at the entrance of the auditorium. Please take only one. Your matching hearts will be your dance partner at the end of the night. Also, our punch seems to be heavily spiked, as you can plainly see. Oh wait, hold on. That's... So please, take it easy.
Good Lord, boy. This is a dance, not a dadgone strip club. What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, excuse me. Me too.
Miss Sunshine, no way.
I told you later. Here later.
Oh my gosh. Oh, come on,
I
man.
finished that line.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Miss Sunshine, no way. Oh.
Excuse me. Are you doing? I said stop it. I'll take care of you later. Hideous man.
Oh my God, go away. Oh.
Excuse me. Not now. How many times have I tell you, honey? Later time is better, okay?
Oh my
God. Creepo.
Oh, crazy. Nail those bitches.
Well, Munson. Looks like we caught you being yourself again.
Yeah, goddamn right. That's a fucking boomer. That big boomy.
Mr. Munson.
Yeah.
Either kindly stop what you're doing now, or I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Oh shit. That ain't no fun. I guess I'll have to cool my penis around my judge.
Aye, you better be doing that. If you want to continue to have a good time tonight.
Oh shit. Nail those bitches! I should have the one with the hika and the one with the shuka and the one hookah. I'm not sure if I made a mistake coming here tonight. Oh my God, you're crazy. Oh, gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for all you lovebirds out there. It is now time to reveal all the matching hearts. At this time, please hold up your matching hearts.
Go.
Oh, stuff here. Very strong. Oh, the matching hearts. Oh, where's my matching heart? Oh, my back pocket. I did it, okay. But the matching heart. Who's the lady who have matching heart?
Oh, Picky?
Oh. Yeah, okay, good job right there. Yes. I'll be the stud and I'm dead.
Oh, God, Lord,
Oh, I hit the shack.
Picky?
Get closer to the one you love and enjoy the music.
Oh.
Do you have my matching heart?
We can talk about that in a little bit, but where's flowers? Find me for some flowers.
Oh, flowers?
Flowers.
Okay.
Flowers, yes.
Oh. Look at flowers for a pretty gal.
There's a pretty girl.
Right here. How you doing? Like
the sunshine like flowers, bushes, plants. Oh, the sunshine like.
Hey, good. Let's see if we're back right now. Right here, back. Oh.
Sunshine like.
Me too. I'm hold your heart for you, honey. You got my heart and I got your heart. All right. There we go.
That's the heart of the matter.
Exactly. Oh, let me get that hat for you, honey.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Here we go. Maybe let's put it on. Look there.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Here we go. More flowers.
Oh, more flowers, more roses. All that. You know, my daddy used to be a gardener, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he outstanding in his field?
He's outstanding somewhere. I'm just making up his field.
The sunshine like.
Oh, honey, let's go move over here, honey.
Oh, okay.
What did your parents do when you were going?
Well, they cried because they had an ugly baby.
Well, that's certain, but might have been should have been your brother then. It's not your brother.
Oh, that was me.
Well, we see here. Oh, very nice. Well, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Biggie. My name's Tiny. No, just joking.
Tiny.
Oh, no, excuse me. Let's have another drink, please. Oh, yes. Oh, that's good.
too much.
Big onion domes. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. How about we dance? Let's dance.
Piggy.
Oh, it's good stuff. This good stuff. Oh, yes. There you go. Have you? Oh, what are you doing? You need to dance.
Where are you from?
I'm from Russia, actually.
Oh, it looks like you're Russian right now.
Oh, no, I'm trying to take time.
Well, you know what?
What's that?
Roman hands and Russian fingers.
Oh, that's good. You are not like other ladies, okay?
You're not like other men.
Oh, that's true. It's very unique, yes.
So very unique.
Yes. You're a beautiful lady, though. Yes.
Biggie like.
Oh, yeah, I like you too. You're, especially your onion domes. Okay. I'm sorry.
Onion
No.
domes?
No.
Tootsie Roll.
Let's see.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, honey, I've never had a cowboy in like.
You ain't going to have one either.
I've
Take that.
I've had one in 2 hours. I mean, I never had one.
You haven't had nothing in 2 hours, Mickey.
Oh, I wonder what's bigger, your hat or your personality?
Look at those two big personalities.
Thank you. You like me already, I can tell.
No, I like them though. Both of them.
Oh, I like you though, honey bun. You're a deadly stud muffin.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I think you ought to do something real special for Valentine's.
What's that?
Keep quiet.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
Oh, Biggie. Oh, you. Biggie. Oh. Oh, Biggie. That's Biggie. Oh, shit. I'm bigger than nothing. God, you ain't ugly bitch, but better than nothing. She's a Biggie. Sorry about that. You know, I'm sorry for being such a big asshole for all these years.
Well, you should be. Well, you know, I've been a big bitch all these years, so I'm sorry too.
Hey, how about if we get just a little bit lovey-dovey?
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah.
Lord, look at that whack you feel. Oh, Lord.
Jamaica trading Tom Cruise and Brian Brown in a movie cocktail.
I want to do what that guy's doing. It made Flair mainstream.
Lights are set, judges are ready.
I stood there probably 20 minutes and just watched. I had goosebumps. It's so difficult, it's so extreme.
Somebody should do a documentary.
Showmanship has been a big part of bartending since day one.
And then Vegas just blew up because, entertainment capital of the world. I wanted to win.
$50,000, $100,000 purses at different competitions around the world.
I don't think people have ever really seen what we do to prepare for these things. Chapow. This is what it's all about.
So what went wrong? Egos took over and things were said which shouldn't have been said. It was going bigger and bigger and bigger.
There are growing fears of prolonged instability on Wall Street.
The money went out the window. You can sell a cocktail. You can't sell flair behind the bar. We had to deal with the prissy-ass bartenders.
We all want to be the best.
Well, my move is more difficult because I make it look easy.
Nights like tonight make me want to just stop competing because I don't think I'm cut out for it.
And I was standing there with my tooth broke right in half.
Why do I do this? Why do I suffer through this?
I don't really know why it's male-dominated.
There's absolutely male toxicity.
You want to play with glass, you're going to cut yourself.
Literally was up here and would touch bottom.
And welcome to the next exciting episode of
Arena War. Fresh batch of institutionalized gladiators fighting for their freedom.
Ready, here we go. You guys heard Perez?
You smell that?
Get back!
Those on the line. The parole board has offered you a ticket out. Win Arena Wars, win your freedom. 7 arenas with 7 of the most vicious killers the world has seen in the last decade. You make it out alive, you get to go home.
Luke Bender.
You're an innocent man.
Innocent man can mean big ratings.
I'll be watching.
I think it's time to audition Mr. Bender. No!
What was your last physical?
Cell block shower this morning. Oh yeah.
You ready for this? Hoorah. Impressive showing out there tonight. You're the new fan favorite.
Are you with me? Cutie pie back for the kill.
If you want to live through this, we have to work together. I'm watching you.
Smile for the camera, thug life.
Wow!
It's showtime!
We have to finish this.
Come on!
Doesn't sound much like rehabilitation, does it?
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
Oh my gosh, you really are big dummy boy. You do not know how to use a chopstick.
You can do this. Let's do it now.
9! One more. Come on, Adi. Let's go.
What in tarnation and them fellas doing? I'm sorry. Good Lord, what's wrong with you? I stepped on your toe and then you need a toe check.
You're really starting to piss me off now. Say goodnight, Gramps. Good night, Gramps.
Lord, look at that, whack if you feel. Oh, Lord.
Oh, so how are you today? Oh, nice to see you.
Yeah.
All right, sir. So I'll be official matchmaker. Yeah.
You're a matchmaker?
I am, sir. Yeah.
Oh, but the way you look, I don't think you can match anybody.
Hey, come on, I'm a great matchmaker. Let me prove you. I prove you wrong.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
look at this. I usually wear a hat like yours with blue, and I'm going cowboy. Look at this. I can get all the women that way.
Your dreams, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm just joking, sir. I'm just joking. You know, so I heard you had some trouble with your lady. You had like, I don't know, is she a girlfriend or is she your wife or what's going on?
Well, she's supposed to be my wife, but she's ugly, stupid, crazy, blind, crippled, and she has a face like molasses. It drifts when you look at her. Ah, she's the ugliest, stupidest thing I ever saw in my life. But besides that, we get along real good.
She didn't know what's better than that.
I want to look for a nice woman.
Hey, don't worry though.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
today's your lucky day.
Yeah,
You know that? You know why? I'm here to find your lady. That's it.
Where are they?
There's one right there. See her? She's tall, she's dark, she's beautiful, and good Lord, man, I bet you like her.
That's a man! What the hell is the matter with you, stupid?
What? He's a man. I'm sorry. Good Lord.
You better put some glasses on.
Oh, no, I don't need glasses. That's okay. That's okay.
I want a woman that has her and you and you.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll find something.
Okay, come on, Mr. Matchmaker. Come on, Mr. McFaddy.
My name is Mr. McPaddy.
Oh, I got
Mr. McPaddy. Mr. Mc with a P, Paddy. Okay?
Okay, Mr. McFaddy.
I said Mr. McPaddy. I mean tonight.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No,
Mr. Matchmaker.
Oh,
how am I
look
not?
at her.
Wow, you guys.
She got blue eyes.
No.
Anything about her?
I didn't even get that high. I'm getting down there. I didn't look at the eyes.
Look at the cheeks. Yeah.
How you doing, sweet cheeks?
All right, maybe this mine. What's it? Are you?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
me, Mr.
I'm
Dumpert
sorry.
at large. Here I am.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What was that? Oh, the ugliest man you ever seen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, you have a good day.
That's not very nice.
It's okay. Some women don't like every man. I mean,
Well, they won't like you.
no. Keep looking.
You just gotta be
There
like,
you go. Oh. There's
look at
perfect.
that.
No, I think she's absolutely perfect for you.
yeah.
She's going to be
Hook me up.
103. She's older than dirt and uglier than you. How's that?
Yeah.
She's a perfect match for you.
103, older than dirt and ugly. I think she's more fit for you.
I don't think so, sir.
I think you're unqualified to do this job.
I'm overqualified to do this job. You know what? You couldn't find anyone anyway. I'm taking off.
You're taking off.
Oh, that's right.
If you don't take your clothes off, everybody will run in. Get out of here.
Get back to it.
Ooh, messenger.
Hello, ladies. Please tell me, what kind of man are you looking for exactly? What qualities do you like? Alright then, you want a man with half a brain. Probably less than half in your case. Alright, is there any particular profession you want your man to have?
Oh, biggie, lots of money, lots of money, lots of money, big bank account, lots of money.
Well, we could find a man with a biggie bank account, but as far as anatomy goes, best of luck to you.
No,
This biggie?
Only
Alright.
biggie.
This biggie? I think it's time for the next question. Alright. Is there any particular personality you're looking for in a man?
Oh, strong, baby, funny, strong.
Oh, I see you want a funny, strong, and smart man. Alright, I got all your information, ladies. I'll do the absolute best I can for you. Please have a good day and thank you for coming in.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Sunshine, you're up next, please.
Oh, Miss Sunshine.
Alright, dear. What type of man are you looking for?
Grow plants, happy nursery.
Alright,
Miss Sunshine.
alright then, must be a flower fanatic. You'd be more Dutch than a Snickers bar. Alright then, now what else are you looking for in a man?
Oh, gotta have lots of money. Grow plants, have a nursery. Dig deep, grow flowers, have a nursery.
Nursery? Now, what type of nursery skills does he need to have exactly?
Oh, lots of plants. Oh, deep, dig. Grow deep, have a nursery, grow plants. Grow nursery, have plants. Oh, Miss Sunshine.
Alright then, I got that. Well, we'll definitely be in touch. And it was a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, thank you. Miss Sunshine, say bye. Bye, thank you very much. Miss Sunshine, say bye. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bye. Bye, Miss Sunshine.
Mr. Munson and Mr. Vanwood, you're next, please. So, gentlemen, please tell me, what is the ideal lady you're looking for?
I want a woman that has all the right equipment. Yeah, just like me. Get a load of this. Once she sees this hunk, she'll be real excited to see my junk. Yeah.
I want a woman who's strong like wool. She's sexy, has class, but can still kick my ass.
Yeah, right.
Alright, gentlemen, once I finish searching the potted rooms, I'm sure I can find
But,
something.
what is this?
Okay. All right. You know what?
Ladies should look out. They will
Oh,
coming.
yeah. Look out, ladies, cause here we come. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so glad to see you're optimistic. All right, next question. What best profession would you like your lady to have?
I think she should be a dancer. A pole dancer. You get your and make a shitload of money. You go to yeah.
All right, I got that. And how about you, Mr. Von?
I wouldn't mind a woman being a lumberjack. Strong, very sexy. And if she make a lot of cash, we have celebration bash.
Well, gentlemen. Well, gentlemen. Obviously, you want your ladies to be financially sound. As far as their professions go, well, that's a wee bit of tall order. But I'll be doing what I can for you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Hey, thanks a lot. And you know what? I hope that bitch falls right in my lap. Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. I love it. I look forward to it already.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You take care. Have a nice day. Take care. Well, a hippity dippity doo doggone. Y'all take a gainer to the little honey blossoms. Good Lord.
Lord almighty. Wow, take a look at them there little fillies. Oh, Lord, boy. Come on, boy. Say howdy to them there little fillies.
Well, howdy. To them there fillies.
Good Lord, boy. You ain't got a lick of sense, do you?
Nope. But a pert near got 25 cents in this here back pocket.
Oh, good Lord, boy. Oh.
Did you ever have any of them little fillies?
You know what? Yeah. You know, I once had me this little filly.
But how little was she?
Pert near knee-high to a grasshopper.
Well, how'd you even get a kiss then?
Well, got real close to the ground like, touched my chest against the floor, and it went something like this.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's some of the best dang sugar I ever had in my life.
That sure sounds awful nice. But you know, I reckon I ain't had much luck with them there fillies.
Well, I'll tell you what, boy. With that mug and them there chompers, ain't hard to see why at all. Let me ask you something, boy.
Yeah.
You ever had one of them there little fillies? If at all?
No. Wait, I did have me this one filly.
A
while back. Sprung me a leak though.
Oh, good Lord, boy.
Man, it was all over just like that.
Oh,
Dang.
good.
That's why she called me Quick Draw.
Oh, my Lord. I guess that's why she skedaddled faster than the sinful preacher at a Chuck E. Cheese.
Right so, man. She moved faster than a fat lady buffet line. Yeah.
Lay down.
Well, all I was just thinking, we ain't had much luck here. Let's look elsewhere. Yeah. Everywhere we are. Elsewhere.
You know what?
What's that? We should look yonder.
Yeah,
Look yonder. Out there yonder.
Look yonder, because absence makes the heart grow fonder. That's right.
Well, I reckon you're right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this time Cupid will hit me with a love brick instead of beat me with an ugly stick.
Oh, way too late for that, boy.
Man. But until then, we need to mosey on back to our
home on the range, where the folks there are gone awfully strange.
Where we all drink sweet tea, some of us carry fleas.
Oh, good Lord! God, got your butt.
They going
Oh,
automobile.
good Lord, boy. Hardly no one has a full set of teeth.
Hey, thank y'all so much. We're gonna motion out of here, y'all.
That's right. We're going to move along slow like too.
Hey, they're gonna get me. Oh, she's good. Wow, good. Whoa, oh my God. Oh, how about? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good Lord.
God. Oh, I just. Oh, that's right. Cheers.
That's right.
Oh, Lord, mate.
Oh.
Oh, good Lord. You feel better?
Yeah, it came up. It just came up.
That's right.
Looks like yours didn't come up.
Oh, where'd that come? That's it. Hi. What's a day? It's been a tough one. Oh, bartender, how about a cold stiff one? Oh my Lord. Oh.
I got a toast, different. It's not for you. It's for those babes over there. Woo, 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 woo.
Not to be impolite, ladies, but I think I'll pass. I don't think I know.
I knew it! You came in here to pick up guys, didn't you, bitch?
Yeah,
I did.
Now.
And if you take a look in the mirror, you'd know why. Yeah. That is, you didn't break it on the way in. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. You know what she's doing? I should have done a long time ago. Hey fellas, just so you know, she's a good woman. Other than being deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid, and hideous. Yeah. Didn't pick up any guys, did ya? Well, I could have told you that, you ugly monster bitch. Yeah.
Look who's talking, ugly goose-smelling asshole.
Quiet down, bitch.
The only babes you can pick up are in the morgue.
Yeah. Well, you know, I could have sworn that's where I got you from.
Yeah, who asked you now to get out?
Quiet down, bitch. Quiet.
Hey, are you driving?
Yeah.
Remember that road that goes off a cliff?
Yeah.
Yeah, take that road.
Hey, bitch, take this
Yeah,
road.
the road there.
Quiet down.
This show is brought to you by New American Funding.
I can already feel you judging me, and not for what I've done in the past, but for what I'm about to do. I had what mattered, and I got careless. Like, I don't deserve more. I don't deserve sympathy. I don't deserve to be here.
Where the hell are you? Why aren't you answering your phone?
Jenna! What is the matter with you?
Someone once told me, you may not be everybody's cup of tea, but you're somebody's shot of whiskey.
Excuse me, ma'am. My car ran out of gas and I left my wallet at home. Could you please spare a couple dollars so I can refuel my vehicle?
I literally have nothing.
What's it gonna take to get you to join a program?
Get back, dog! If Jesus wanted you to have a dog, he would have blessed you with a bowl and a leash now, wouldn't he?
Have you ever dreamed of sharing your views and knowledge with the world? It should be easy, right? Just turn on your phone, talk into the camera, upload to your social media, then sit back and wait to go viral. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Not only that you need a great message, you also need a video production as well as a quality sound and lighting. If that's not enough, you still need to make sure that video's description, title, and thumbnails are optimized by SEO and search algorithms. What a hassle! Don't worry, Social Media Shows is here to help. With our years of production online experience and professional studio, we can remove all the technical roadblocks out of your way so that you can focus on the message you want to share with the whole world. We have production plans that fit any budget. Visit Social Media Shows today at socialmediashows.com and schedule your free pilot audition today.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social Media Shows is now the new media of the century.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to Pinoy Talk, kung saan ibabahagi ko ang latest at greatest mula sa Filipino community dito sa Las Vegas and the whole world. Ako ang inyong Maring Mars and I'm excited na samahan kayo sa kwento ng ating kultura, talento at tagumpay bilang isang bayan. Sa show na ito, we're all about celebrating our culture mula sa balitang may impact sa buhay natin, sa mga paborito nating artista, inspiring businesses sa ating mga kababayan, and the movies na nagkukwento ng ating mga kwento. So sit back, relax, at samahan nyo kami sa pag-explore ng puso ng ating komunidad. Pinoy Talk. After this break, babalik ako.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. people are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, Social Media Shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
Mga kachika, let's talk about one of the latest story in the Philippine showbiz. Ai de las Alas has confirmed her separation from her husband, Gerald Sibayan. This announcement shocked many fans because their love story has always been one for the headlines. In her interview on Fast Talk with Boy Abunda, Ai revealed that Gerald messaged her on October 14, saying he was no longer happy and wanted to have children. Alam nyo, Ai shared that they have even tried to conceive through IVF. They even had 3 embryos, but sadly, 2 were lost. Gerald was deeply affected by this, and according to Ai, it might have contributed to the challenges in their relationship. Despite the pain, Ai shows grace and maturity. She said she would not revoke Gerald's green card, even though some people just suggested she could. Husband ko pa rin siya, she said, showing her kindness despite the circumstances. The two had a beautiful journey together. They got married in 2017 and renewed their vows in Las Vegas in 2022. Pero tulad ng sabi nila, not all fairy tales had a happy ending. This is a reminder that even the most admired couple faces a struggle behind closed doors. To Ai, we admire your strength and your ability to rise above challenges. Your story inspires us to keep going kahit may pinagdadaanan tayo sa buhay. Saludo kami sa iyo, Comedy Queen. Talk tayo after this break. Babalik ako.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer, or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
I was not ashamed of the hatred that I had to bear. I shared it with them. They just didn't know. From their point of view, I was just some savage crusader devil sent by a country of devils to kill. And that's what I did.
So, you just,
Mga kachika, let's talk about the much anticipated Filipino movie, Hello, Love Again. This heartwarming film reunites us with Ethan and Joy, played by Alden Richard and Catherine Bernardo. After 5 years na magkahiwalay sila, their paths cross once more. Pero teka, it's not just a typical love story. This time, their journey takes us to Canada, kung saan haharapin nila ang mga challenges ng new beginnings while rediscovering their connections. Ang tanong, will love find a way kahit na life has moved on? This movie explored themes and second chances and the reality of long-distance love. Kaya sigurado, maraming makaka-relate sa atin. Directed by Kathy Garcia Zapata, this is not just a film, but an emotional ride about love, growth, and resilience. Get ready for stunning performances and breathtaking sceneries as they navigate their complicated lives. Kaya naman, mga kachika, let's support this beautiful film. Hello, Love Again is now showing, so don't miss your chances to see it. Talagang may-excite kayo sa story na to. Mga katok, after this break, babalik ako.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
And welcome to the next exciting episode of
Arena Wars. Fresh batch of institutionalized gladiators fighting for their freedom.
Ready, here we go. You guys heard Perez?
You smell that?
Get back!
Those on the line, the parole board has offered you a ticket out. Win Arena Wars, win your freedom. 7 arenas with 7 of the most vicious killers the world has seen in the last decade. You make it out alive, you get to go home.
Luke Bender, you're an innocent man. Innocent man can mean big ratings.
I'll be watching.
I think it's time to audition Mr. Bender.
What was your last physical?
Cell block shower this morning. Oh yeah.
You ready for this?
Impressive showing out there tonight. You're the new fan favorite.
Are you with me? Cutie pie back for the kill.
If you want to live through this, we have to work together.
I'm watching you.
Smile for the camera, thug life.
Wow!
It's showtime!
We have to finish this.
Come on!
Doesn't sound much like rehabilitation, does it?
Hello, Kachika! Today, let's talk about Cafe Moro, one of the best spots in Las Vegas for Filipino food and nightlife. Located at 3400 South Jones Boulevard. This restaurant and lounge is a favorite among local and tourists alike. Imagine enjoying delicious Filipino dishes like crispy pata, chicharon bulaklak, and pancit while soaking in the warm, welcoming vibe that reminds you of home. But wait, there's more. Cafe Moro isn't just about food, it's also a place where you can sing your heart out. They're famous for their karaoke nights, where you can belt out your favorite OPM or English hits. And if singing isn't enough, they have live DJs every night and a dance floor from those who wants to party till late. What makes Cafe Moro extra special is that it's open until 4 a.m., especially on weekend, making it the perfect spot for all late night craving or after partying hangouts. Whether you're celebrating a birthday, hosting a special event, or just looking for good food and fun, Cafe Mora has something for everyone. So, kababayan, if you're in Las Vegas and missing that unique Filipino hospitality and flavor, make sure to visit Cafe Mora. It's a home away from home with a twist of Las Vegas nightlife. Cafe Mora has been serving the community since 2004, blending great food, karaoke, and a fun, festive atmosphere. Kachika, after this break, babalik ako.
Welcome to social media shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Magandang araw mga kachika. Today, we talk about typhoon na dumaan sa Pilipinas. This powerful typhoon has made landfall last November 14 sa Bagao, Cagayan, carrying winds up to 100 kilometers per hour. Grabe ang damage sa northern regions with thousands of families forced to evacuate. More than 850,000 people were affected, and unfortunately, there were casualties reported in various areas. Ang ating mga kababayan in provinces like Cagayan, Isabela, and Ilocos Norte were hit the hardest, with heavy rains causing flooding and infrastructure damage. Imagine, bridges collapsed, houses swept away, and entire communities left stranded. Salamat na lang sa ating local and national officials who responded swiftly. They provided emergency shelters, relief goods, and evacuation assistance to those in dire need. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. visited storm-affected areas, arguing everyone to prioritize safety. Sabi nga niya, we cannot stop typhoon, but we can minimize their impact by being prepared. Kaya naman, disaster preparedness remains a top priority. It's a reminder for all of us to always be vigilant during typhoon season. Let's also recognize the kabayanihan na spirit of Filipino. Mga volunteers and local heroes step up para tumulong, delivering food, water, and hope to those affected. Nakakataba ng puso. To our kababayan watching from here in Las Vegas, let's us extend our prayers and support to those affected. Kung may kakayahan, let's donate to relief organization to help rebuild their lives. Mga kachika, this is another chapter of resilience for the Filipino people. Lagi nating tatandaan, no matter how strong the storm, the Filipino spirit is always stronger. Pinoy Talk, after this break, babalik ako.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Welcome to social media shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
And that's a wrap for today. Mga kachika, I hope you enjoy our discussion and stories. Sana na-inspire kayo at nadala kayo sa mga kwento ng ating mga kababayan. Remember, kahit saan man tayo sa mundo, we're all connected by our shared culture, values, and experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you won't miss out on more stories and updates here at Pinoy Talk. Maraming salamat po sa inyong panonood. And as always, stay safe, stay strong, and keep supporting each other. Until next time, mga kababayan, mga kachira, paalam.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Now on digital and DVD.
Hit it.
Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star is an epic sci-fi adventure.
Do what needs to be done.
An edge-of-your-seat wild ride.
We have company.
Tons of popcorn-munching fun. 5 stars. A love letter to the sci-fi films of the 70s and 80s. With plenty of action and fun for all. You need to see it. You really do.
The captain just decided it's time to go.
I am ready for a sequel. Experience a bold new adventure. Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star.
A good old-fashioned adventure.
Now on digital and DVD.
Cucumber. Hi, I'm Malik Brooks Bay, here to talk to you about our film Hip Hop Dreams. But before I get to that, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. Started out acting, then I moved into writing, then I moved into directing, which led to my first short called The Revolutionaries. Then years later, made a movie, my first feature, called Heroes. Now you can see it on Tubi, and you can see it on Shine TV and some other platforms. And then after that, I made a movie called Searching for Life, which you can see on Amazon, Shine TV, and some other platforms. But now, which brings me to the next feature I plan to make, which is Hip Hop Dreams. I'm so excited when I think about it. Cells in my body, they just scream out and they leap so much, my feet come off the ground. Did you see that? Oh, maybe next time. But Hip Hop Dreams, yeah, man, I'm so excited to talk about it. I'm so excited to bring it to the theaters in 2025, but I need your help. Hip Hop Dreams is about these 5 guys surviving off heists, living in Las Vegas. And they realize that banks don't have much money in them nowadays, so it's not a viable option anymore. Banks got just debits and credits now. That's all it is, just a building with debits and credits. So they find a heist that's gonna set them up. It goes off, but not without complications. Now they're pursuing their dream. Nothing can stop them now. It's in bloom, full bloom. The feds come, interrupt the dream. Now we have to go to part 2, Hip Hop Dreams, The Takeover, and then Hip Hop Dreams, World Domination. It's a 3-part series. So some people have called it a cross between Purple Rain, Player Club, and Takers. If you haven't seen those 3 movies, I recommend them. They all great movies, very entertaining. However, we need your help to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the theater. We're about 70% cast. We've got about 80% of the locations identified and or secured. So, but to bring it across the line and here in 2025, we need your help. So I'm here compelling you, begging you to donate to our cause to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the screen. Now, anything will help. We appreciate it, and I want to say thanks in advance for that. So if you donate something, I might come out, you know, mow your lawn or something like that, but it's got to be a big one for me to do that. Hip Hop Dream 2025. Thank you.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
And welcome to the next exciting episode of
Arena Wars. Fresh batch of institutionalized gladiators fighting for their freedom.
Ready, here we go. You guys heard Perez? Yes, smell that.
Get back!
Those on the line. The parole board has offered you a ticket out. Win Arena Wars, win your freedom. 7 arenas with 7 of the most vicious killers the world has seen in the last decade. You make it out alive, you get to go home.
Luke Bender, you're an innocent man. Innocent man can mean big ratings.
I'll be watching.
I think it's time to audition Mr. Bender.
What was your last physical?
Cell block shower this morning. Oh, yeah.
You ready for this?
Impressive showing out there tonight. You're the new fan favorite.
Are you with me? Cutie pie back for the kill.
If you want to live through this, we have to work together.
I'm watching you.
Smile for the camera, thug life.
Wow!
It's showtime!
We have to finish this.
Come on!
Doesn't sound much like rehabilitation, does it? I was not ashamed of the hatred that I had to bear. I shared it with them. They just didn't know. From their point of view, I was just some savage crusader, devil sent by a country of devils to kill. And that's what I did.
So you just come here and pick up trash?
Well, the ranch is gone. They burnt it down years ago. This cave is all that's left. Most people see it as some evil relic from the past, but to me, it's sacred.
I think you'd really appreciate what you're doing here. I know I do.
I'm Millis.
Melissa.
Jared, this is Jared. Can you hear me? I don't need a text message. I need a human being to talk to me.
Hi, Millis. This is Mandy. I'm Melissa's sister. But you and I, we've never met. But I know who you are. Melissa's told me about you.
I'd like to know what's happening with the investigation concerning Melissa Maddox.
The investigation is ongoing at the moment.
And I feel like a fucking coward sitting in this corner doing nothing.
I'm not gonna let hate influence my thinking.
You believe in God? Let's wait and see if God saves you.
Don't get wrapped up in the hate, my man. It will blind you and complicate your journey.
Get done.
Welcome to Social Media Shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
Hi, I'm Malik Brooks Bay, here to introduce my new film, Hip Hop Dreams. But before I get to Hip Hop Dreams, I'm going to give you a little bit about my background. We're going to walk down the streets of time and go backwards. First, I started out acting, and while I was in acting school, I was introduced to a writing course called the LA Bridge Conservatory Writing Course in LA. They started it after the Rodney King riots. Kind of dating myself. I went there for 3 years. That led to my first short film called The Revolutionaries. From The Revolutionaries, I walked down the streets of time again, developed that into Heroes. Heroes can be seen on Tubi, Shine TV, and other platforms. Getting back in my car, driving down the streets of time again, landed me at my second feature film, Searching for Life. Searching for Life can be seen on Amazon, Shine TV, and other platforms. Now, the future. Hip Hop Dreams, my third feature film coming here in October of 2025. So I need your help. Hip Hop Dreams is about these 5 guys who are living in Las Vegas striving to be hip hop superstars. That's their hip hop dream. So they decide they're going to pull a heist, and they realize banks don't have much money. They're just buildings with debits and credits. So the risk isn't worth the reward. So they find the heist. It's going down on Nellis Air Force Base. It goes down, but not without severe complications. Soon, they're off and running to their dreams. Everything is coming fast. The dream is happening. It's in bloom, full bloom. And then the feds step in, interrupt the dream, and now we have to go to part 2, Hip Hop Dreams, The Takeover. Then part 3, Hip Hop Dreams, World Domination. Now that's where we need your help. Hip Hop Dreams right now is currently about 70% cast. 80% of the locations have been identified and or secured. Hip Hop Dream is a cross between Purple Rain, Players Club, and Takers. If you haven't seen those 3 movies, you should. They're very good and very, very entertaining. So we need your help to donate to get us across the line. We're looking to get into production May of 2025 and theatrically release it October 2025. We need you to donate whatever you can, no matter how big or small. We are forever grateful. When I think of Hip Hop Dreams, oh man, my soul, my spirit, and every cell in my body leap that makes my feet come off the ground. Did you see that? Well, next time I'll show it to you. Whatever you got, donate, help us out. We appreciate it. I've been known, mow a lawn, wash some dishes. I might even let you beat me playing golf. But your donation got to be a big one for that to happen. All right. Hip Hop Dreams 2025. Thank you.
Hey, America, thanks for coming back. Chris Cook here with the Chris Cook Show. I don't know if you know, but Cook, spelled backwards, is pronounced Cook. And I was born in Cook County, Illinois. Anybody from Chicago? One guy way up in the back. Thanks, one guy. And of course, with a name like Cook, you get the nickname Cookie. I've also captained a party boat in Austin, Texas, and I cooked chili for many years, and we call ourselves Chili Cooks. So my full official name and title is Captain Chris Cookie Cook, the Cook County Chili Cook and comedic curmudgeon, captivating crowds from coast to coast. Thank you. My rap name is CL Cool, and I am working on a rap, so stay tuned for that. What else we got going today? America loves lists. And I have a list for you guys today. I have the top 5 tips for tourists visiting Las Vegas, right? This is an important category. So, if you're visiting Las Vegas, tip number 5. If you see an extremely beautiful woman staring at you, she's either a prostitute or a tranny. Or a tranny prostitute. We do have those here in Vegas. Anyway, the tell is the Adam's apple. Look to the Adam's apple. Tip number 4, the weed here is very strong in Las Vegas. I've been getting high since, the first time I got high was December 14th, 1978. And I've gotten high almost every day since then. Since I got to Vegas, I said these 7 words I never thought I would say. I don't want to be that high. My advice to you is proceed with caution. Tip number 3 for tourists visiting Las Vegas. If you see a puddle on the sidewalks of the Strip or downtown, don't step in it. It never rains here. It's not water. Tip number 2 for tourists visiting Las Vegas. Leave your children at home. If you bring your children to Las Vegas, we consider that child abuse, and your children will be taken from you at the airport. Heed my warning. And the number 1 tip for tourists visiting Las Vegas, we have a problem here with the homeless. So the city of Las Vegas has a new program. It's called Take a Homeless Home With Ya. That's right. So all of you tourists, you get to take one homeless person back with you. So what happens in Vegas stays in Las Vegas, except for the homeless guy that's now living in your garage in Des Moines, Iowa. All right, that's it. Top 5 list for the top 5 tips for tourists visiting Las Vegas. I do love living here in Las Vegas. I think the city has a great sense of humor as a whole. Example, the Brazilian waxing salon in town is called Pretty Kitty. That's right. And fellas, they do manscaping as well. I'm wearing the Hitler mustache right now. I'm kidding. Actually, it's a landing strip that goes all the way up to my navel. Leave you with that image. No, I do love this town. I started a new diet last week. I don't know if y'all have heard of this one. It's called the Vodka Diet Tonic Diet. Have you heard of this? It's great. Just last week, I lost 2 days. Again, thank you, one guy. Up in the back. He must be high. He's laughing at everything. All right, we're going to get to the show now. Thanks for coming back for the Chris Cook Show. We'll be back right after this message.
Are you looking to record or film your podcast? We have the sound room and all necessary equipment you need. Contact us for pricing and to schedule your tour.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hey, America. Chris Cook here with the Chris Cook Show. We are out in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. About 10 miles over my shoulder is the Las Vegas Strip. We're out here. I like to get my cardio in the mornings. It is mid-February, and I'm out here in shorts. I'm out here to do what I call a trash run. If you're like me and you can't run like you used to, your runs are trash, well, might as well pick up some trash while we're out here. We're at Teresa Park in Henderson, Nevada. Let's see what we find. All right, here I'm out here on a trash run in Henderson, Nevada, and I run into people picking up trash. Introduce yourself. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Sean. I live here in Las Vegas.
Okay.
We picked this guy up.
And?
I'm James. I'm from Dallas, Fort Worth.
Nice, nice.
Yep, straight
I
off
grew
the
up
plane.
grew up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and you are?
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm married to Sean. From
All
Vegas.
right. And y'all just came out here on your own recognizance to pick up trash. I think that's great, and that's what I do out here. I wanted to say thank you to you guys.
Yeah.
Chris Cook Show. Everybody's doing it. Trash run. Get it done, America. Well, we're back from the trash run. Picked up some empty bottles, a kid's birthday balloon that blew in from who knows where, maybe California, and the ever-present Modelo empty cans. Modelo drinkers, do a better job. Anyway, trash run. It's going straight to recycling, not even going in to the landfill. Trash run, America. Chris Cook with the Chris Cook Show.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Welcome back to the Chris Cook Show. This is In the News. In the news today, our favorite Lauren Boebert is back in the news. After she said, take your children to church and not drag shows, her son was arrested on 17 counts of stealing cars and property. But it was nice of her to take time out of letting men fondle her breasts in the movie theater. And she was also recently, she missed a political event, political fundraiser, because she was busy looking for clothes that her husband had thrown in the pond. Thank you for writing the jokes for me, Lauren Boebert. Speaking of angry Trump supporters, I just got back from Texas. And boy, are Texans angry right now. I don't know what makes them madder, the vote Aquí signs or the roundabouts. They hate roundabouts. They blame them for everything. Well, he didn't have crop circles before we started building all these roundabouts. They hate the roundabouts. We didn't have all these tornadoes before they built all these roundabouts. They like the four-way stop. My daddy died in a T-bone crash. My granddaddy died in a T-bone crash, and by God, I'm going to die in a T-bone crash too. Well, we hope your dreams come true. But you can't blame Dallas Cowboy losses on the roundabouts. That's you've gone too far. That's the news. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Now on digital and DVD.
Did it?
Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star is an epic sci-fi adventure.
Do what needs to be done.
An edge-of-your-seat wild ride.
We have company.
Tons of popcorn-munching fun. 5 stars. A love letter to the sci-fi films of the 70s and 80s. With plenty of action and fun for all. You need to see it. You really do.
The captain just decided it's time to go.
I am ready for a sequel. Experience a bold new adventure. Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star.
A good old-fashioned adventure.
Now on digital and DVD.
Hey America, Chris Cook here with the Chris Cook Show, live on the Las Vegas Strip. I am here celebrating a big event. I'm from Texas, as you know, and I am here in Las Vegas at Whataburger. I'm so excited. Let's go inside and check it out, man. All right, America, here we are. Whataburger, Las Vegas. Bacon, jalapeno cheese. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Are you looking to record or film your podcast? We have the sound room and all necessary equipment you need. Contact us for pricing and to schedule your tour.
Welcome back to the Chris Cook Show. It's time for the news. In politics, Marjorie Taylor Greene announced that the Republican Party needs to start working together, and then she immediately filed a motion to oust Mike Johnson from his speakership. Marjorie, show some decorum.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
I love that clip. Biden's State of the Union address gave way to a really bizarre response from Katie Britt, who came to America from her kitchen. Anyway, she complained about the unsafe border with Mexico. The ironic part is that Katie Britt is the chairperson for the subcommittee on Homeland Security. Katie Britt had been working for months, working on a bipartisan bill to make the border safer and stronger. And then you know what she did? She voted against her own bill. That's like watching somebody burglarize. That's like watching somebody burglarize your house so that you can complain to the HOA. Come on, people, do better. The 2024 election is now set. President Biden and former President Trump have both clinched their party's nominations, leaving way for us to pick between two 80-year-old men. There's got to be a better system than picking between two 80-year-old men. That's why I'm voting for Jon Stewart for president 2024. I think every country should be run by a comedian. The solar eclipse, the big news story. April 8th, a full solar eclipse is coming to Mexico, the central United States, and Canada. The celestial event will be visible to millions of people. The question is, will anyone notice? In sports, the NCAA is in full swing right now. I love me some March Madness. Let's go over some of the scores from yesterday's games. We have 91 to 52, 78 to 50, 46 to 86, and 102 to 100. Those are the scores from yesterday's NCAA tournament. The Oakland A's are still rumored to be moving to Las Vegas. I'm personally completely skeptical. I don't think it's going to happen. The Chris Cook Show did call Mayor Goodman's office to get a quote on whether she believed the A's are moving to Las Vegas, and Mayor Goodman said, she has a drinking problem. Allegedly. All right, that's the news and sports from the Chris Cook Show. Thanks for stopping by, America.
Welcome to Social Media Shows. Have you been watching social media shows recently? Of course you have. We have been live streaming for 4 years across social media platforms. We produce over 70 shows with over 1,000 episodes. In the process, we've helped over 100 creators realize their dreams and start their own show. We give platforms to promote your business. If you are an artist, if you have an event, if you are entrepreneurs, or if you have a story. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and subscribe and follow us on major social media platforms. And if you have a great idea of a show, join us. Social media shows can help you produce and live stream your own show. Let us help you make your dream become a reality.
I've got this $800 charge on my credit card. Let's give these guys a call. Thank you for calling Shady Business. If you know your party's extension, you may enter it at any time. To purchase our product, press or say 1 for sales. To speak with a customer service rep, press or say 2. To end this call, press or say 3. You have selected 3. Thank you. Goodbye. They hung up on me. Let's try that again. Thank you for calling Shady Business. If you know your party's extension, you may enter it at any time. To purchase our product, press or say 1 for sales. To speak with a customer service rep, press or say 2. To end this call, Representative! 3. Representative! Oh,
Please.
thank you.
Thanks for calling Company Shady Business.
Yeah. My name is Chris Cook. There's a charge for $800 on my credit card. Why did you guys charge me $800?
Yes, you called Shady Business. Yes, thank you for the business.
Wait. No, you haven't answered my question yet. There's an $800 charge on my credit card. Why is there an $800 charge?
Yes, thank you for the business. You come back soon.
No, wait. You haven't answered the question. Why is there an $800 charge on my card?
Hold, please. Americans. Thanks for calling Shady Business.
Yes, I was holding, there's a charge on my credit card for $800. Can you help me with that? Can somebody help me with this?
Name, please?
Chris Cook.
No one here by that name. Yes, thank you for the business. You come back soon.
No, I'm Chris Cook. There's an $800 charge on my card. Can I speak with the manager, please?
Hold, please. Americans.
Hello?
Thanks for calling Shady Business.
Yes, I was holding for a manager.
Yes, manager.
No, this is the same person I just talked to. Look, why did you charge my credit card $800?
Shady Business. Shady Business.
Yes, I know what the name of the company is, but why is there an $800 charge on my credit card?
Name, please?
Chris Cook.
Credit card number.
I'm not giving you my credit card number.
Credit card number.
Lady, I was born at night, but not last night. I'm not giving you my credit card number.
No can complete transaction, sir.
I don't want another transaction. I didn't want the first transaction. I want to know how I can get this charge removed from my credit card.
Hold on, please. Magtigil kayo, punyeta! Shh! Thank you for Shady Business.
Yes, it's Chris Cook still. I've been holding. So, I'm never going to see my $800 again, am I?
Yes. No. Thank you for calling Shady Business.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections. GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, Social Media Shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
Hey, that's our time for tonight. Thank you again for stopping by the Chris Cook Show. We'll be back next week. Say good night, Maria.
Good night, Maria.
Good night, America.
Cucumber. Hi, I'm Malik Brooks Bay, here to talk to you about our film Hip Hop Dreams. But before I get to that, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my background. Started out acting, then I moved into writing, then I moved into directing, which led to my first short called The Revolutionaries. Then years later, made a movie, my first feature, called Heroes. Now you can see it on Tubi, and you can see it on Shine TV and some other platforms. And then after that, I made a movie called Searching for Life, which you can see on Amazon, Shine TV, and some other platforms. But now, which brings me to the next feature I plan to make, which is Hip Hop Dreams. I'm so excited when I think about it. Cells in my body, they just scream out and they leap so much, my feet come off the ground. Did you see that? Oh, maybe next time. But Hip Hop Dreams, yeah, man, I'm so excited to talk about it. I'm so excited to bring it to the theaters in 2025, but I need your help. Hip Hop Dreams is about these 5 guys surviving off heists, living in Las Vegas. And they realize that banks don't have much money in them nowadays, so it's not a viable option anymore. Banks got just debits and credits now. That's all it is, just a building with debits and credits. So they find a heist that's gonna set them up. It goes off, but not without complications. Now they're pursuing their dream. Nothing can stop them now. It's in bloom, full bloom. The feds come, interrupt the dream. Now we have to go to part 2, Hip Hop Dreams, The Takeover, and then Hip Hop Dreams, World Domination. It's a 3-part series. So some people have called it a cross between Purple Rain, Player Club, and Takers. If you haven't seen those 3 movies, I recommend them. They all great movies, very entertaining. However, we need your help to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the theater. We're about 70% cast. We've got about 80% of the locations identified and or secured. So, but to bring it across the line here in 2025, we need your help. So I'm here compelling you, begging you to donate to our cause to bring Hip Hop Dreams to the screen. Now, anything will help. We appreciate it. And I want to say thanks in advance for that. So if you donate something, I might come out, you know, mow your lawn or something like that, but it's got to be a big one for me to do that. Hip Hop Dream 2025. Thank you.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Have you felt lost, lonely, or maybe even a little bit lonely? I talk about all these things on my show and how to help them. Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of Mental Melodies. I'm your host here, Carmen Bradley. Thank you for tuning in. Please continue to watch, like, and subscribe and all of those good things, and Happy New Year. I've been through a whole slew of things this past week, and it kind of ties into something that I've been talking about a lot on the show that I want to just really dive deep into today, because I know last week I did kind of an overview of the topics that I had been mentioning in the last year and kind of looking forward to delving into those topics going into this year. So I actually had a really, really sad thing happen this weekend, and my dog died. I'm going to get a little emotional today, so just please give me space for that. My dog's name is June. He was this little Maltese Dachshund. He was always around 8 pounds, like his whole life, but he was only 5 pounds when I had to let him go. And it was the weirdest thing because it was more than a few years of him being sick, and I had this feeling inside of me that like I knew I was going to have to let him go. And obviously, like any dog owner knows that their dog's not going to be around forever, but I have this really strong intuition. And the best thing I can compare it to is when I was living with my grandfather, and I've shared briefly this story. When I moved to Las Vegas in 2018, I lived with him and kind of watched him deteriorate, and essentially he didn't die in front of me, he died in the hospital, but I watched him go down that path, and I could feel it inside of me, and I told all of my family members, like, you gotta come see Grampy because like things are not going great, and they did, and I was right. And so I had this feeling about my dog, and I've had it for a couple years because he had been sick, but I still was trying to hold out hope, and I was still trying to like manifest his health and all of those things. But just in the last like 2 weeks, things kind of went downhill. And I guess really it was prior to that, because when I went to see my family for Thanksgiving, I noticed that my dog was really, really thin. And then one thing led to another, and he stopped eating, and I had to make a really, really difficult choice. So the topic that I've been talking about that I want to touch on using this kind of story and using my last weekend of experience is this idea I've been mentioning about emotions and how they can sit in your body and lead to disease. And also, furthermore, this idea of processing your emotions like right when they come to you, and even processing events right when they happen. And so I was there with him until his very, very last breath. And then I was hit with just a slew of emotions over the last weekend. And I told myself basically that I would face it head on, and I would face it right when it came to me. But I also, again, with this duality that I mention all the time, had to take a step back and give myself some grace and tell myself that I didn't have to like, I don't know, take a whole week off and grieve my dog and then move on. I wanted to be able to go out and live a little bit of life and then come back and handle the weirdness of him not being there. And essentially, I gave myself permission to spread out this really sad experience over some time. And it's brought up a lot of ideas in my mind about this topic and about how to heal. And so I want to touch on this audiobook I've been listening to. It's also a physical book if you want to grab that, but it's called The Untethered Soul. I think I might have mentioned it last week, but I've been listening to it just one chapter at a time. And sometimes I've been actually repeating the chapters because I think it's just such vital information, and it really helps get my gears turning about these things that I'm sharing here with you. And so I believe it's in chapter 7 of this book, Untethered Soul, where he talks about the heart space, and he talks about blocked energy, and he talks about when emotions are stored in the body, how you can let them go. So I'm going to pause 1 second and just give myself the opportunity to take things slow today, because one of my goals was really to focus on this one topic. So I'm just going to pause for a second. I want to bring up the analogy that he used. So the analogy that he used in chapter 7 is that you are driving along and you see a car, and you know that, or you think You think that you know that it's your girlfriend or boyfriend's car, and you notice that there's another person in the car with them and they're embracing. And so it brings up this whole feeling of jealousy inside of you. And he talks about how what you do in that moment then is it throws you off, and you're thinking about it and you're wondering if you were right and if you saw what you really saw and all of those things. And then he talks about how if you don't deal with that emotion in the moment, it just becomes stored inside of you. And this is the thing that I've been mentioning, where if you don't handle some trauma that happens right away, it becomes a part of your body instead of just flowing through you. And we have this beautiful power and ability to feel emotions right when they come up and to allow them to flow through us. But there are so many things that get in the way of our ability to do that. And so the thing that let me stay on that vein for a little bit. So what he talks about is then later on, you're not with that person anymore and you're in a totally different relationship, but you're driving along and you see that same car in the same color, and all of a sudden your mood shifts. And it's because of a trigger. That's a kind of a common word that's used in like mental health, in the mental health field, or in like, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's a buzzword, I guess you could say. A lot of people know like what a trigger is. And so it's something that you see or hear or experience that essentially pokes at those emotions that are stored inside of you. And it's almost like it wakes them up. So he talks about how when you get triggered, this is an opportunity for you to actually feel and let that emotion flow through you and let it go. What often happens though, and this is something I've brought up time and time again with this example of PTSD, is that you're triggered and you're feeling it, but you don't know why you're feeling it. And so you just feel it over and over again, and it goes right back into your body. And so he does mention in this chapter that, again, that when you are triggered, this is an opportunity for you to let it go. So my response to him when I was listening to it, because he made a comment where he basically said it's so easy. He was like, you get triggered, you notice, and then you just let it go, and then you move on, and it's no longer in your body. And it's really not as simple as that. And I can say that because I know I've gone through this process myself, where I've had essentially all these different like pockets of deep-seated emotions and traumas that were sitting in my body that I had to deal with. And I had to sit through those waves over and over and over again until I was able to let them go. For a minor example like the one he's talking about, I believe you can just go through that once or twice. So how do you do it? You have to be really conscious in your body. You have to be in your body. There's a term called embodiment that's also another kind of buzz term in the healing community. And what that means is just that you recognize that you're in your body. It's kind of related to something I was talking about in the last couple weeks of you're not your thoughts, you're not your body, you're not your emotions. You are this observant person inside of you. And forgive me for not remembering the author right now, but the author of The Untethered Soul talks about that also. I believe it's in chapter 4 or something like that, but he talks about yourself. And I was saying last week, like, ask yourself the question over and over again, who am I? Because if you ask yourself that question, you're going to notice there's a bunch of different things that you think you are, but in reality you are something beyond that or underneath it. You have the ability to sit with this part of you that can observe how you feel. So using embodiment is using that part of you, is taking a step back from what you're feeling and noticing it and observing it. And so again, you have the opportunity in these moments to do that, but you have to be so very conscious about it. It's not, like I said, I don't think it's just as easy as he was making it sound, especially if it's a really, really difficult thing. So again, if it's some minute thing like getting triggered because of the color of a car and it's some kind of memory, I believe you can process that in that moment and you can let it go. But again, for more difficult things, it takes a really long time. And it depends on if you were able to deal with the thing that happened right away. So, for example, with my dog, I believe that I did deal with it right away, and it was very, 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 very heavy. And I held him until the very last moment, and I watched his last 2 breaths, and then I wrapped him up and I held him until I felt like the energy was gone in his body. And it made me wonder a lot of things about like spirit versus body and where does that go. And I've been through a lot of different like existential, spiritual, and religious transitions in the last few years to where I don't know what I believe about where our spirit goes. But this experience with my dog made me realize 100% that we all have a spirit, because my dog's body was breaking down and he was jumping and kind and just acting the same way that he always did because his spirit was connected to me and loved me. And so that is an interesting thing where I had to process, like, where did that go? Is it inside of me? If it's inside of me, does that mean that I shouldn't feel sad? And there's all these different like complex emotions that came up as I was processing this event last weekend, which again gave me the ability to then think about other losses and griefs that I've had in my life and how I processed them then, and why it is that it took a lot longer for other things to process, and so on and so forth. So let's take a little bit of a break. Think about those things. I'll be back in a couple minutes to just reiterate and dive a little bit deeper.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the second segment of this episode of Mental Melodies with your host here, Carmen Bradley, talking about some fun stuff today. I wanted to talk about the like complex emotions that I went through this weekend as an example of, I think, how you can healthily face something. And I don't think there's like a perfect way to do something, and that was one thing that I was struggling with a little bit this weekend. Was it's almost like I was planning it out. Like I knew last week when I went to the vet that I was going to have to make that decision, and I didn't know which day I should do it and how much time I needed to heal, like before I went back to work. I was supposed to have a day off yesterday, and what I noticed was that I woke up and I was depressed. I felt like doing nothing. I was looking at the space that June used to be in because he slept with me for 9 years, and his body wasn't there, and it was so weird. And so I decided to take an opportunity to pick up a shift, and I said, I don't need to sit here and get trapped in there's a difference. Let me explain this. There's a difference between facing and feeling your emotions, like, wow, this is really, really sad and this sucks and I feel sad. Let me cry it out for a second and then again let it flow through me, versus getting stuck in the thoughts that come and in the kind of like the negative emotions that come, because there were voices inside of my head that I had to deal with that were like the guilt voices and the fear voices, you know, because my dog was only 9 and he was a small dog, and the average lifespan for a small dog is up to 12 to 16 years. So my mind started going to, what did I do that made him sick? What could I have done differently? And ultimately those thoughts are not helpful. And so again, I had to take a moment to observe that, and these were things that I had to practice them, because gosh, I'm so grateful for this show because it really gives me an opportunity to practice what I preach. Because if I didn't have this show and if I hadn't been talking about the healing process, I believe I would have gotten definitely more stuck in that moment. I might not have picked up a shift yesterday, and I might have just spent the whole day like hating my life and wondering why. And that was one of the deep hard feelings that came up for me. It was just like why now? Why not later? Why after everything that I went through last year, like why another bump in the road? And there's a lot of reasons why losing June right now, I think, actually does make sense for my spiritual journey. And it's interesting the guilt that kind of happens when I start to feel better. Like I've had moments in the last few days where I've felt happy. And so if I go back to compare this experience to when I lost my brother, for example, that one was very, very intense. And the difference, obviously, besides the fact that it was my brother and not my dog, was that my brother was unexpected. And that there is a difference in how you can handle something that you are expecting versus something that kind of like railroads you, you know? And that's another thing that we can give ourselves grace and we can be honest about those things. I was also very young when my brother died. I had just begun my getting sick journey. I wasn't into really my healing journey when my brother died. And so I didn't have all of these tools in my tool belt. And a lot of my support system at the time was my family, and they were all falling apart. So there's a lot of things that have been happening in the last weekend that have been really beautiful for me. And I feel like it's a maturity in me that I'm seeing, where I can avoid sitting in the guilt, and I can let myself experience positive emotions while I'm going through something sad, because I know now that those voices inside of me that want me to feel like this is all your fault and you caused this, and if you had done this and if you had done that, those things are really just traps to keep me in this constant state of like sadness and loss. And I think there's value in those thoughts, and there's value in seeing them, but the true value lies in, again, letting them pass through you and taking that moment to sit back and observe who you are. Like, I'm not these thoughts. These are just thoughts that I have because I'm really sad. And I've had an epiphany about sadness a lot over the last few years, and how sadness is really a tool. And I think I've mentioned this once or twice on here before. I highly recommend to all people who are on a healing journey to watch or rewatch Inside Out. I think it's a profound movie. It's a cartoon made for kids, but I think it's profound. I think it's like a necessary tool for people who are trying to understand how to heal and even like learn about how the mind works, because the essential takeaway theme from that movie is that sadness is as important as joy. And so again, going back to what I say nearly every week, that life is about everything. It's about duality. It's if I just got to keep my dog forever, or got to keep everybody in my life forever, then I think we would be in this state of nirvana, you know, and that's just not. Life is not about that. Life is about experiencing all of it. And this is something that I've mentioned in the song that I wrote that was called What Is Life Anyway? And I remember going back to thinking about when I was like 17. I remember saying these things. This is like what I was talking about last week, where I'd found a journal from 2015, and there were a lot of lessons that I was already kind of writing about that I now feel like I've learned a little more. I don't know if fluently is the right word or solidly, but it's like sometimes it can feel like you're learning the same lesson over and over again and you're not really making any progress. But in reality, I don't know if I've used this or explained this before, but a lot of people like to think of the healing journey as like a spiral. And so it's like you're going up, but you're also going in circles. If you're actually going in circles, that's a bad thing, because you're stuck, right? And you are like reminded over and over again of this lesson. And that's like the other song that I wrote called Sometimes. Like sometimes you're pushed louder and louder, sometimes you're told louder and louder. And if you're doing that, like if you're stuck in a relationship like I was for a while, where I knew internally this wasn't the right one for me, but I was staying in it for various reasons, that's really like you're in a washing machine. If you have ever been in the ocean and you get trapped by a wave, that's what it feels like. Like you have no control. You're not exercising your autonomy. You're just being like thrown back and forth by this lesson that you need to learn. Versus if you are actually taking micro steps even to move forward, then maybe you're revisiting these lessons as you're moving around, but you're not getting stuck in them, and you're learning them from a place of experience. So I might be reminded of lessons that I knew back when I was 17. When I was 17, I told people that I know that I need to face like these things that are happening to my family, because if I knew about tossing things under the rug back then when I was a kid, and I knew that this was a thing that my family did. And this was something that I even have been going through in the last few weeks, even months, even last year with my dog, where I knew that he was sick. And it wasn't necessarily something that I could tell people about, because it's like I can't talk about my dog dying for a year. People are going to be like, you're crying wolf. So I essentially had to just deal with that on my own until the time really came. And I tried my hardest to not ignore it, but accept that there was still time left, and to cherish all of the time that I did have with him. And I did my best with that. Again, there are so many thoughts I could get stuck in about maybe how I didn't do it the right way or whatever. There could have been more time, blah, blah, blah. Again, those thoughts are not helpful. But one thing that was happening was he was vomiting all the time. And it was just like every day there was a mess for me to clean up. And sometimes I just couldn't. Sometimes I would just lay a towel over it and just be like, here's another mess. It's too much. It was very, very hard to keep up with. And at the very, very end, I knew when I came back, it was Friday night, because it was Saturday morning. I called the vet. It was Friday night. I came back to everything that I had given him that day. He had just upchucked it, and there was blood everywhere. And I'm sorry if this is too much information, but whatever. It's my show and I'm processing my shit. But anyway, there was just stuff all over the place, and that was when I knew. And there had been moments in the last few weeks, like this one night, he was in pain, I'm sure. He couldn't tell me. And he had, again, just the best, sweetest little spirit. And it didn't seem to matter to him as long as he was with me. But there was this one night where he kept doing this downward dog because he was stretching. And I know that he did that when he was like feeling it in his belly. And he was just up all night. And I got a little bit irritated. Not at him. I didn't like get mad at him. But I was like feeling, oh my gosh, like I'm not sleeping tonight. But what I was really doing in that moment was avoiding how sick I knew he was. And I thought about that yesterday. And so anyway, there was this analogy that I was thinking of as I was going through this with my dog, where I just kept being reminded of like how if you avoid something, it gets stuck. And going back to what I started the episode talking about was precisely that if you have something and you know you're going through this thing, whether it's you're going to lose your dog soon, or with my grandpa was sick, or whatever, if you ignore that, like it gets worse. If I didn't clean up a mess, there was another mess that happened the next day, and another mess that happened the next day. And so it was this constant thing of having to clean up these messes. But that is such a perfect analogy to what happens when you need to heal. So like in the last couple days when I was home and I was consciously like healing from this loss, what would happen again is I would have moments where I would experience some feelings of happiness, and then I would look up and notice that June wasn't on the stairs, or I would call out to him and he wasn't there, or there's so many things that he was there for. And I would just notice. And what happens when you notice is then you feel sad, like I am now. That is your opportunity. Again, going back to if you're triggered and something wells up, what that means is that emotion is there for you. It's there for you to teach you about the value of those experiences. So I can sit here and I can feel deeply sad that I lost my companion. But as I'm feeling sad, that's me letting it go. That's me like essentially paying homage to what he did for me and how he was there for me. By feeling sad, I believe that I am like respecting his spirit. If I avoid it and push it down, then I'm not doing that. And then also, again, it's just getting stored in my body. And so the difference that I was going to compare it to my brother and the intensity of all that, I think is better for after the break. But let me see. I was talking about in the Untethered Soul how he mentions like how you deal with it when it comes up, and he made a comment about don't push it down, because if you push it down then you're not dealing with it. And I was wondering, as I was listening to that, I re-listened to it this morning because I knew I was going to talk about it today. I was like, what does that mean? Like, what does it look like to push it down? I think sometimes we don't know that we're doing that, and so I think the only way, it's like when you set a goal, it's better to set a positive goal than a negative goal. So it's not, I'm not going to eat chocolate, it's I'm going to eat more broccoli. It's always better to give yourself something to do rather than to try to force yourself not to do it. So I think the same thing works here. Instead of saying, I'm not going to push it down, what you should say is, I'm going to feel it when it arises. So I'm going to stop there, and I will pick back up with that thought in just a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph Skoda with Social Media Shows. Well, I thank all of you for your support through these last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. We've given people a voice they never had before. Now, Social Media Shows is always collaborating with our veterans to help them do things and help out the veterans who are struggling today. And we teamed up with GI Connections, connecting veterans with resources. So please consider helping and donating to this great cause, because we're always doing things for veterans. So GI Connections, Social Media Shows, and you is what makes the world a better place. Once again, Joseph Skoda, proud United States Air Force veteran.
Hey everyone, welcome back. This is our third segment of today's episode of Mental Melodies with your host, me, Carmen Bradley. Thank you for listening and tuning in, and thank you for giving me space today to process something that's happening and to use it as an example for just a very pertinent and essential topic about healing that I've brought up multiple times, but I think it's really good to be able to delve into it deeply like this. And so again, I appreciate you listening and liking and subscribing and sharing and all of that. And so just please continue to do that. So anyway, I'm going to pick up where I left off, if I remember where it was. I was talking about emotions and processing them right as they come up. Oh, I remember. I was going back to the experience I had when my brother died, and I've been thinking about this a lot over the last weekend, and all of the things that were different about what's happening now versus then, like in my life, and how they helped. And I think these will help some people to either like validate an experience they had or to process something that happens to them, because I think especially, I don't know, what I mentioned about my brother that was so different was that it was completely unexpected. It was also traumatic. In PTSD, you don't have to be the person who was stabbed, or you don't even have to witness a stabbing. One specific category for PTSD is if somebody in your family, like an immediate family member, has violence enacted on them, you can have symptoms of PTSD, which is what happened to me. But I had complex PTSD, so it wasn't just that. It was also stuff from my childhood and from my teenage years that I've brought up. And then combine that with like toxic relationships that I got into because of stuff I hadn't faced. I was just a whole slew of fun mental health things happening. But my brother was the situation with my brother was really what kind of threw me into the depths of like my darkness, or whatever you want to call it. And I mentioned earlier that I hadn't really started my healing journey then, but I guess that's not really true, because I think that what was really true was that I just didn't know enough. And so how can you heal from things that weren't supposed to happen when you're a kid? And how can you do it the right way if you simply don't know how, and if you're just trying to figure it out? And I think a lot of us from like 17 to the end of our 20s are just trying to figure it out, and that's what I was doing. In 2013, when I was diagnosed with lupus, I did start to try and change things. I cut back a lot. I've always been like a do a lot of things at once kind of person, and be really good at a lot of things, and I was never able to pick. And so that's something that's different about me now. I still do a lot of things, but I focus mostly on my music, and I'm noticing that I'm able to make strides because of that. But that's a whole other topic. The point I'm making about like what happened with my brother is that I was thrown off course by that, and I didn't have the support that I needed. So I mentioned that like my support system at that time was like my family, and they were all falling apart. And so I didn't really have anybody to lean into. Something that I was talking about with one of my coworkers recently was this kind of thought that I have, that I think I've brought up a couple times on the show, about like why therapists are in our world. I think therapists are in our world, and this is, I guess I hesitate to say this because it's a theory that I have, and sometimes I just throw out theories. Like I guess I consider myself somewhat of a philosopher, and I love thinking about our world and what aspects of our society lead to the problems that we have. And so I have this kind of theory, so just sit with me through it. I've mentioned how I'm probably going to change my mind or learn a lot of things over the course of this show. And so if I come up with a better theory about this later on, like give me permission to grow in that. So anyway, the theory that I have thrown out is that I believe that mothers are like the true therapists. And I believe that if you have a mother who can sit with you through things that happen and allow you to feel those emotions and allow you to flow through them, then you won't need a therapist later on, right? I couldn't have that when I was going through a lot of trauma when I was growing up, because my mom was also going through trauma. So she did not have space for me to process these things, because she was a battered wife and had battered wife syndrome. And she was stuck in a washing machine for a very long time. I haven't talked to her very much about what was going on in her mind when she was with my stepfather, but I experienced that on a micro level, where I was with a man for 1.5 years, and at the very end, he showed me what he was capable of. And it was something that in the very beginning I met him, and there was something in me that said, I know this man has like a dangerous spot in him. But he kept it at bay until the very end. But my mom went through something with a dangerous man for 11 to 12 years, maybe more. And so again, going back to that like washing machine thing, she was probably told many times, she was told by me many times, this is not the man you need to be with, please leave him, you know, but she was stuck in this washing machine. And if you know anything about battered wife syndrome, there's things that keep people in situations like that. I talked with Sonita about this on when we were launching Honeybees before I took on Mental Melodies, and we talked about like why people stay in situations like that, and specifically how hard it is to leave situations like that. And that's why I emphasize my very short marriage and reiterate how important it was for me to take that leap out, so that I didn't get stuck in that washing machine that so many people do, where they're stuck in a relationship, they're literally getting hurt mentally, emotionally, or physically, and they stay for various reasons. It was scary for me to jump, but I jumped because I knew that I didn't want to be in that same situation. So going back to my point is that how do you, when you're triggered, how do you feel those emotions and let them flow through you? Oftentimes you can't do that by yourself. And here's my theory now, is that that's why therapists are here. And when I brought this up, I was saying, like, give me space to kind of develop this theory, because I remember I'd thrown it out like a year ago or months past or something about that. Like, it's all about the mother. But I think it's not just that, you know, maybe somebody grew up without a mother, but they might have had a grandmother or a father or somebody who knew how to hold space for their emotions. And so therefore they were able to process something that happened. If you don't process it when it happens, again, it sits there and then it will come up later. Think about any kind of bullying you went through as a kid, any kind of, if you lost somebody as a kid, like my best friend lost her mom in high school. Does that mean that that led to mental health issues for her? No. And I don't talk to a lot of the people in high school, so I'm not sure where she's at. But from what I saw on social media before I kind of went black on it, she wasn't in a negative, unhealthy relationship. She wasn't experiencing like PTSD or anything like that. And I believe it's because she probably had a lot of support behind her. You can go through something traumatic and not have it lead to these mental health issues. This is something that I reiterated when I kind of followed up the shooting with my thoughts on it. And I was saying that if you went through it, if you had somebody who was in it, again, going back to like the fact my brother was stabbed, I got PTSD from that. So if you had a very close person who was shot, you can still, claim that, I guess is the best way to say it. Like I think some people feel like they can't claim it because their darkness is not as dark as yours or something like that. And I think that's a negative thought. If you're experiencing something and it's hard for you, you're experiencing it and it's hard for you. Let yourself experience it. But again, you need people around you, and that's something that is so different from me right now to me back then, like when my brother died. In the last couple of days, I have gotten flowers, I've gotten phone calls, I've gotten text messages. I had a roommate who sat with me through the difficult things. I have had just so many people checking up on me, and it's been so very different. And I did have people back when my brother died, but again, it was just such a very different thing. But I also was not open to people helping me. And that is a huge thing. I think that is very different from me now to me then, is that me back then, I already knew, and I think I've shared this before, I knew that I was going down kind of a dark path even before my brother died. I was starting to have suicidal thoughts, but they weren't, I don't know if they weren't like full-fledged. I just was starting to kind of have this feeling like, gosh, it's so hard to explain. And I don't know if it's the same for everybody. And I think it would be nice for me to get together with people who have experienced this just to talk about it, because that's something that helps people go through difficult things like that or move through them or whatever, is to validate them. And validation often comes from not feeling alone or isolated or different. And so that's a trap, I think, that people like me have gotten into, where it's like, not only am I feeling these dark things, but I'm the only one in the world feeling them. And then that continues to keep you isolated, and you can have parts inside your mind that like fight against you and want you to continue to be isolated. So I did struggle over the last couple of days with those thoughts and those, but less so than I ever have. And what happened is that they would come up, and because I felt like I had people I could reach out to, that lessened the power of those thoughts, where it was, they were tied into those guilt thoughts, right? Of like, you didn't do enough and it was your fault, and he could have had a longer life. Like, you could have been with him for that much time that you had him times 2, you know. But the reality of the situation is that I wasn't. I didn't, and that is what it is. And so what I've witnessed in myself is that being able to notice those thoughts that tell you like it was your fault gets you to acceptance faster, and that's a hard thing. And that was something I wanted to touch on again with this like kind of analogy or comparison between like losing my dog and losing my brother, because I had times after my brother died where I was living at the beach and I would go on runs, and I was starting to feel this sense of like happiness or bliss that you sometimes get when you're running, and I hated it. I hated feeling happy. I felt like I wasn't allowed to feel happy. I felt like my brother would be upset with me if I were happy, even though I know that wasn't true because he and I talked about that. But I didn't want to. I genuinely wanted to sit in my sadness and in my grief and in the it's your fault thoughts. And yeah, so that's a trap. And my point, I guess, that I'm trying to make is that you can reach acceptance, I think, a lot faster, even when people are gone. But we don't, because there's a part of us, I think, that feels like we owe it to the person that's gone or to the dog that's gone to stay sad for a very, very long time. But the lesson I learned yesterday was that, again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the episode, is that I don't have to like process it for a week and then be done. I processed it definitely in the beginning, and then it's going to keep coming up, and it'll keep coming up for a while. And what I have to do is just allow those emotions to flow through me every single time that they do. So you have to have permission to do that. You have to have space to do that, etc., etc. So give me a couple minutes to take a break, gather my thoughts, and then I will finish out our segment with kind of a conclusion on all of those things.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
We've reached the age of live streaming on social media shows. You may ask, we're already ahead of the curve, so why do you need to advertise with us? Well, only 8% of the businesses in the US are using digital advertising to grow their business. That's 2 percentage points short of reaching critical mass, which will lead to faster results. We have 20 plus shows with a reach of over 80,000. We'll give you commercial ads, website link, and connections to nonprofit organizations. So get your brand ready for digital monetization, for we are looking for sponsors, which will bring more traffic to your business and ultimately mean more sales. So let's bring the world to you. Inquire now.
Hi everyone, welcome back. This is our last segment of today's episode of Mental Melodies with your host, Carmen Bradley. Thank you for listening. I essentially am talking about this thing, which is that when you experience emotions, you need to feel them right then and there in order to process them. And so what I was thinking about before we went on our last break was simply that I guess it's easier said than done. And this is something I was iterating in the first segment of, like, in that book, The Untethered Soul, he's like, you just feel it and you let it go, and it's that easy. And it's I guess in a sense it is, once you learn how to do it, but it's a practice. And I've mentioned this before, like, if you want to commit to a healing journey, you have to commit to being mindful. You have to set intentions for this. You have to change the way that you process emotions. If you ordinarily don't let yourself process them and you push them down, changing that is a whole process, right? And you have to learn how to do it. So I was thinking about how, like, for example, if I weren't ready yesterday to go to work and I went to work, then I would have to push the emotions down, because I would be at work feeling very, very sad, and then I would be crying, like, in front of people, standing there at the Sphere in front of guests crying. That's not exactly what you're supposed to do when you're at work. And so this is something I've mentioned before, which is that I think that being trapped in a work week for so many hours in a week is not going to help people to process emotions. If you go back to work too soon, then you're going to keep pushing them down, because you're having these waves and you don't have the opportunity to feel them. I think you can begin to train yourself to, like, feel sad even though you're working. I mean, I've been feeling sad multiple times throughout this episode, teared up, felt it. I believe I let it go. Is there still sadness in my body? Am I still grieving? Yes. When will it be over? I don't know. And I think that's the thing you have to kind of trust, especially if the waves are really, really heavy, right? So let's imagine that now you're not feeling something that's immediate, because this thing with my dog, it just happened. It's immediate, right? I'm going to continue to feel sad, and then I'll feel happy. And I, again, have to give myself permission to feel happy. And that's the difference between me back in 2016 when my brother died versus now. And again, that was so tragic. That was such a traumatic thing. It's like, I'm comparing apples to oranges, but I think you get what I mean when I'm comparing this thing. But also, like, I would like to validate this experience for myself also, because one thing I was realizing, like, being a kind of a lone wolf, I spend a lot of time alone. I like to be in my own space or in my music studio. I like to read in the quiet. I've been that way for a very long time, but for the past 9 years, every time I've been alone, June has been there. And so that was a weird realization where I was like, oh wow, I really am like literally alone right now. Here I am having to face the fact that I like have been saying this is really cool for me. And now I'm like, I don't know how cool this is. But again, like I said, I've experienced a lot more peace from this. And again, I think it's because I was expecting it. I've known for a couple of years that my dog would not be around as long as other little dogs. And so there was something about that where I had to have that knowing inside of me, and again, still let myself enjoy the time that I had with him. But there was even a sense of peace when I came home that day, when I let him go and I came home and I looked at like some of the leftover mess, and I was like, this is the last mess I'm going to clean up of his, and there's not going to be any more pain, and there's not going to be any reason for my dog to pretend that he is okay. And all of those things are making me very sad right now. But again, I was able to get to a place of acceptance a lot longer, or a lot quicker. Total opposite. If you've learned about like the cycles of grief, it's often listed as like a step, you know, you're in denial and then eventually you reach acceptance. But I think much like the spiral, it actually happens not in a linear fashion, and everybody is different. And so like my first thought was like, I knew it was real. I watched it happen. I was very, very sad. I wasn't in denial until much later, when I looked down at the bathroom mat and he wasn't there, because he used to just be there. But I've had moments throughout today where it's like I was just going through the day and he wasn't there, because that's just the reality. And it didn't make me sad. It was just, that's the reality. And then every once in a while it would pop up and I would be sad. So what I was going to say about like dealing with something immediate versus dealing with a trauma is that the trauma, especially if it's like years after the event happened, you have to like consciously go to a therapist, or consciously do yoga, or consciously like sit and write about the things that are stored inside of you in order to let them go. Sometimes it happens, like in the example I gave you from the untethered soul, sometimes you get triggered and that's an opportunity. But oftentimes if you're experiencing symptoms of like PTSD because of a traumatic event, you have to decide, I'm going to find the energy inside my body that has been stored for many years and I'm going to release it. And that can be very, very heavy. And I think some of the reason why you have to do that after the fact versus right away is simply because some things are too heavy. Like for my mom, how was my mom supposed to deal with my brother being gone right after it happened? I couldn't deal with it right after it happened. I felt a lot of things, but there was a lot of avoidance going on, you know? And I think that, again, this goes back to my point of like, why we need therapists in the world is because you don't always have people who are willing to sit with you through something heavy. Something I mentioned about like even some therapists are not willing to sit with you through something heavy. I had a therapist who was acting like a cheerleader when I was suicidal and I was in my 20s. I needed somebody to essentially help carry the load, you know? And so again, going back to like why this experience this last weekend was both profoundly sad and profoundly beautiful, is like I had moments yesterday in between shows at the Sphere where I had friends who let me cry for a second and gave me the space to process that, because sometimes when it's too heavy, we can't do it on our own. So you can learn all these tips and tips and tricks and tools for dealing with emotions, but sometimes if you're on your own and you're trying to process an immense trauma, it can be too much. And then that's what leads to like using alcohol or weed or other things to like numb, because you don't know how to deal with the intensity, especially if it comes with something like a suicidal thought. That feeling, I was mentioning it in the last segment, it's so very intense and it's very hard to describe, because I don't know if I've like necessarily told people about what it feels like, but it just, to me, I guess, and maybe it's different for others, but it feels like this really, really, really intense like need to like blame myself for what has happened. And that's kind of like how it starts. And again, this is something I haven't really fully worked out, so I'll figure it out later on. But that's something that like this last weekend, because my roommate was there with that, I felt like I could handle it. Because there were times over the summer after that whole thing happened where I was going through that divorce and breakup, where I was having that feeling and it was so intense. And I was just like bouncing back and forth in my room because I couldn't handle it. So yeah, I want to reiterate that, again, that statement in that one chapter applies to more minute emotions. I think later on when you have practiced that, like if you are going to consciously say, wow, I'm really inspired today to like let myself feel my emotions and take some time to allow those waves to flow through my body. Do it on a daily basis. If you're feeling irritated, notice the feeling, let it pass, move on. If you're feeling sad, notice the feeling, let it pass, move on. But if you need to like grieve something you haven't grieved before, you might need a little bit of support for that. And there's a lot of tools that you can use to kind of bring that up into your awareness. And so I think that perhaps this is probably going to be a good thing to talk about next week, because there are a lot of, I think, blanks here that are going to be necessary if you're going to want to do this, if you're going to want to like face, especially like I said, things that are stored in your body, because it's not as easy as me just saying, well, you get triggered and you feel it and you let go. Again, it's simply not that easy. And there's so many things that I had to do, again, to like heal from what happened with my brother, where I had to consciously say, like, I'm going to heal from these things. I'm going to talk to a therapist, or I'm going to write about them or whatever. And so I think that's the thing too that wasn't really touched on in that one chapter that I think is necessary to know, because maybe you're triggered and you know why, and you can feel that emotion and you can let it go. Maybe you're triggered and you don't know why. And sometimes if you don't know why, then you can't fully let it go. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you can say, I don't know why I'm triggered and I'm feeling this emotion, and you can allow that energy to pass through you, and exercise can be a way of letting it go. But oftentimes, and most of the time, especially with traumas, is that you have a part of you. I've talked about this theory before, parts and memory therapy, very, very effective therapy, because it goes into your subconscious and allows you to talk to parts of you that essentially had the experiences. You had them, but really, a past version of you had them, right? So if you have all these different like pockets that are blocking your energy flow, you have to find a way to bring that into your awareness and to know why, so that the part of you that wasn't able to feel it when you were supposed to feel it can have that sense of peace. So again, there's like, this is a little more complicated. And so please come back next week so I can explain some of these things to help you out with that, because it's a whole process. It's a spiral. It's not just like you learn one lesson and then you're done. You do have to like learn it over and over again, and you do really have to practice. So like I talk about how I've been able to kind of process the loss of my dog, but it's because I've learned how to do it. And it still wasn't easy, and it still was very, very dark and very sad, you know, and it's a whole new stage of life for me. Like literally 9 years, he's just been there for everything. I traveled with him. He's been on a million different airplanes. I used to take him in a backpack to the grocery store. I used to plan my day around like if I'm going to come home to look after him, and all of those things are different. And again, there's beauty in this experience too. It's going to free me up for stuff, you know, and but there's that feeling that it came right then, right? Where it's like, if I acknowledge that there's beauty in a loss, then this guilty part of me is like, what the heck? Like, you're not acknowledging the fact that it's so sad. But that's not true. I am acknowledging that it's sad, but I'm acknowledging the opposites, because that's what I'm all about. I love opposites, and I love giving space for everything in life. And again, I think that this is what I'm rooting for everybody, is that you have space to be able to feel these emotions, to hopefully heal. I'm going a little over, but what I want to end with, again, just thinking forward to like what I'm going to touch on next week, is that there's something in yoga where we talk about chakras and energy centers. And again, in chapter 7 of Untethered Soul, he talks only about the heart being blocked. But you can be blocked in all these different energy centers, and different traumas will block different energy centers, right? And so that's what happens when you push down your emotions. They find a spot to sit, and then they affect you. Maybe they affect your ability to form relationships, or maybe they affect your ability to speak your truth, or maybe they affect your ability to like have positive sexual relationships with people, or they affect your ability to be creative, or they affect your ability to be autonomous. And so I'll talk about all of those different things. If you have questions, comments, please reach out to me. Please continue to like and subscribe. And if you want to sponsor the show, please email admin@socialmediashows.com. Again, my email, if you specifically want to talk to me, is just first name, last name @gmail, carmenbradley@gmail. I say that every week. I haven't gotten an email yet, but we'll see. So that's it for today's episode. Thank you again just for listening. And for being with me through this process. I hope that it was uplifting for you, and I will see you in one short week. Felt lost, lonely, or maybe even a little bit loony? I talk about these things on my show and how to help them. Mental Melodies, broadcasting live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. and every Saturday at 11. Tune in. Mental Melodies, will you talk to me?
Hello!
Hi!
Oh my goodness!
Πού ήσουν?
Είσαι που είσαι?
Ξέρω κι εγώ.
6 χρόνια να βρεθούμε.
Πώς περάσανε τα χρόνια, ρε. 6 χρόνια είναι απίστευτο.
Σαν
ένα όνειρο είναι.
Before we continue.
Ναι. Welcome to the flame of Las Vegas!
Welcome to the flame of Las Vegas, everyone!
And we are live!
6 long years.
Very long.
That we've been together.
Yeah.
We've been doing crazy things.
And we said, let's do a reunion.
Why not?
Why not? Everybody.
6 years in the making. Guys. We miss all of you.
Yes.
How are you doing?
What's
going
good.
on? Talk to me.
Well, hey, it's been a busy 6 years.
Yeah.
You know, I opened up the trekking company. We should be talking Greek anyways. Είχα ανοίξει business, trekking business. And δεν είναι like 18-wheelers, ήταν πιο πολύ hot shots τα λένε.
Okay.
So πηγαίνω Texas, Louisiana να τους σεκάρω, έρχομαι πίσω.
Να τους κάνεις τι?
Να τους τσεκέρνω.
Τι είναι τσεκέρνω?
Να τσεκέρνεις, checkmark, τσεκέρνω.
For you people.
ελληνικά σας παρακαλώ. Εντάξει, ελληνικά μόνο.
Okay, no problem.
Λοιπόν, και...
Well, this is like Greek American.
Ναι, αλλά θα δοκιμάσουμε Greek. Γιατί όχι.
Okay.
Λοιπόν, περάσανε τα χρόνια ρε παιδί μου, δεν ξέρω πώς περνάνε. Κλείνεις τα μάτια σου και περνάνε 5 χρόνια. Τα κλείνεις 2 φορές και περνάνε άλλα 5 χρόνια. Λοιπόν, λέω για να κάνουμε το reunion στο Las Vegas. Γιατί το Las
είμαστε
Vegas...
και δύο μαζί εδώ
μαζί,
στο Las Vegas.
Και το Las Vegas είναι the entertainment capital of the world.
100%. And we're here to entertain you.
And we're here to entertain you.
Μπράβο.
Everybody. Εσύ
εγώ τώρα, τελευταία 6 χρόνια, όταν κάναμε το show, ήμουν με τσοκολάτες, έφερνα τσοκολάτες στην Ελβετία. Είχαμε χρυσαφικά από την Ελβετία. ρολόγια και χρυσαφικά από την Ελλάδα και από την Ιταλία.
Ωραία.
Κάναμε
Μου αρέσουν
αυτό.
τα χρυσαφικά.
Ναι.
Μου αρέσουν, ναι.
Μετά έγινε το pandemic,
Ναι.
τα κλείσαμε.
Ναι, είχαμε και αυτό. Ναι.
Ναι.
Μεγάλο
Και
κακό
μετά,
ήταν αυτό.
τώρα τελευταία μερικά χρόνια,
Ναι.
ασχολούμαι με τα αυτοκίνητα, αλλά όχι κανονικά.
regular
Όχι
αυτοκίνητα.
κανονικά αυτοκίνητα.
Lamborghinis.
Έχουμε Lamborghinis, έχουμε Ferraris, Bentleys,
Αλλά
Rolls-Royce.
ποιο αρέσω εγώ, για πες.
Το Rolls
Ποιο
Royce.
αρέσω εγώ.
Το Dawn.
Και μου πάει.
Και σου πάει.
Και μου πάει ρε.
Με
Και μου
αυτό-
αρέσει.
Και αυτό
Νομίζω-
κάνω. Νοικιάζουμε εδώ πέρα, είμαστε το μεγαλύτερο σε όλη την Αμερική.
Ναι.
Το οποίο νοικιάζουμε αυτοκίνητα. Δεν είναι δικιά μου εταιρεία, απλώς δουλεύω για κάποιον.
Ναι.
Κάνω εγώ τις κρατήσεις, με παίρνουν τηλέφωνο, μας στέλνουν emails
Ναι.
και κάνουμε.
Και άμα θέλουν,
κλείνουμε. Εγώ κλείνω
άμα
το
έρχονται στο
ραντεβού.
Las Vegas.
Κλείνω εγώ το ραντεβού, έρχεται ο κόσμος,
Ναι.
νοικιάζουν από εμάς και περνάνε
Zoom.
ωραία. Yes, so I will talk in the Greek English and the Greek English with the Greek accent for the people.
You look like Telly Savalas. Like I'm looking at
Look,
you, but I'm
another
like,
thing
is
too,
this Telly? Who is this?
if you remember me, I was also a little bit plumper.
You're plumper. You look like you deflated, like helium balloons. You
I went from the, how you call this, 300 pounds.
chunky.
Chunky.
Ναι,
And now I'm like 182, 185.
Too skinny.
No, it's good.
Why?
Why? Because
Were you eating
healthy.
cats and dogs or sheep and lamb?
Sheep and lamb only. I'm not like this summertime cats and dogs.
Cats
What
and
is this?
dogs?
No.
Oh my god.
Not
Yeah,
for
yeah,
me.
me neither. I don't like.
Lamb, yes.
Βρωμάνε τα γατάκια και τα σκυλάκια.
Chicken, yes, no problem.
Chicken?
Yes, done.
Oh, are you vegetarian?
No, I eat meat.
You eat meat.
I'm
Because
Greek.
we are Greek.
We eat meat. Oh.
Σουβλάκι.
Ah,
Γύρω. Πω γλύκεις. Αρνάκι. Με την πέτσα. Με την πέτσα. Και μετά να έχεις και τζιτζίκι.
Αγριογούρνο.
Δεν έχω φάει ποτέ σαν αγριογούρνο.
Wild boar. You've not had
I
wild
have
boar?
not had
Very
wild
good.
pig.
It's good.
It's good?
Yeah,
But when you eat it, do you get wild?
Sometimes.
Oh my god. I got to try it. I need some wild pig. Where do I find it?
I can't with you.
Yes. Anyways, άμα έχετε φάει wild pig, let us know.
Yeah,
I'm just curious if you got wild.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
So, the company is called Dream Exotics. We are, I'll just say it in English real quick. We are the largest exotic car rental in America, literally.
Love it. Yes.
We have dozens and dozens of vehicles from all your needs, from Aston Martin all the way to Rolls-Royce, and everything in between. DreamExoticMotorcars.com. I'm gonna plug us. I have to. It's part of my job.
Well, that's it.
And that's what I do. I do reservations. And look, if you are Greek and you want to be a maga, where the chest, the head, like the hair and the cross, you have to.
Hey, I got cross too, but no hair. Okay?
You shave.
I shave. I shave here. I shave everything.
Yes, it's Sunday today. You must look good.
Of course, nice and clean.
So, you guys can hit me up on my private if you're looking to rent a vehicle in Las Vegas. Hit me up. I'll be more than happy to accommodate you. Not a
Georgie
problem.
Porgy.
Yes.
See?
And then if you're in trucking,
Yeah, hit me up. If you
gotta hit up
need freight move or anything like that. Cross country, anywhere. From South Carolina, Texas, Mississippi,
you were in
Louisiana.
Georgia. You were all in the Sun Belt
Everywhere.
states. You were going up to Boston.
I went to Maryland. I went to Boston, Washington. It's so beautiful over
And
there.
tell us
Oh my
about
God.
Boston, because that's where I'm from.
It's
and
so
I have to
beautiful,
go.
but it's always so cold. Every time I go
You see
there,
the family?
I'm chilly. I saw everybody. I went to Chicago. I visited my relatives there.
That's awesome.
And then,
Good
I
for
did
you.
my little shopping for my Gia.
Of course.
Everywhere I go, I get her something and bring it back, and I
That's
get so
amazing.
excited. I
Bravo.
love it, my little
That's
sweetie.
awesome.
And that's all. I mean, περνάνε τα χρόνια, όπως είπα, γεράσαμε. Τώρα είμαι
But
γιαγιά.
this whole time, while we're doing this, we weren't on TV. We never stopped talking.
No.
We were always talking on the phone.
And always
We were
laughing.
Always laughing. Always sending
We're
texts to
always-
each other.
Yes.
Video calls, all that. So even though you didn't see us on camera, I know you all miss us, right?
I hope so.
I hope so.
I hope so. What if
And-
they did? What if nobody missed us?
No, they
What if
missed
they
us.
forgot about us?
No, they didn't forget
Did
about
you forget
us.
about us? let us know.
And again, we're supposed to start at 8 o'clock.
No, we started Greek time, 8:15.
Like 10, 8:50, whatever time it
doesn't
was.
matter.
I don't know what time it is now.
We were dancing.
Yeah.
Opa, Zorba. So what are you gonna do?
So, what else?
What else? That's it. I mean, there's been a lot of things going on in California with the fires.
Right.
So our heart really does go out to everybody. Because
Καίγεται η Καλιφόρνια.
they know.
Είναι χάλια. Και εσύ είσαι από την Καλιφόρνια.
Είμαι from Long Beach and hello to everybody out there in Long Beach.
Γεννήθηκες στην
Ναι,
Καλιφόρνια.
γεννήθηκα στην Καλιφόρνια και μου βάραμε στο Las Vegas 1979. I was 12 years old.
Μου βάρατε.
Ναι, μου βάραμε.
Συγγνώμη.
Ναι.
Θα σε φτιάξω.
Oh my God, he's going to correct me. This is not good school.
Μετακόμισες.
All right, εντάξει, είσαι right. Fact check. Λοιπόν, ναι, είχαμε μου βάρει στο Las Vegas 1979 and like I said.
Και ποιος ήρθε, ήτανε...
Μαμά μου, μπαμπάς μου, αδερφός μου, γιαγιά μου.
Η αδερφή σου.
Η αδερφή μου δεν είχε γεννηθεί ακόμα.
Α, ναι, το 79, ναι, ναι.
Came out in 1984.
Μπράβο.
I know, 18 years, 17 years later. So it was nice. It was, when we moved to Vegas, of course, growing up in Long Beach, it's a great community, a lot of Greeks. Είχαμε Goya, είχαμε Sunday school, so it was hard, the transition. But anyways, και στο Las Vegas, ωραία ήταν και στο Las Vegas. Ωραία περάσαμε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια. Αλλά, back to the φωτιές.
Yeah.
They really haven't got too, affected like down towards Long Beach because it's really right on the beach. But as far as like Pacific Palisades,
right.
Καήκανε.
The Malibu area.
Malibu καήκανε, business, σπίτια, όλα. Και πιστεύω ακόμα προχωράει. Δεν το έχουν really κάνει completely contained.
No, they haven't.
So we want to kind of just put this out too for everybody that wants to assist or help. Please go to a site that has been checked and verified.
Number one, like American Red Cross.
American Red Cross.
Great site. Any of the government sites that California offers, I can't think of them off the top of my head. Right. Any of the GoFundMes that have been really verified. Do your homework.
Yes.
But people need help.
Yeah.
We are trying to help out whatever we can do.
Nah.
Really, it's heart-wrenching to, I mean, celebrities and a lot of money lost, but what about the normal people that just live there day in and day out, that work
and
to struggle.
And a big shout out to social media that we do our, shows with social media.
That's right.
They really have been helping out. They've been giving out gift cards to everybody, $1,000 gift cards to a lot of, moms that needed help with babies, little kids that are going to school that have lost everything.
Everything helps.
I mean, it's just
even
really
$1,
the simple stuff.
Anything.
Yeah, so.
Anything. People are in need.
Give, because you never know.
And you know what?
We
still have faith in humanity.
Yes.
I know you do.
Yes.
I still do.
Yes.
And, every little thing counts.
Yeah.
Your time. I mean, living here in Las Vegas, how many firefighters, first responders,
a lot of them have left Vegas to go
here
down there.
to go help in California.
Yep.
And now is the beginning. People haven't even gone to their homes. They don't know what they have or what they don't have.
But a lot of them,
So anything,
everything is
anything.
They said neighborhoods have been just flattened
Gone.
out. Schools,
Terrible.
Markets, businesses.
Terrible.
So I mean,
Absolutely terrible.
Just imagine. I mean, you get a business, you work at it, you grow it, and you finally get to that level where you're comfortable and you're making your living, and then it's gone. And a lot of these insurance companies have pulled out.
Yeah.
So they're not going to get no relief. They're not going to get no help.
Nope.
Some of them. So, let's just be good people.
Help your neighbor.
That's right.
That's it.
That's all it is.
Let's be good Christians.
Yeah.
You
have to be. So we got a big day tomorrow, Monday. Okay, we're going to go to commercial break? Yes, we're going to a commercial.
Oh my God.
And we'll be right back. Yes.
We will be right back.
We'll be right back.
2 minutes.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.
Hello.
Welcome back to
The Flόγια of Las Vegas.
Φλόγα του Las Vegas.
Εγώ είμαι η Κίκη.
Και εγώ είμαι ο Γιωργάκης.
Και έχουμε ένα μυστικό.
Τι μυστικό έχουμε?
Τώρα βγήκε το μυστικό. Είμαστε εδώ.
Εδώ είμαστε μετά από 6 χρόνια. Κάνουμε και τα teasers.
We do. We have so much fun με όλα αυτά τα little teasers and commercials. Because like, I mean, it's just fun to act and act out. Because maybe we are actors. Aren't we?
I think we are. I don't
Maybe we're singers. Maybe. We could be whatever we want.
Είμαστε μπροστά. Είμαστε κάτω από την Ακρόπολη. Αχ, τι ωραία.
Ακρόπολη είναι, παιδί μου, η Παρθενώνα.
Η Ακρόπολη είναι ο λόφος, είναι
εντάξει,
και από πάνω το κτίριο.
Ναι, πιο
οι πέτρες, εκεί που βλέπουμε.
Είναι marble.
Ωραία, δεν είναι?
Είναι marble.
Όχι, μη
έχεις πάει?
Ναι, μικρό παιδάκι ήμουν.
Εντάξει, όχι και πολύ μικρή, ήμουν 16-17 χρονών.
Εγώ μικρό νινί μου.
Τώρα, άμα πάμε εδώ, πώς θα παρπατήσουμε? Χρειάζομαστε walker.
Σιγάρα που θα παρπατήσουμε. Τι λες ρε, εσύ να πας εκεί πάνω, εγώ θα κάτσω κάτω, θα πιω το φραπεδάκι μου, το φρέντο, θα καπνίσω το τσιγαράκι μου και άντε.
Listen, άμα πάω απάνω,
δεν πάμε.
Για χαρά, δεν με βλέπετε πάλι.
Δεν πάμε.
Θα γίνω στάτσου.
Ναι.
Έτσι θα κάθομαι κι εγώ.
Εγώ δεν πάω. Να πάμε εκεί πάνω τώρα να δούμε τις πέτρες.
Ναι, άμα πας μια φορά εντάξει, αλλά λέω σε όλους, αλήθεια να πάτε μια φορά.
Ρε, όπου να πας στην Ελλάδα, η Ελλάδα είναι
αλλά
ομορφιά.
πώς το χτίσανε ρε, πώς το χτίσανε την Ακρόπολη, την Παρθενώνα, το Olympic Stadium, πώς τα χτίσανε, ούτε Hammer, ούτε τα Cement-Rocky, πώς τα χτίσανε αυτά τα πράγματα, θέλω να ξέρω. Ποιος τα έχτισε, τι χέρια είχε ρε παιδί μου. I mean, είναι απίστευτο.
Ναι.
Έτσι πόσες φορές φαντάζομαι, λέω, πώς το χτίσανε. Ήθελα να ήμουν εκεί, να δω. Τι χέρια. Θα ήταν έτσι, jagged.
Πας περίπτωση, παρακάτω.
Anyways,
λοιπόν.
Maybe μια μέρα πάλι θα πάμε μαζί.
Πάμε εγώ και εσύ στην Ελλάδα. Φαντάσου, Πανάγια μου.
Θα γελάμε the whole way.
The whole time.
Θα σπάσουμε από τα γέλια. Λοιπόν, τώρα να μιλήσουμε.
Γιατί
σοβαρά. Λίγο σοβαρά.
Λίγο σοβαρά.
Γιατί a lot of people went crazy last night and today in the morning, the last 24 hours. Γιατί σβήσανε το TikTok.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, this is my intake. Even though I'm on social media a lot, you guys know I post. Everybody goes, oh my God, she posts so much. Who does she think she is? Oh my God, ποια είναι αυτή?
I used to post.
I don't care. I like to post. It's exciting to me.
I was posting my cooking videos.
Oh yeah,
on TikTok when I was here in Atlanta, and when I was down in Atlanta, and every week I would go on and I would, do like a cook, and it wasn't like. I did it because, you know what? I like to eat.
Yeah. But a lot of people
and I used to just do it.
Got paid off TikTok.
A lot of people.
Big money.
Yeah. Over 170 million users in the United States alone.
So.
And how many of them used it as their only source of income?
Exactly. A lot.
So it went dark.
A lot of black kids.
At 9 p.m. our time, Pacific Standard Time, at 12 a.m. yesterday, at 12 a.m. it went dark.
It did. When they said I went.
But then you know what's funny? I'm like, okay, it's done.
So what? Okay.
I woke up in the morning.
Yeah.
I go on my TikTok. It's back on.
I know. And I mean, I'm like 50-50 really, because I always say this, but then I am on social media. So, I don't want to like contradict myself.
Right.
But I'm just saying, sometimes I wish that they would take Facebook away, Instagram away, TikTok, all that, because we had so much fun before that. We would pick up, hey, how's it going? Oh my God, what's going on? Hey, they would come in your living room and everybody would act and have fun.
Remember when we didn't have look at this right in front of us.
I know. And
we didn't have these. And the house phone would ring. And what would you do? You knew who was where because you drive down the neighborhood or you go down the neighborhood and you'd see everybody's bikes in front of the houses. Remember?
This is what I said.
This, you know.
How would we find an address? Ούτε GPS είχαμε, ούτε directions στο τηλέφωνο. Απλώς μας λέγανε, hey, μένω στο Vista.
We had MapQuest at the time and we'd print it up and we'd follow all we had.
Πήγαινε στο Tropicana, πήγαινε στο Pecos, got a right turn.
Use the book.
Ναι. That's how our delivery drivers at our pizzerias would find the delivery addresses.
Use the address book.
They would open a book, look it up, and it'd say, okay, make a left, make a right, and they would make it go. So I mean,
Magellan back then.
Let's go.
Now we just got this.
Could we go back without this? Could we go back? If they said, hey, πετάξτε τα τηλέφωνα σας.
You and I could because we've lived that and we lived this.
Yeah, and we
the
know.
Young generation can't do it.
I think that they would have a very hard time.
I agree, 100%.
Because, I mean, I see with some little kids, including my grandbaby that's 7, she's on this all the time, watching videos, playing her games, talking to her little friends, this, and she's like 7. So it would be very hard because that's how they're
I get it.
being raised on this kind of social media platform. But I just wish for a moment, take it all away. Let's get back to the big wheels. Let's get back to playing with acorns and hopscotch outside. Tetherball, Foursquare. Oh,
I was happy with...
With what?
Ήμουν στην κουζίνα.
Yeah.
Και έπαιζα με ένα κουβά.
Yeah.
Και ένα κουτάλι.
I know, and it was fun. You were playing drums probably, you know? But that's what I'm saying. We're missing that. We're missing that.
Ένα τόπι, ένα μπάλα.
Γι' αυτό.
Και με αυτό έπαιζα. Δεν είχα...
Καλά,
είχα παιχνίδια. Δεν μπορώ ότι δεν είχα, αλλά...
I think it's only going to get...
Ήταν διαφορετικά.
It's going to get
Τώρα
more tabled up. There's too many things out there.
Μπράβο.
Too many. Like even τώρα που ήταν να κλείσει το TikTok, ανοίξαν ένα άλλο που λέγεται Red Note αμέσως.
Αυτό ήταν ανοιχτό. Ήταν ανοιχτό απλώς και υπάρχουν τόσα άλλα που είναι ανοιχτά.
There's too much. Twitter και το Birdies και το X και... How could you keep up with everything? You know what I mean? It's too much time consuming.
Να σου πω κάτι, εγώ κάνω το Facebook. Το Facebook είναι connected με το Instagram μου. Το Instagram μου έχω βάλει και το TikTok εκεί πέρα. Ό,τι βάζω πάνε σε όλα. Όπου πιάσει. Και αν δεν πιάσει...
Και άμα δεν πιάσει, τι μας πειράζει.
Δεν με ενδιαφέρει.
Ούτε εμένα, να σου πω την αλήθεια.
Πληρώνετε μπιλιά? Όχι.
Όχι, δεν πληρώνουν. Απλώς για πλάκα το κάνουμε, ρε. You know what I mean? I think that's really what it is. It's kind of like, okay, we could connect with some friends, connect with, some school kids.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's
it's okay.
fine.
That's the way we do it. But
there's, also the dark side. So stay away from the dark side.
That's
people.
it. That's our public service announcement. Stay away from the dark side.
Yeah, just do right by your circle that you're in and stay loyal. That's it. And τι άλλο? Tomorrow is a big day.
Yeah.
I
know the real day, but...
President Donald J. Trump.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν,
we're
not really political, but we're gonna be a little political. Να πούμε ή να μην πούμε. Half of you love Joe Biden, but according to all the votes, Trump won by a landslide. Όχι by little, by landslide. Right?
I don't want to get political. And you may know my views.
I know.
But I'm going to tell you, and I don't want to really get into it.
Yeah.
Because it's not the right thing.
No, it's not. And we're not the ones that really...
You made 2 false statements.
I did?
Just now. And
πάλι με κάνει fact check. Στα ελληνικά, σε παρακαλώ.
I will say it in English and I will say it in English.
All right.
Number 1.
Ναι, number 1.
Joe Biden didn't run for president. He was, for the 90 days,
ναι.
It was
who?
His vice president that ran.
Ναι.
He was asked to step down. He stepped down.
Ναι.
So, Trump ran against Vice President Kamala Harris.
Ναι.
Perfect. It wasn't a landslide, if you look at the numbers. It wasn't, and it wasn't a mandate.
Oh.
That's just through multiple news sources. Look, at the end of the day, whether you like him or you don't like him,
ναι.
whether you voted for him or you did not vote for him, He will be sworn in as our 47th president at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He will be our commander-in-chief.
Yep.
He will be our president.
Mm-hmm.
He's president-elect right now. He is not the president.
No.
But at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, he will be our new president for the next 4 years.
For the next 4.
So whether you like him, you don't like him, all I want to say is no matter whom the president is,
No.
for me personally, you have to respect the office of the presidency.
You have to.
No matter what.
We live in the United States.
And,
That's it.
and whether you like the person that's in charge or not in charge, I hope for the sake of our country
Yeah.
that, you know what, I'm going to pray for him.
Yeah.
Whether it was him, whether it was Kamala or Kamala,
Nah.
Kamala,
Kamala.
that's how you say her name.
Έτσι το
you
λένε.
know. Or President Trump,
Yeah.
as of tomorrow, you have to embrace whom the president is and
All of the rules.
and wish them the best for all of us.
Yes.
Because you have to be a president for all of America.
Especially in
Look,
these times.
he's got his agenda. He's got his, things
Well-
that he wants to do. And you know what? Yes, people voted for him.
Yeah.
And yes, he's the president.
Oh, yes.
Give him a chance.
They got...
You know what? You
have to, Tora.
just give him, let him see what he can do. And that's it. And support.
We have
Whether
to.
you
We
like
got
him
no
or not.
choice.
Θα τα πω στα ελληνικά.
Ναι.
Απ' την αρχή.
Ωχ, Παναγίτσα μου. Να βγάλουμε το...
Γλίγορα, να πω γλίγορα.
Λίγο πιο γρήγορα.
Καταρχήν ο πρόεδρος, ο Τραμπ που θα βγει πρόεδρος αύριο στις 12 η ώρα το απόγευμα,
Yeah.
που θα γίνει πρόεδρος της Αμερικής, πρέπει, αν τον αρέσεις ή δεν τον αρέσεις, πρέπει να τον υποστηρίξεις. Γιατί σαν λαός, σαν οικογένεια και ομογένεια που είμαστε εδώ πέρα, εδώ στην Αμερική, μπορεί να μην τον αρέσεις στα πολιτικά του, μπορεί να αρέσεις πώς φαίνεται, το μαλλί του, πώς μιλάει, πώς λέει αυτό, πώς λέει εκείνο, όλα αυτά, αλλά ξέρεις κάτι, πρέπει, γιατί είναι πρόεδρος της Αμερικής και θα είναι ο δικός μας ο πρόεδρος για τα επόμενα 4 χρόνια.
Ναι.
Όλοι να κάνουμε το σταυρό μας, όλοι να δώσουμε όλες τις ευχές μας για να μπορεί να προχωρήσει και για να ανεβούμε όλοι μαζί σαν λαό και να είμαστε οι καλύτεροι σε όλα.
Ναι.
Γιατί να μην είμαστε.
Έπρεπε να είμαστε.
Οι γονείς μας,
Ναι.
εγώ θα σου πω τώρα, η μητέρα και ο πατέρας μου ήρθαν εδώ στην Αμερική. Γιατί? Για να κάνουν καλύτερη ζωή.
Έτσι και η δική μου.
Να κάνουν οικογένεια.
Έτσι και η δική μου.
Να μεγαλώσουν τα παιδιά τους.
Same.
Και τι λέγανε, θα μεγαλώσουμε τα παιδιά μας και τι θα κάνουμε, θα πάμε πίσω στην πατρίδα μας.
Ναι.
Οι πιο πολλοί δεν πήγανε. Και αυτοί που γυρίσανε πίσω στην πατρίδα μας,
Ναι.
τι κάνανε. Μετά από 5-10 χρόνια ξανά επιστρέψανε πίσω στην Αμερική.
Ναι.
Ή πίσω στην Αυστραλία. Γιατί υπάρχουν και πάρα πολλοί Έλληνες στην Αυστραλία.
Oh, yes,
στο Καναδά, παντού.
Καλά,
τώρα πλάκα, μπορεί και ο Καναδάς τώρα με το που θα μπει ο Κρίνος.
Μπορεί να γίνει.
Μπορεί να γίνει δικό μας χώρα.
Αμέ, γιατί θέλει...
Welcome Canada, we love you.
Ναι, θέλει και το Κάναδα, θέλει και το
Greenland.
Θέλει και το Μέξικο νομίζω.
Θέλει το Panama Canal, να το πάρουμε πίσω.
Γιατί το πουλήσαμε για $1 ρε παιδί μου.
Γιατί αυτό ήταν, γιατί δεν είναι δικιά μας η γη αυτή.
Well,
Εμείς το χτίσαμε αυτό για
maybe
δικά
να
μας
το
τα
πάρουμε
παιδιά.
πίσω.
Τώρα πρέπει να τα κανονίσουν
Δεν
αυτά.
ξέρω.
Εγώ σου λέω, δεν με ενδιαφέρει.
Ούτε και εμένα, να σου πω την αλήθεια.
Δεν με ενδιαφέρει
γιατί κάνουμε deal με real life εμείς.
Μπράβο.
Και είναι τόσο
Αυτό
μπερδεμένο.
τώρα που μιλάμε και όλα αυτά, θα βάλει ψωμί στο τραπέζι μας. Θα πληρώσει τους λογαριασμούς μας που...
No, because we still have to do it every day.
That's right.
But like I said,
it's
we
part
gotta
of the
have
thing.
peace, and I hope there's peace for everybody. And we just gotta accept it because
100%.
tomorrow is a big day.
Well, not only that, but in retrospect, it's also Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday.
Ναι, αλλά άκουσες εδώ τι γίνεται. Ο Al Sharpton κάνει μεγάλο march αύριο την ίδια ώρα που είναι ο Trump που θα κάνει sworn in.
Okay.
Και θα πιστεύουν, λέει, θέλανε να έχουν quiet march, αλλά γιατί έκανε pick να το κάνει την ίδια ώρα. So δεν ξέρω τώρα τι θα... Like I said,
εντάξει, είναι πολιτικά... Άκους να δεις, ο πρόεδρος, ο κύριος Biden μας έδωσε 4 χρόνια, ο Κακομοίρης...
Το πιο πολλά από 4 χρόνια, όλη τη ζωή του.
52 χρόνια μας έχει δώσει όλη τη ζωή του σχεδόν.
He really did commit himself. So γι' αυτό, you gotta respect that part for somebody that did it. Τώρα, ήτανε, you know, the dark side, όπως λέμε. Με το παιδί του που λένε πήρε, κλέψανε, this and that. If you get into it, there's a lot of people that are sour on it. Alright, the last year or so, εκεί που μίλαγε μπερδευότανε, δεν ήτανε maybe 100% there. But you gotta respect our leader.
Αυτά που έχει κάνει για...
They override.
Εγώ νομίζω αυτά που έκανε τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια, τα πιο πολλά, μας έχουν βοηθήσει.
Yeah.
Και ήταν ο κατάλληλος πρόεδρος
για αυτή
τη στιγμή
ναι.
που έγινε αυτό,
yes.
που πεθάνε τόσος και τόσο κόσμος με το corona.
Ήταν very bad το coronavirus, you guys.
Αυτό που έκανε, που βοήθησε και όλα αυτά.
It calmed the world down, it seems like.
Μπράβο.
Right?
Μπράβο. Σε αυτό τον δέχομαι πάρα πολύ.
Ναι.
Αλλά anyways.
Anyways, yeah.
Τελειώσουμε με τα πολιτικά.
We just wanted to touch it a little to let everybody know, but everybody already knows, and everybody got their own views and opinions.
That's right.
And hey, you know, it works for you, it works for us.
And you know what else too? Since we're in Vegas,
ναι.
and we just had a whole new, you know, election and this and that. So, the senators.
Ναι.
Jackie Rosen was re-elected back to the Senate.
Yep.
We have a new mayor here in Las Vegas.
Και τι είναι το όνομά του?
Onomatis. It's a female.
Now, surprise.
So the Goodman family is all done. So we had Mr. Goodman, you know,
for many years.
For many years, and then
know him. Yes.
Carol Goodman.
Η γυναίκα του.
Was mayor for I think 2 or 3 terms.
Yeah, she was.
And we have a new mayor, and I forgot her name.
Oh my God.
We can look it up. We have our phones.
Right.
Shelley Berkeley.
Shelley Berkeley. Shelley Berkeley. Okay, now. Okay, so Shelley Berkeley, back in the day, and now I'm a transplant from Massachusetts. She was a congresswoman.
Back way 30 years.
No, like 15, 20 years ago.
Wow.
She was a congresswoman. So she has experience.
Yeah.
And she's our new mayor.
Well, hello.
And on another note,
let me surprise.
Who is our second? Who's our lieutenant governor?
Κοίτα τώρα, με κάνεις
Who's our lieutenant governor?
Lieutenant governor.
I know who it is.
Who?
Stavros Anthony.
Oh, Elias.
From our church.
Yes. Bravo. Well, he used to be an officer here.
Correct.
In Vegas.
He was in the police department.
Yes.
So he's our lieutenant governor. So.
Oh my God.
And he's Greek. Είναι Έλληνας.
Και είναι πολύ καλός.
Είναι πάρα πολύ καλός και η γυναίκα του.
Και τα παιδιά του, yes.
Στην εκκλησία, very involved.
A+.
Great family.
Ναι.
Great people. Stavros, we love you, we support you. Άντε να γίνεις και εσύ.
Yeah.
Άντε να φύγει ο άλλος και να πεις εσύ.
Push.
Το κάνουμε έτσι ελληνικό.
Ναι,
ζούμε και φακελάκι.
Ναι, τα φακελάκια.
Ναι, ένα φακελάκι έτσι.
Oh my God.
Τέλος πάντων.
Ναι.
Τι άλλα.
Τι άλλα νέα. Πολλά νέα, εντάξει. Πρέπει να πάμε σε commercial πάλι. Πώς περνάει ο καιρός.
Όταν τελειώσουμε, μόλις γυρίσουμε,
θα
μιλήσουμε για τα καινούρια τα εστιατόρια εδώ πέρα στο Las Vegas στα ελληνικά.
Ναι, and we got a surprise, so stay tuned. Come back. All right.
Got Films is a full-service production company that provides motion picture quality content and production services for use in the film and TV industry. Looking for a seasoned crew, high-quality equipment, or other production services for your film, TV, commercial, corporate convention, sports, news, or interview project? Your search stops here. Some of our projects include NASCAR, American Restoration, Pawn Stars, Counting Cars, Top Chef, BattleBots, Forge and Fire, and Street Outlaws. We have also produced over 60 feature films and documentaries. We're ready for all your needs. Whatever your project, whatever your budget, big or small, Got Films got you. GotFilms.com.
Hi, I'm Deacon T with Modern Word Ministries. It's great to be with you today. Just a short little promo for our show. Every Sunday morning we have service, and you can follow us at 10 a.m. Pacific Time on modernwordministries.org. And if you missed us or you want to see some of our older messages, go ahead and check us out on socialmediashows.com every single morning at 9 a.m. It's a great way to kick off your day, get a little bit of the word in you, get something uplifting, get you started off on your way. You know, if you're looking for prayer or you need some help, reach out to us. If you go to our website, again, that's modernwordministries.org, you can interact with me via telephone, via DM, text message, whatever you want. I'll get right back to you. So if you need prayer, you need help, you just need somebody to talk to, Modern Word Ministries is here for you. We are your church in the community. So until you see you next time, be blessed, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome back! Καλωσορίσαμε πίσω στη φλόγα του Las Vegas. The flame of Las Vegas. Here we are.
Flame, the beautiful flame, nice and warm and cozy. Γιατί πάγωσα.
Yes.
Κάνει κρύο. Ναι, I love it.
It's
Fireplace.
nice, the fire. It's nice.
The fire back here is the
very
fire
good.
right here.
I like the fire hot.
Yes.
Give heat.
We are hot Greeks.
Yes.
Greeks are very hot-blooded.
We're very passionate.
Always about
We
everything.
have love in the is like
We are
next month
lovers,
is the
not haters. Oh, next month is my favorite.
Valentine's Day.
I
That's
love
why
Valentine's.
it's a
All these
little
hearts.
red today. Maybe
Because
just a
red, love,
heart.
love.
I go like this.
Heartbeat.
Strong.
And I go soft like a heart.
I like to go hard, strong like bull.
Λοιπόν, here we are again, and
Yes,
welcome
we are.
back,
Welcome
everybody.
back, everyone.
Thanks for staying with us. This is our entertainment segment. So we are going to talk about
Wait,
some.
this whole thing hasn't been about us entertaining.
Well, it is about entertaining, but this is more entertainment.
This is the actual
okay?
entertainment aspect. Got you.
So let me
kick it off.
Okay, I'm going to talk about Are You It? Are You It, as you know, is one of my companies. It started in 2010 here in Las Vegas. And a lot of people are like, what is it? What does she really do? That's what I hear people say sometimes.
Wait,
what does
you
she
know
do?
what? But-
They're like, she's here, she's there, she's got a trekking company, she got an entertainment company. But
right
what does she
before-
do?
But you know what though? Let's segue to how did you get to Are You It?
Are You It?
Well, why don't you tell the
story.
audience
Θα θέλουν λες να το ακούσουν.
real quick, just a real quick synopsis of
Okay.
because I found out who you were and I was like, wow, this woman is dope.
She's crazy.
When I first moved to Vegas, I said to myself, you know what, I need to get, because I had a, background in the nightclub industry back in Boston and all that.
Yes,
And then
I know.
why don't you explain to the viewers
Okay.
who you were and what you did and the first of
Are You It?
Which led to Are You It.
All right.
Right.
I'm going to do a real quick recap.
With the restaurants, real quick.
Είχαμε restaurants
Right.
στο Las Vegas
Oh.
για χρόνια, Boston Pizza. And
how many locations did you have?
είχαμε 3 locations,
Yep.
North Las Vegas, Maryland Trop, Sunset and Eastern, and it worked really hard. Restaurant business, every Greek has probably had a restaurant
100%.
business.
I've been there, done that.
So, of course, ήμουνα παντρεμένη με 5 παιδιά. Life was, rose petals and this and that.
Right.
And in 2010, έκανε cheat ο κύριος. Λοιπόν, just είναι ο τύπος μου. I'm an alpha female. Δεν μπορώ να παίξω δεύτερη πίσω σε anything. You know what I mean? And,
Είσαι πάντοτε μπροστά.
πρέπει να είμαι.
Πρέπει.
Και sometimes...
Και η πινακίδα σου στο αυτοκίνητο ότι λέει Greek G.
Greek G,
That's your
ακριβώς.
license plate,
Γιατί
Greek G.
έτσι
I
είναι,
mean, that's
Greek G.
your Greek G.
Λοιπόν, χωρίσαμε.
Ναι.
And it was kind of like a shock, like I've said it before, but I was like, okay, listen, you're going to sit here and boo-hoo-hoo cry?
No.
Or you're going to ride the white horse. I say, yes, I'm going to ride the horse. So, actually,
So
this
you
is a
drove
true
a Ferrari?
Ναι,
A white one.
a very white one. So, actually, I was swimming στην Πισόβλη μου.
Yeah.
Έπαιζα με τον Ανδρέα, το μικρό μου baby.
Ναι.
Έχω 5 παιδιά, of course. Μαρίτσα, Μαρινέλα, Μελίνα, Κωνσταντίνο, Ανδρέας. Όλοι το ξέρετε τώρα. Και παίζαμε εκεί στη πισίνα. Και εκεί που παίζαμε, λέω, you know what, are you it, Ανδρέας? Και με κοίταξε, μου λέει, what? Του λέω, are you it? Like, you're it. Τώρα κάτι έκανε. Και λέω, ding, 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 ding στο μυαλό μου. Τι ωραίο, λέω, are you it? Τι μπορώ να κάνω? So at that time, my kids were very involved with soccer and sports and dancing and everything, and I was going to the rec centers.
Right.
And I would see children that were a little, less fortunate than mine. I was fortunate to have a decent, nice, easy life. So, Leo, you know what? I said, these children that are in these rec centers, I said, they need to see the bright lights. They need to go on stage and feel, because it's going to open doors for other things.
Right.
So that's how I started the company. Right. I would do rec centers, little talent contests, and bring people up. And then I started meeting artists, real artists, singers. And I would, meet their managers or producers, and they would tell me they got shows going on. And I would pick one of the children. I would throw a contest. They would win. And then I would take the child, and they would get to open up for the artist. And at that moment, they became, are you it? They became the star of the shows. So that was.
And then you also got involved moving forward.
Moving forward, I had a nightclub, Pulse nightclub,
so
and
you were
the first woman
to
own and operate a nightclub in Las Vegas.
Owned and operated in downtown. Very large venue.
On 7th and Fremont Street. Yep. It was indoor, outdoor, 2,000 people. We had a lot of artists come through, and
you basically set the stage for hip hop.
Actually, I was doing hip hop nightclub in Las Vegas.
You did hip hop.
I did.
When hip hop wasn't a thing on the strip, and
they
now
didn't
you
allow
have
it. No.
50 Cent and Ludacris and Snoop and everybody.
Lil Wayne, everybody.
But where were they?
Where were they?
Where were they 15 years ago?
They were everywhere else but Vegas. Because
but when they came to Vegas, where did they go?
They would come right down to our nightclub.
Right to you.
And they would sit there, and we would enjoy to own and operate.
Own and operate a nightclub.
So,
right here.
Yeah,
the Greek G. She's the real, true Greek G.
So, along the way, you stumble, you fall. That's part of life. So, you hear the little rumors sometimes in the background, the little birdies, like I said, what happened to her? Where is she? Is she doing anything? We know she's a kind of hustles and moves around and does. But, I've had restaurants after that. I've had bars after that. And then COVID came, and I've got to back up one more thing.
But before that, you had something going that was amazing, because every year in the summer the NBA comes to Las Vegas.
Yes.
Since we are there, and what do? They have the NBA Summer League.
They have the NBA Summer League, and I'm so excited.
And
with
what
that.
were you doing with that? What are you with?
With that, we throw auditions in March. They're coming back again in March, and Are You It was asked to come aboard and judge as well. And we find talent that gets to perform inside the sports arena. ESPN films it. It's over 30, now it's about 40,000 screaming fans. And if we pick you, you get to go and you get to perform, and they hashtag you, and you become like an overnight sensation. Everybody, with social media finds out who you are.
Whether it's singing the national anthem at one of the games, whether it's
performing, dancing, anything. If you got the talent, I will provide the opportunity. So we're still doing it. Are You It is still here, and like I said, we're getting ready for March. Auditions for the NBA, for the Summer League that's coming up. You get to meet all the players and everybody. And if you're in Vegas, come on down. Let's go to some games.
Why not?
And so you just gotta stay busy with life.
Do I have the talent to?
You have talent? What kind of talent? You know how to sing?
I play.
Or dance? Opa, Zorba. Zorba. But the Greeks, they were the first. Everybody say twerk, twerk, twerk. Ready twerk.
Τσιφτετέλη. Number one.
Belly dance. Number one. Όπα, πέταξε τα λεφτά, σπάσε τα πιάτα.
Ξέρεις τι σπάγαμε τα πιάτα?
Oh my God.
Γιατί θέλουμε να τα πλένουμε.
I like that idea.
Like, why wash the plates? Break the plates.
Break them. But yes, Greek. Got a Greek culture. So, we try to infuse Greek with everything that we do. If you are even Greek American, Greece has become this extraordinary place. Everybody on this planet.
Over 30 million
visitors
last summer.
Every summer. And I'm talking everybody. Artists, ball players, everybody goes to it. Weddings.
Εδώ. Σπάσαμε και εδώ ρεκόρ.
Oh, Las Vegas as well. Las Vegas.
We took the biggest hit with COVID.
No.
It was awful.
Lisa, this is a true story.
March 17th.
Casino.
March 17th.
Yeah.
The city shut down.
It shut down like this. 24-hour notice. I was at a casino
It was a ghost town. Scary.
Παρπάταγα, this is true story.
Ναι.
Παρπάταγα και πάω, λέω θα πάω να παίξω εκεί πέρα. Και πάω και ήταν οι μηχανές black. So I go to the guy, excuse me, του λέω τι έγινε εδώ πέρα. Μου λέει everybody out. Για περίμενε, του λέω παίζω. Oh no, μου λέει everything is shut down. Γιατί του λέω. Μου λέει γιατί έχουμε orders τώρα, κάνουμε shut down όλες.
That's it. March 17th, I remember, St. Patrick's.
Las Vegas took a big hit with that.
Huge. Biggest hit in the country.
And everywhere.
And we recovered. And then some. They said it was going to take 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah.
Within a year and a half, we were back and we were killing it and we are killing it.
Ναι.
And how are we killing it? We have, right now,
restaurants που έχουν ανοίξει.
Number one, restaurants, casinos, brand new places. And I'll go through that part of it because that's my thing.
Go ahead.
Real quick.
The Raiders.
Well, before that, we had the very big first stadium. We had T-Mobile Arena.
T-Mobile Arena.
And we have
hockey.
And we have the Golden Knights, and they won.
Yeah, they did. Their first, I think, first year. Second year. Κάτι έτσι.
Oh no, within 5 years or whatever it was.
Κερδίσανε.
We won. Then
the girls.
We were
the
Las Vegas Aces at Michelob Ultra Arena, which is at Mandalay Bay.
Ναι.
They won 2 years in a row. They lost last year.
Yeah.
They're killing it. Their big star Asia Wilson, who rented a car from us as well.
Όπα, μπράβο.
She sure did.
Right, get some autographs. Εκεί που έρχονται.
Oh, we do. We have a lot of people that come in. You'd be surprised.
That's good.
And you were there today.
Δεν σου έδωσα autograph.
No, but you came by today, which was great. You shot some content and
it was
got
fun.
me out of some of the cars.
I had Andreas. He said, I want the Ferrari. I want the Lamborghini. I said, all right, Andreas, go pick.
Yeah, pick which one.
You want.
Pick whatever color you want. No problem. We have all. We have the colors.
Yes.
And that was great that you came by, which was
fun.
awesome. And I was like, oh my God, it was a while since we saw each other. And I'm like, I can't wait to do the show.
Ήταν surprise.
And boom. Then, what else we have? We have
έχουμε το Allegiant.
Well, the mass exodus of Oakland is literally moving here. So you got.
Αλλά έχω one little sad note σε αυτό.
What's that?
Το parking τους είναι.
So we have Allegiant Stadium, which we just had the Super Bowl last year here in Vegas.
I know.
Okay.
Και τώρα θα είναι στο Louisiana next month.
Right.
Yes.
So we had the Super Bowl.
Right.
At Allegiant Stadium, which is the home of two teams.
The Raiders.
The Las Vegas Raiders, which aka the Oakland Raiders, which is now the Las Vegas Raiders. And the UNLV football team for UNLV.
Yes.
That's where they play.
That's where they play as well. Yes.
So, and not only that, the place is absolutely. Have you been inside?
Δεν έχω πάει.
Over 70,000 people. It is absolutely incredible. I've gone to games there. I've gone to concerts there. It is one of the nicest stadiums I've ever been in.
Oh yeah,
really,
wow. Very nice.
Don't care about the team.
Ναι.
I'm a New England Patriots fan.
Και εγώ Chicago Bears.
But they spent over $4 billion plus.
But let me ask you this: do you think that we should have brought in a new team rather than bring in somebody from the outside?
Create a new team. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the politics were.
Yeah, but
you know what? Football's done. Now, what other team are we getting? So they knocked out. Time out. They knocked down the Tropicana.
Yep, Tropicana.
In July, the Tropicana Hotel was imploded on the corner of Las Vegas and Tropicana. To make way for a brand new 30,000+ stadium that will be completed in the next couple of years. I think 2026, 27, right around there. That'll be completed, and it's going to be the Oakland Athletics baseball team. Which are going to be called the Las Vegas Athletics. They're going to be moving here as well. So I feel bad for the city of Oakland. We embrace the teams, bring them on. I'm excited because...
φοβάμαι εκεί την μπάλα, boom.
Ναι, μπάλα δεν.
Την μπάλα, baseball. Και εγώ κάνω drive στο strip cruising με το sunroof.
Σιγά καλέ ρε, σιγά ρε.
Μπάλα στο κεφάλι, boom.
They won't go out.
Because I always drive with the sunroof open, or the convertible in the Ghost, the Rolls Royce.
Yeah, but don't worry.
I don't want to get
no
hit
problem.
on my head.
You Greek, it's good. You have thick head.
I do have thick head.
Yeah,
You're
so
right.
the one hit, it just
bounces up.
Bounces it off, no problem. It bounces back into the field.
So yes.
So we got that going on. What else we have? We have Resorts World, brand new casino that opened up a few years ago. Fountain Blue opened up a year ago.
Fountain Blue opened up. Το Sphere, το μεγάλο
Oh my God, the Sphere. Absolutely. You come to Vegas, you gotta check out the Sphere. Hands down. I got friends of mine that are coming next week. They're gonna go see the Eagles concert.
Wow, and they just had something with all these
U2,
robots out there.
U2 opened it up
Yeah.
last year. They had Amaya, I think it was. It was called. It was a house DJ, and
But
it
it's
was
so neat.
absolutely incredible.
In and
You
a
have to check it
ball,
out.
and it just-
17,000+ people fit inside that.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
But δεν ξέρω άμα θυμάσαι, I'm not sure άμα ήσουν εσύ εδώ. Back in the day, Caesar's Palace had the Omnimax. Το θυμάσαι?
We had an Omni
Δεν
Theater.
ήταν πολύ μεγάλο, αλλά ήταν έτσι
We had
στραγγυλό.
one in Boston.
Και πήγαινες, and it was like a baby sphere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Αλλά
Yeah,
ήταν ωραίο για τότε.
there's a lot of Omni.
Yeah, so
You know,
there's
for the country.
there's a
But
lot
this,
of stuff.
this is like Omni
No.
on
3D.
steroids. Like 4K plus.
Oh my God.
So, what else we have going on? We have a lot.
Everything. The strip has transformed into something that I would never
got
imagine in
Elon-
1979 when I came here. Never.
The
never.
Las Vegas Convention Center, which has now completed pretty much all of its construction, it is the largest convention center in all of North America.
Έχουμε το μεγαλύτερο
We were number 2 behind
Is it
Orlando.
CES? Πώς
We
λέγεται?
just had the
CES.
Consumer Electronics Show.
Yes, yes.
Had over 500,000 people that came out for
Packed,
that.
I know.
Crazy.
Packed, and they.
And the convention center is the largest in all of North America.
Wow.
Dwarfs Orlando. So sorry,
Oh,
sorry,
amazing.
Florida.
Las Vegas, number one again.
The place to be.
The entertainment.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
Between comedy clubs that have opened up.
Comedy clubs,
Um,
piscines, discotheques.
Yeah, One
bars,
Republic is
buffets.
changing its theme. It's gonna be like this palm tree thing.
I
and
love palm trees.
It's like Vegas is
Cabana.
always constantly changing.
Yeah.
I remember going when it opened up a couple of years ago. I remember going to Circa in downtown.
Δεν έχω πάει στο Circa.
Derek Stevens' place.
Το Circa
That owns the
νομίζω
Z.
πρέπει να είσαι 21 να μπεις μέσα.
Only 21 plus,
Yes.
which is great.
I like that. No
I love
babies,
it.
no
Oh,
strollers.
they have a pool area called Circa Swim. Number one, it's like TVs everywhere.
Oh,
And it's like December and it's like 55, 60 degrees outside, and you're in the water that's like 95 degrees, and you're getting food and drinks and whatever, watching football.
Fun.
And amazing.
Wow.
Like, where else can you do that?
You can't. That's the thing. Vegas is it for
And
entertainment.
not only that, they've opened up a lot of more Greek
Restaurants.
in
Yes.
a lot of these casinos.
Yeah.
You had a very, very popular restaurant,
Milos, yeah.
which was at they were inside of the Cosmopolitan.
No.
They moved a few years back. Now they are in the Venetian.
Okay.
You have my very good friend Nico and Jerry. Jerry, I love you so much. Meraki. I'm always gonna push Meraki because that was that's my thing. Those are my guys.
No.
And I love all the Greeks out here in Vegas. I love all the restaurants. I just, I'm friends with them.
That's it.
And they exploded. Their first location on Tropicana and Rainbow.
Yeah.
I remember I was so excited when they opened up. I'm literally like
okay,
eating there,
okay.
literally like every day, like going there. And it
Yeah.
was right around the corner from my house. Like,
Nah.
so I had like my two favorite places in all of Las Vegas at the time: Dunkin' Donuts,
Which is still one of your favorites.
which is still like hands
Yeah.
down. That's the
Yeah.
Boston in me.
I know.
And
I know.
right next to it, right around the corner, Meraki.
Greek.
And of course, and now Meraki's got like 5 locations, I think,
Wow.
throughout the valley.
Bravo σας. Ελληνές,
Yeah,
μπράβο
unbelievable. And they keep on growing and going.
Yeah.
You have another place, Greek
Ναι.
owned, and I knew the family, called Angie's Lobster, that
Okay.
opened up on Blue Diamond in Decatur.
Right.
Look, I'm from New England. I'm a Boston boy. I gotta plug it. If you want the best fried clams,
Yeah.
whole belly fried clams, clam rolls, fried scallops,
Ωραία.
literally Ipswich
Ναι.
fried clams.
Γλύκισμα. Και πεινάω τώρα.
From
Let's go.
Ipswich, Mass. Oh yeah, they're open. They're open till 9 p.m.
Oh, okay.
They just opened up.
Ναι.
Angie she's moved from Greece
Ναι.
with her family to Boston.
Αχα.
We got involved in the restaurant business out there
Yeah.
with her family and all that. Owned up some of her own places. Unfortunately, Angie passed, but the name lived on. Angie passed 4 years ago,
Ναι.
or almost 5 years now. And the name has moved on. Her family had moved down to the Phoenix area, and they opened up. I don't know if you heard of Salad and Go.
Όχι.
It's a fast.
Ναι, να σου πω, το έχω δει όταν κάνω
That's them.
Το έχω δει. Okay.
So they started that concept. Then they took Angie's name and they started pushing the food.
Oh.
So if you want really good seafood, like really inexpensive, that's like, dude, you're talking to somebody from.
Well, hey, we gotta try it out.
You know, really cool.
Okay.
And you know, I want to shout out to my friend Sava that owns a Greek restaurant. I mean, there's so many.
There's a lot of Greeks.
And we can
support and promote. And if you have a business,
and we're gonna
send us your info.
And on the next segment.
On the next show.
Well, on the next
we'll plug
segment.
You in.
You know, I can give you the whole list of, pretty much all the Greek stuff.
Yeah, we could post them anyways. So they'll go to our website.
Right.
And everything will be posted that, like a 100%. Recap of our show. So you could check it out and go eat some souvlaki, some spanakopita, tiropita, pastizo. Τζιτζίκι. Ελίτσες.
Εσύ με το σκόρδο σου πάλι, Παναγία μου.
Σκορδίλα.
I think you had a little too much garlic.
Hey, Colonia,
Yes,
Okay, we have to go to a commercial. So come back because we're already at our last segment. So come on
we
back.
will see you soon.
All right, άντε, γεια σας.
Άντε, φιλάκια.
Hi, I'm Malik Brooks Bay, here to introduce my new film, Hip Hop Dreams. But before I get to Hip Hop Dreams, I'm going to give you a little bit about my background. We're going to walk down the streets of time and go backwards. First, I started out acting, and while I was in acting school, I was introduced to a writing course called the LA Bridge Conservatory Writing Course in LA. They started it after the Rodney King riots. Kind of dating myself. I went there for 3 years. That led to my first short film called The Revolutionaries. From The Revolutionaries, I walked down the streets of time again, developed that into Heroes. Heroes can be seen on Tubi, Shine TV, and other platforms. Getting back in my car, driving down the streets of time again, landed me at my second feature film, Searching for Life. Searching for Life can be seen on Amazon, Shine TV, and other platforms. Now, the future. Hip Hop Dreams, my third feature film coming here in October of 2025. So I need your help. Hip Hop Dreams is about these 5 guys who are living in Las Vegas striving to be hip hop superstars. That's their hip hop dream. So they decide they're going to pull a heist, and they realize banks don't have much money. They're just buildings with debits and credits. So the risk isn't worth the reward. So they find the heist. It's going down on Nellis Air Force Base. It goes down, but not without severe complications. Soon, they're off and running to their dreams. Everything is coming fast. The dream is happening. It's in bloom, full bloom. And then the feds step in, interrupt the dream, and now we have to go to part 2, Hip Hop Dreams, The Takeover. Then part 3, Hip Hop Dreams, World Domination. Now that's where we need your help. Hip Hop Dreams right now is currently about 70% cast. 80% of the locations have been identified and or secured. Hip Hop Dream is a cross between Purple Rain, Players Club, and Takers. If you haven't seen those 3 movies, you should. They're very good and very, very entertaining. So we need your help to donate to get us across the line. We're looking to get into production May of 2025 and theatrically release it October 2025. We need you to donate whatever you can, no matter how big or small. We are forever grateful. When I think of Hip Hop Dreams, oh man, my soul, my spirit, and every cell in my body leap that makes my feet come off the ground. Did you see that? Well, next time I'll show it to you. Whatever you got, donate, help us out. We appreciate it. I've been known, mow a lawn, wash some dishes. I might even let you beat me playing golf. But your donation got to be a big one for that to happen. All right. Hip Hop Dreams 2025. Thank you.
spend a month in New York and a month in Jamaica trading Tom Cruise and Brian Brown in a movie cocktail.
I want to do what that guy's doing. It made Flair mainstream.
Lights are set, judges are ready.
I stood there probably 20 minutes and just watched. I had goosebumps. It's so difficult, it's so extreme.
Somebody should do a documentary.
Showmanship has been a big part of bartending since day one.
And then Vegas just blew up because, entertainment capital of the world.
I wanted to win.
$50,000, $100,000 purses at different competitions around the world.
I don't think people have ever really seen what we do to prepare for these things.
Chapow pow.
This is what it's all about.
So what went wrong? Egos took over and things were said which shouldn't have been said.
It was going bigger and bigger and bigger.
There are growing fears of prolonged instability on Wall Street.
The money went out the window.
You can sell a cocktail. You can't sell flair behind the bar.
We had to deal with the prissy-ass bartenders. We all want to be the best.
Well, my move is more difficult because I make it look easy.
Nights like tonight make me want to just stop competing because I don't think I'm cut out for it.
And I was standing there with my tooth broke right in half. Why do I do this? Why do I suffer through this?
I don't really know why it's male-dominated.
There's absolutely male toxicity.
You want to play with glass, you're going to cut yourself.
Literally was up here and we touch bottom.
Γεια σας, καλησπέρα, είμαστε
στη φλόγια από το Las Vegas, the flame of Las Vegas.
Φλόγα του Las Vegas.
Greek American Show.
Με την Κυριακή
και με τον κύριο Γιωργάκη. You know, I used to love that song. Ο Γιώργος είναι πόνιος
και αυτά που λέει μην τα τρως από τις 11 και μπρος και προχωράει για γαμπρός.
Πολύ ωραίο segment. Λοιπόν, γαμπρός. Λοιπόν, τι γίνεται τώρα, να μιλήσουμε για καμία παντριά,
για μένα.
Ναι,
δεν τρελάθηκες.
Κανένα engagement. Έρχεται το Valentine's, δεν έχεις κανένα
στα τέτοια μου. Στα μαύρα μου τα παπούτσια, που φορώ και μαύρα παπούτσια.
Δεν θα πας λουλουδάκια σε καμία.
Ναι, στην κηδεία δεν έχεις πάσει. Σε καμία κηδεία. Άσε εμάς ρε. Ελεύθερο. Θα ζεις το ελεύθερο πουλί. Και όχι κορόιδο στο κλουβί. Από κανάρα σε κανάρα και λαϊδάω.
Are you rich? You read! Oh my god! We don't
θα χτίσω 20 φωλιές!
Μόνο 20!
Μόνο, έχω χτίσει εγώ χιλιάδες, άστα, μην τα λέμε. Λοιπόν, κάτσε να μιλήσουμε τσάκα τσάκα.
Ναι, ρίκα.
Για τα ελληνικά τα εστιατόρια, γιατί δεν τα θυμάμαι, τα έχω γράψει εδώ πέρα. Έχουμε, θα τα πω στα ελληνικά, αλλά στα αγγλικά. We have the Great Greek Mediterranean Grill. Έχουμε το Yasu Greek Grill που είναι εδώ δίπλα μας. Το Μεράκι. Έχουμε πολύ ωραίο, γι' αυτό είπα γεια σου στο φίλο μου το Σάβα που έχει το Ελιά. Είναι πάρα πολύ ωραίο φαγητό. Έχουμε of course το φημισμένο το εστιατόριο Μήλος. Υπάρχει το, είπαμε το Great Greek.
Nick the Greek.
Ναι.
Και αυτό έχει αρχίσει τώρα.
Ναι, υπάρχει και εδώ στο όμορφο το, πώς το λένε, το Red Rock Casino. Υπάρχει ένα εστιατόριο, το λένε Naxos Ταβέρνα. Πολύ ωραίο, πάρα πολύ ωραίο φαγητό. Μετά έχουμε Έλληνο, αρεβαϊκό, το Corey's. Mediterranean, very good. Τι άλλο, έχουμε το Yanni's Greek Grill. Έχουμε Yanni's Greek Grill is down by like near South Point.
Henderson.
Yeah, like South Point, like that area. Yeah.
All right.
We have Great Greek. We have Greek Sneak.
Wow.
You have the Greek Bistro, which is in Henderson. You have Yanni's Gyros, of course. And that's just to name a few.
Wow, and
that's just that's just to name
Greek
a few.
restaurants. Μέσα
μια
κούφτα το Las Vegas
είναι. It's like a thing.
Ναι.
It's like a thing.
It's a healthy Mediterranean lifestyle.
Incredible.
Really. Και όλοι έτσι μιλάνε.
You know what's funny?
They use a lot of olive oil.
Olive oil, yes, I know. Άσε μας με το...
Όχι το κρίσκο που ήταν σαν κρέμα από το τενεκέ, το θυμάσαι αυτό?
Και μπορώ να πω για το ηλιόλαδο που έχει και η νύφη μου, που έχουμε φέρει και εμείς, αλλά επόμενο, δεν θέλω να τα πολυλογώ. Τέλος πάντων, Αυτά για τα ελληνικά τα εστιατόρια εδώ πέρα στο
Μπράβο,
Las Vegas.
μπράβο Έλληνες, κάνετε
Λοιπόν,
expand, that's beautiful.
Και να μην ξεχάσουμε την όμορφη μας την εκκλησία, τον Αγίο Γιάννη.
St. John's, Greek Orthodox.
That is our church.
Ναι.
We, our parishioners, we can both agree and disagree that we don't go that often.
As often, we just...
Αλλά η εκκλησία πάντοτε, για εμείς τους Έλληνες, πάντοτε μένει εδώ πέρα στην καρδιά μας.
It really does.
Όχι μόνο εδώ πέρα στο Las Vegas, με την ομογένεια που έχουμε, υπάρχουν περίπου 30.000 Έλληνες που λένε ότι είναι Έλληνες που μένουν εδώ πέρα στο Las Vegas. Πού είναι όμως?
I don't know who είναι. I see them at the Greek Food Festival.
Έχω παράπονο
Ναι.
που ακόμη δεν το έχει κάνει κανένας. Μπορεί maybe εμείς να το κάνουμε.
Okay.
Δεν υπάρχει πουθενά ελληνική βραδιά να πάμε να ακούσουμε ελληνική μουσική, να πάμε να φάμε κανένα ελληνικό φαγητό, να ακούσουμε ελληνική μουσική που υπήρχαν όταν πρώτο ήρθα. Υπήρχαν 2-3 μαγαζιά.
Αλλά για περίμενε, I don't know if you know this. Το OG's Steak Club
που δεν υπάρχει. Είναι τώρα το Peppermint Hippo.
Ναι, ήτανε
δεν έχω πάει,
Olympic Garden μπουζούκι.
Έχω ακούσει.
Ήτανε Olympic Garden Restaurant και είχε μπουζούκια μέσα εκεί.
Ο κύριος Ηλιάδης λέει, ξέρεις κάτι, δεν θα τα βγάλουμε πέρα με σπανακόπιτες και τυρόπιτες, θα φέρουμε άλλες πίτες και άλλα λουκουμάκια να φάνε οι άντρες και αυτό έγινε. Και μετά από εκεί πήγε και μετά άνοιξε και το Sapphire, το μεγαλύτερο σε όλο τον κόσμο και το πούλησε αυτό, αλλά είναι και αυτός είναι φίρμα.
That's another Las Vegas Greek that made some moves.
Huge moves
on the strip
and all the cabs.
Amen.
And all that, and the gun ranges and everything, all the restaurants, all that. Crazy.
Good for him.
So, I mean, αλλά δεν υπάρχει εδώ πέρα. Θέλω εγώ τώρα να πάω έξω.
Ένα μπουζούκι να είχανε.
Belly
dancers.
Άστε αυτά ρε. Συγγνώμη, σαχλαμάρες είναι, συγγνώμη.
Σαχλαμάρες belly dancers. Ή και να βάζεις dollar bills.
Άσε μας.
Γιατί, I like it.
Δεν είναι και πολύ, δεν είναι και τόσο ελληνικό. Είναι ελληνικό,
αλλά δεν είναι. Εγώ θυμάμαι στα μπουζούκια όταν πηγαίναμε όταν ήμουν μικρής, especially στο Chicago.
Ναι, υπήρχανε.
Και όταν έβγαινε the belly dancers, you would just get mesmerized, you know what I mean? Γιατί κούναγε τούτο, κούναγε αυτό. Όλα κουνάγανε και ήταν ωραίο ρε παιδί μου.
Εγώ τώρα που δεν έχω, δεν μπορώ να το κάνω.
Δεν κάνεις shake,
κάνω shake, αλλά shake, shack, shock. Chic, shack, shock. Δεν το ξέρεις το τραγούδι αυτό?
Όχι, δεν το ξέρω.
Γαμώ τα τραγούδια.
Chic, shock, chic, δεν το έχω ακούσει. Anyways, πες μου μετά πάλι.
Θα σου πω μετά.
Alright.
Τέλος πάντων.
Λοιπόν.
Αυτό είναι το μόνο παράπονο, που δεν υπάρχει κάπου ελληνικό να πάμε να...
Get everybody together, hey, maybe a little backgammon, λίγο καφέ και μετά να το γυρνάμε το καφέ, να δούμε τη μοίρα. I like να δω τη μοίρα, θέλω να ξέρω τι γίνεται ρε.
Ας τα χωριάτικα αυτά.
But it's so much fun.
Ένα μαγαζί τουλάχιστον να έχουμε κάπου να πάμε να φάμε, να πιούμε, να ακούσουμε λίγο. Ένα
ζαχαροπλαστείο να ήταν μόνο με καφεδάκι, τι ωραίο θα ήταν αυτό.
Ωραία.
That's a good idea.
Άκου να δεις, υπάρχουν εστιατόρια που φτιάχνουν, κάνουν, αλλά δεν το προμοτάρουν. Και αυτό το χρειαζόμαστε. Άνοιξε στο strip ένα με λουκουμάδες, φτιάχνανε.
Νομίζω είναι.
Ακόμη ισχύει, δεν ξέρω.
Ναι, πιστεύω είναι.
Δεν έχω πάει ούτε μια φορά.
Ναι,
και
ακόμα είναι.
Υπάρχουν 20 ειδών λουκουμάδες.
Different ones. Με πιστάσιος, με σοκολάτα, με strawberries. I just like old fashioned. Με το σορόπι. Είναι γλύκισμα. Πω να είχαμε τώρα 2-3 με λίγο καφεδάκι.
2-3 ντουζίνες.
Why not? Bye bye diet. Δεν πειράζει, έτσι είναι. Εντάξει ρε παιδιά, όλα εντάξει. Τώρα, on our last shows, κάναμε το question as our last segment. So, είχαμε like 10 questions this time. So, κάνε pick εσύ ποιο question και να το κάνουμε answer ό,τι μπορούμε.
Κάτσε να τσεκάρουμε.
Alright, τσέκαρε. So, ευχαριστώ for people that κάνανε email μέσα τα questions. We appreciate it because we were asking everybody, hey, email us a question. and us, our expertise, will answer it. So, because, you know, we have the Greek knowledge, and we want to share it with all our fans. Alright, so, για πες μου, τι ήταν το question που θα κάνεις pick εσύ, θα σε αφήσω εσένα να το κάνεις
εγώ.
pick. Ναι.
Δεν μας παρατάς.
Ναι, δεν μπορώ εγώ όλα να τα κάνω, ρε παιδί μου. Alright, so you pick the question and we will answer it together. We'll do our best. Male answer, female answer.
Okay.
Alright?
So.
Λοιπόν.
Κάτσε να δω γιατί κάτσε τα
χρειάζεσαι γυαλάκια.
Ρε, βλέπω μια χαρά.
Εγώ πρέπει να έχω γυαλάκια τώρα όταν διαβάζω.
Τα βάζω όλα στο κινητό μου.
Ναι.
Και ξεχνάω που τα βάζω μετά. Γιατί υπάρχουν τόσα πολλά apps και τόσα πολλά.
Ναι. Οκ. Άντε. Πριν πάμε σε commercial πάλι. Θα μας κόψει ο producer. Λέει γρήγορα. Λέω σιγά. No rush. Alright, this is not rush hour. This is Greek hour. And Greek hour is at a very slow and calm and peaceful pace. So make sure that you follow that, okay?
Ναι, να τα δω.
Alright.
Γελάω
γιατί people would not believe the ones that email us in. You know what I mean? That they would ask those questions. That's why γελάω όταν τα βλέπω. I went through it the other night with the producer. Και γέλαγα because, like I said, we have a lot of friends on Facebook and Instagram. And when we asked for you guys to write in, some people said anonymous, but of course their emails has their name on there. So we knew pretty much who they were. But they're just, sometimes people want to ask the question. And it might be for themselves. It might be for a family member. And they're a little embarrassed. They're, you know, dropiazonde. So we said, hey, email us whatever you want, whatever topic, and we will put it out there and we will answer it. All right?
Okay, you know what? It's because tomorrow is the swearing in of our 47th president, Donald J. Trump.
The question?
The question that I'm going to pick because I think it's relevant. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you're elected POTUS, President of the United States.
Yes.
What would be your first to do? If you became President, Kiki Dolis, 47, you were sworn in tomorrow, what is the first thing that you would do? Θα το πω στα ελληνικά.
Ναι.
Αν σε βγάλανε πρόεδρος της Αμερικής και γίνεσαι πρόεδρος, τι είναι το πρώτο πράγμα που θα κάνεις? Τι είναι το πρώτο πράγμα?
That's a hard question. Why did you have to pick the hardest question? Jeez.
What would be your first thing that you would do?
That's really hard because, I mean, there's so many issues that everybody's dealing with right now.
You just got sworn in.
You know, I'm not really too sure. Τι μπορούσα να πω, γιατί, like I said, there's so many. This is actually, I know the first thing. The first thing I would do with immigration, I would, because I think
the very first thing that you would do.
That's the very first thing, because so many people that came through with not proper documentation, that, like not he said, but a majority of people have said that, a lot of people that left criminals and it's a proven fact that they are in the United States and that they have caused crime and hurt upon not only American people but everybody that lives in the United States. So my first thing would be, let's do something with the
So you would do like an executive order, whatever the legality was. So that would be like your first act as president.
That would be
the
first.
States.
That would be the first. Let's just slowly build on that. Let's put a closure on our borders, okay? And let's do things the right way. You want to come into the United States? Hey, come on in. I love it. Welcome everybody.
Just like
come in the
parents
right way. Yes, our parents went through all the.
So you would tackle that would be the first.
That would be the first thing because I think it's causing so much chaos in our communities in the United States, and crime has jacked up very high at a high rate, and it's scary for our children. It's scary for our grandparents that walk the streets. So, and, things that are being done is just not right by these certain individual people that want to cause the chaos upon us. So, yeah, that would be my first thing, How about you? You must know the right answer because you're all smiley.
It's got to be a smart-ass answer. Come on, you know me.
Okay, I know.
Probably go take a large piss.
Piss?
I'd go to the bathroom.
If you were president?
Would be my first thing to do.
Oh, brother.
Look, I'm getting sworn in.
Yeah.
I walk up. I do that whole thing.
Yeah.
I say my speech. I do all that.
And you do be in the bathroom. Like you are now. The same thing. Nothing changes. Even if you're the president or not the president. Always in the bathroom. I'm like, hey.
Honestly, my first... That would probably be the first presidential thing. I'd go to the presidential
And one Diet Coke because he loves Diet Coke.
I don't drink Diet Coke.
I don't drink Diet. I like to have sugar.
Probably, those would be wild, huh? Just give everybody like a free cup of coffee, Dunkin' Donuts. No, that's not.
I think, also, you know what? That you said that. I was talking to somebody the other day. They said, since Elon Musk is playing such a key role, and you guys know my story with Elon Musk. I had filmed the lady in the Tesla,
right,
and I was on every network.
Right.
And actually, people from Elon Musk's office contacted me because I was doing this campaign, and it was this, harebrained idea I had.
Right.
So, it's crazy because, maybe one day Elon Musk was talking to Donald Trump and he's like, hey, that crazy Greek Kiki, she's the one that filmed the Tesla and wanted to blue about Tesla. So, hey, maybe they've been chit-chatting about me and I didn't even know that. So anyways, but I think Mr. Elon Musk, hey, throw $1 million to all the Americans and jumpstart the economy. You guys want to jumpstart the economy? That's what it's going to take. Throw $1 million to everybody, and let's see what they could do with it.
Take the write-off.
You know what I mean? Why not?
Why not? The
Jeez.
tax write-off.
Yeah.
Donation.
So I think that's a great idea.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
That's a great idea.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And he's got plenty of it to go around.
He's got way
When you got billions of it and you give $1 million to everybody, you got $350 million. Now it's $350 million.
Bananas. Yeah.
Bananas.
So maybe we'll get a check in that. Maybe we'll get a little envelope.
Oh, a little fucking like.
Oh, I love fucking like ya.
That's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. I'm very smart, but I don't get credit for being so smart.
My first, I would say, act as president or executive order. I would touch upon that immigration. I do feel as though yes, we have a major problem with that.
Yes.
I don't think that would be my number one. Maybe like day 2 or 3. I would do. That's a really hard question to ask. It really is.
I know it was a hard one. Yes.
I would do something towards the service industry / healthcare industry / something like that.
Nah.
If I could do some type of an executive order. Kind of like when during the pandemic, when we're giving when they were giving away like money or something.
Oh, the Titan and PP.
Well, that was the PPE stuff. But I'm talking about the actual. First and foremost, I wouldn't want to put my name on a check.
Yeah.
But I would see if there's any type of emergency funding that hasn't been used and all that, and really like to touch upon that jump starting the economy. Really, just send out something. Hey guys. Our administration, we're here to help. And you know what? Here's a little something.
Yeah.
Here's
we'll get something.
Here's a little something, you know?
I hope he does it.
Whether it's, he does, but that's what I would do. I'd be like, you know what? You guys elected me here. Let me see what I can do.
Yeah,
but also not put us into more of a deficit.
The deficit.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I think
be fiscally responsible.
Yeah.
There's got to be somewhere, somehow, something.
We'll see. Hey, it starts tomorrow, day 1.
Day 1, but
keep our fingers crossed.
But whether you're in, Dave Chappelle said it the best last night.
Oh,
I don't know if you at the end of Saturday Night Live, where he said, whether you're in Pacific Palisades or you're in Palestine, people need help.
Yeah.
No matter where we are, whether we're in Pacific Palisades or we're in downtown Las Vegas or we're in downtown Chicago or New York or Florida or wherever we are,
everybody needs help sometime.
Somewhere, somehow. And it doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is and all that. I don't know. I'm more of a, like, I want to, like...
Pay it forward.
Bravo.
Pay it
That's
forward.
what it is. I like that Elon Musk idea. You know, all these billionaires...
Ναι. Και δεν το σκέφουνε. Και ποιος το σκέψε?
You
The
did.
Greek G.
But you know what, though? It's also, like, I get it.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Again, that goes back to the whole, like, handouts. Like,
Well, they do handouts between them. I mean, hey, throw some this way, φακελάκια.
right. No, I
You
get
know
it.
what I mean?
No, I get it.
I think that
Maybe
would
some
help
type of,
everybody.
tax relief somewhere, somehow.
1 εκατομμύριο ρε, ένα τσεκάκι, 1 εκατομμύριο. Δεν είναι τίποτα, 1 εκατομμύριο these days. Alright, ένα φακελάκι να πάνε σε όλους.
That's a crazy weekend in Vegas right there, $1 million shit.
We'd be broke by Tuesday. But you know what else I want to touch before, I know our producer is waving us down.
Hi.
Melania, the first lady.
What about her?
Well, she's been holding his hand, squeezing his hand this time around, winking at him, getting a little close and comforting. So I see a little love connection, a little stronger than what it was before. And I'm just wondering if it's this new, era, and Mr. Trump is back and he's well liked this time, and so everybody's welcoming him with open arms. And maybe she thought, hey, we still here.
Or maybe she knows something. Maybe he's got a secret that he hasn't told us. Like,
Έχει μυστικό. Everybody got a secret.
Και αυτή το ξέρει και λέει, κάτσε να το κρατήσω λίγο κοντά μου.
Or maybe δεν την πειράζει και το little secret που έχει. Στο κάτω-κάτω σου λέει, I don't care.
Και απλώς, maybe έχει δει ότι ξέρεις κάτι, πάει λίγο να φάει σφαίρα. 2 φορές.
Oh yes, that was very close στο αυτάκι του.
Ναι, 2 φορές.
Ναι,
και λέει, ξέρεις κάτι.
Hey.
Κάτσε να το κρατήσω.
That's right. Because,
πόσα χρόνια έχει και αυτός, 80 και έχει πάει και αυτός 80.
Ναι, αλλά είναι in good shape. Το μυαλό του είναι σαν σφαίρα.
No pun intended. Why did you have to talk about that?
Λοιπόν, alright, πρέπει να το κλείσω με το show. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που ήρθατε.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που μας δέχόσαστε και μας δέχεστε
με open arms
στο σπίτι σας.
στο
σπίτι τους. Όταν σου λέω σπίτι, λέω εδώ, στο κινητό, στη τηλεόραση, όπου μας βλέπετε.
Ναι, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Για 6 χρόνια που δεν ήμασταν μαζί, αλλά τώρα
είμαστε...
Βρεθήκαμε πάλι.
Ναι, reunion. Ήταν reunion απόψε.
Ναι, αλλά θα σου πω κάτι.
Τι?
Εγώ λέω ότι να το συνεχίσουμε.
Λες!
Γιατί όχι, μόνο μια φορά.
Let's see what the fans are gonna say. Άμα τα fans
θέλετε να μας ακούσατε, θέλετε να μας βλέπετε,
πρέπει να γράψετε.
Στείλτε μας μήνυμα.
Και πες, hey, we love the show and we want to see you guys again next month.
Give us some ideas too, γιατί δεν ξέρουμε κι εμείς.
Δεν ξέρουμε, τι να ξέρουμε, ξεράδια ξέρουμε. Αλλά, παιδιά, που γελάμε όλοι, είμαστε two real hosts σε real live TV show.
Right.
And, we film and it's work.
And it's fun.
At the end of the day, and
but you know
it
what it
is
is?
fun.
It's fun because it's not work if you love what you do.
Yeah, we love what we do
and
every
this is
day.
not work. This is fun.
Είναι πλάκα.
Έχουμε το καλαμπούρι μας, λέμε...
But let me tell them this too. I want to plug it in too. If you have a business and you want to put a commercial during our airing, we will put up our link where you guys could hit it up, talk to the producer, and put your commercial on there. Plug it in. If it's a
100%.
restaurant, and it doesn't have to be fully Greek. We let
Everybody.
slide in.
Look, we are
around the world.
We
people.
love everyone. We are open to all walks of life.
Yes.
All
Send in your
socioeconomic
pictures.
backgrounds, no matter what it
If
is.
you guys got pictures of your family outings and family gatherings, send them in. We'll plug them so everybody could see everybody. If you got a birthday and you want to shout out, let us know.
Just because we're the flame of Las Vegas, we're the flame of the world.
We are the flame. We are A+.
You know why? You know what it is too? Not only that, I mean, as big as we are, we're here. We have a tiny little nucleus and we have love and it is what
Agapi,
it is.
agapi.
Και το αγάπη, η αγάπη
Κάνει around everything
Είναι
else.
παντού, σε όλο τον κόσμο.
That's what I say.
Οπότε, έχουμε και συγγενείς στην Αυστραλία. Shout out to my family in Greece.
Yeah.
Shout out to my family in Australia. My family in Canada.
Όλοι,
my
φίλοι,
family in the North.
κουμπάροι, όλοι αυτοί, cousins, everybody.
Love you all.
We love you guys.
We miss you. We love you.
And we'll be back.
We care about you.
Soon, next month,
yeah,
I think.
I don't know. Well,
Next month, we'll see.
Or maybe sooner.
Surprise
We
you
don't
guys.
know.
If the ratings go up and jump out and you guys are excited and you want to see us again, let us know.
Or you could be like, look at these two old people washed up after 6 years. Look at them.
Washed up. We were washed up this way. What
I
are you
took
talking
shower.
about? I took shower too.
Greek shower.
Και
Κολόνια.
What shower? No soap. Κολόνια βάζουμε.
That's it.
All right.
Σκόρδο κάτω τις αμασχάλες.
Hey, keeps all the evil away. The
That's right,
σκορδάκι.
κομμάτι. Λοιπόν, σας αγαπάμε πάρα πολύ.
Ναι.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Πάρα πολύ.
Είμαστε
Φιλάκια
πάντοτε εδώ
σε όλους.
μαζί σας. Ό,τι
Ναι.
χρειαζόσαστε να μας καλέσετε.
Ναι.
Όχι μόνο για αυτό. Είμαστε η φλόγα του Las Vegas. We are the flame of Las Vegas. And we love you very much.
And we're signing off.
Πολλά φιλάκια.
Από τη Κίκη και τον
come here.
Τζόρτζι.
I miss you, my buddy.
Και εγώ
And
θα
we're gonna do this some more.
All
We're
right,
gonna do this
άντε.
some more. Άντε,
Γεια σας.
Πάρα πολλά φιλάκια. Σας
Πάλι,
ευχαριστούμε
γεια
πάρα
σας.
πολύ. Να είστε
Ναι.
καλά.
Morning shine, shine, shine. Las Vegas, shine your light on me.
Welcome to Las Vegas Tonight with your award-winning host, Dale Davidson. Dale interviews fascinating guests from top-ranked celebrities to people just like you who have an important story to tell. For more than 15 years, Dale is broadcast every week from the fabulous Las Vegas Strip. He finds the people who really make Las Vegas a one-of-a-kind city and lets the world know just what's happening in this remarkable town. You'll discover why 50 million people visit the entertainment capital of the world every year. Stay tuned for another exciting episode of Las Vegas Tonight.
Welcome to Las Vegas Tonight. I'm your host, Dale Davidson. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have a very, very special guest, and she's from Las Vegas, which is a good thing because we're called Las Vegas Tonight. She's Lady Carolee Turpening Swindle, and we'll get to the lady and why she's called that in just a couple of minutes. Thank you for joining us, Carolee.
Thank you, Dale.
And you'll probably get we're friends.
We are. We are blessed.
We've been good friends. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I'd like to start with your childhood. You grew up in Michigan, is that right?
I grew up in Michigan in a lower income family.
Okay.
People keep asking me, how did I come to know God?
Yes.
I remember at 3.5, my little orange kitten got cat fever.
Ooh.
And my heart was broken. Daddy had to put it down. He sent me upstairs with my sister. And that was the first time I was really aware of God. I mean, I felt him hug me. I felt him hold me.
You did. That's wonderful.
It sounds weird, but from then on, I had the feeling that I was chosen by God because I felt his presence in my life in such a real way. I don't think it's hard to explain unless you've experienced it.
That's wonderful. As you got older, did you continue to have that feeling that God was walking with you?
Oh, absolutely. And I really didn't know much. Well, let me just go back. When I was a kid, the Old Testament was always my favorite. I read the Old Testament. Rarely would I read the New Testament. When I was 16 in high school, my girlfriend says, "Are you going to heaven?" And I said, "I think so."
That's what most people say. Yeah, yeah.
She says, "Well, you don't have to think so."
And then she lead you to the
she
Lord?
led me to the Lord. We did the prayer,
The
and
sinner's
I asked
prayer.
for forgiveness of my
Right.
sins.
Right.
And gave me a closeness with Jesus also, but always the strongest connection was God. And every time I thought, well, what if I'm wrong? What did Christ teach us? He taught us when they asked how to pray, they taught us that we pray to God.
Yes.
So to me, I just took the shortcut. My father was right there all the time. It was so easy to talk to him.
And you said something before we rolled tape that really touched me about how you address God in a prayer. Why don't you share that with our audience?
Well, it's just when I talk to him, if I haven't, you know, you can feel that communication all the time, but there are times when you get busy and you just have to settle down, and there's that special time when I talk to him, when I address him. I like to say, Our Father, or God, but I like to take the time to let it soak in. Bring in his presence. Don't just talk to him. Make sure you've got his ear, because you can feel the difference.
And
you
so-
really can.
So you'll say, Heavenly Father, and then you'll pause.
And when I feel it tingling in my body, I really do.
So God is really there with you.
Yep.
And it's been that way since you were a little girl.
Yes.
That's remarkable. Tell us about as you grew older and you were a teenager and you were in high school. Tell us what life was like there. Where did you go to high school?
Well, I went to Port Huron High School in Michigan.
I know Port Huron, yeah.
You
beautiful.
do? Okay.
Yeah, we used to go up there for vacations when I was a kid. Yeah.
Well, I was kind of an oddball, I guess. I only had one friend. She didn't understand me. And one day she says to me, Carol Lee, do you have to smile all the time? People think there's something wrong with you.
And you just said, that's me.
I didn't have an answer then.
Yeah.
It took me up until I was about 75 years old, and then I thought, yes, I have to smile all the time. I can't help it. But now I know why. I can say why, and it's because of God.
Oh, that's wonderful. Did you have siblings? I didn't ask you.
I did. I have a sister living in heaven.
Okay, great.
And she had six wonderful kids and a wonderful husband still left here, and they were in ministry.
Oh, okay.
Then I have a little brother, Clyde, in Port Huron, Michigan. He has a beautiful family. Then my oldest brother is Greg Turpinning, and he lives in Mount Shastina, California.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
That's
they're
a good
wonderful.
sized family.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Would you say it was a happy childhood? Did you have a happy childhood?
I'd say absolutely.
Yeah. And you said you were lower income, but you probably didn't know that at the time, did you?
I didn't. I remember one year for Christmas, my mother took a clothespin and made it a doll. She made a little ruffled skirt for it, drew a face on it. I was thrilled.
That's the thing is people grow up, and especially in those days, we didn't know whether or not we were wealthy or middle class or poor or anything. But as long as we had love in the family, huh?
Right.
Yeah. Now, you later on, I know you won some beauty titles. How old were you when you first started getting in beauty pageants?
I don't remember for sure, but I know that one of the pageants that I was in, I was 50, and I was the oldest in the pageant.
Really?
No, Mrs. Alaska was up with my age, but we had 52 contestants, and my husband had to check to see what I came in at. So, because he was disappointed, he thought I should win. You know how that is. But I thought that was really sweet, and the people in the pageants are really wonderful people. You can learn a lot from them.
What did you get out of it? I've always kind of wondered. Was it gaining a sense of self-confidence and things like that?
I'm still working on that one.
You and me both.
No, but looking at other people and seeing how they handle things, you learn from that. And I remember the girl that won one of the pageants. When I looked at her, I thought, wow, they did good in choosing her. That's wonderful. And so you learn from the people. That's what I really get out of it.
Yeah.
A camaraderie.
Yeah. And you won one in 1997, is that right?
That was Mrs. Nevada.
Mrs. Nevada, yeah.
Right.
Tell me about that competition.
Well, all I can tell you is that it was fun.
Was it?
Yes. Our pageant director has since passed on. The title enabled me to be able to go out and speak to children in schools.
Okay.
Because they looked up to me as a role model. That's what I loved most about it. For some reason, if you wear a banner, people think it's okay to just talk to you. So I love that because I absolutely love people.
Oh, I know you do.
So just walking in a grocery store, someone will holler, "Oh, hello, Mrs. Nevada," and you're a part of them. To me, we're all connected, and it just makes me feel better.
Oh, that's nice. Tell me about what you said when you were in the schools with the kids. What kind of questions did they ask you?
The most, I hope this doesn't sound vain, but this is what they said. The most of the time they said, "Are you a real Barbie doll?"
You do have that look about you, yes.
So anyway, no, I would teach them the most important thing is the decisions they make.
Yeah.
And for a child, when you say decisions, they don't quite understand what you mean, so you have to explain what you mean and let them see that choices are so important in this life. How we react to something is going to make an impact on the rest of our lives.
Oh yeah, absolutely it will. That's very wise. That's profound. I told our audience that that you are called Lady. Tell us how you got the title.
Well, it's nothing to brag about, I have to say, because Sir Lonnie Hammergren, who was our lieutenant governor, he was knighted back in I believe it was 1996, and he invited us to his investiture and his ball. So we went and we met the Prince Andrei Constantine Paleologo, who is the heir in exile to the throne of Greece.
Oh, okay.
And he's one of 6 in the world that has the power to give titles.
Oh, okay.
So we became friends with him. I didn't even dream that I would be in the category of being damed.
That's what they call it for a lady.
Yes.
Yeah, dame.
So we were off somewhere and got a letter from the prince. He said, "Oh, we need you to be in St. Petersburg, Russia."
Really?
To be damed and knighted. I couldn't believe
and you
it.
went, what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. You had done some charity work too, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we were emissaries for the state of Nevada.
Oh.
So another good example of Lonnie Hammergren's brains because he got us to work for free.
Oh, there you go.
He took the knowledge that we had, and he knew that we were good at business, and sent us, at our own expense, sent us around the world, drumming up business for Nevada and tourism.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. We need to talk about Ed. We need to talk about your husband.
Oh,
He's
my
a wonderful
tiger.
man. First of all, talk about how you met.
Well, the first time we met, I was just 21 years old, and the first nightclub I'd ever been in my whole life, because in my church you didn't wear makeup, you didn't go dancing or smoke or go to the theater.
Right.
But I knew when I went to a Baptist church and the kids did those things. Well, they didn't do all those things, but they went to dances, they watched movies.
Right.
And I thought, well, the Bible doesn't tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore I figured, no, it's okay, I can go. And can you imagine, my husband saw me come in the door, and here I am, this little girl, and I really looked young and I had ears that stuck out. I thought I was really a little klutz, but he saw something that I didn't see.
Oh.
And so he asked me to dance, and I could not dance. I said, I can't dance, but I'm willing to learn.
Oh, that's great.
He literally had me stand on his feet. And
he
imagine,
danced while you were on his feet.
Imagine this hunk of a guy, 6'1". He was 10 years older than me, so sophisticated. And here I am, this little thing from Michigan with her ears sticking out. And
I'm sure you were beautiful, and he was taken with you.
Well, something he saw that had to have been God.
And did he ask you out on a date that night, or what happened?
No, he didn't. The next night, he didn't say anything, but the next night I went back to see him. He went back to see me. But he waited till 11 o'clock at night to ask me to dance.
Oh, I see.
And then that was it. He was stuck with me after that.
That's so sweet.
He picked me up at 6 in the morning. Oh, and they have to hear this.
I want to hear.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, he picked me up. My hair is in curlers.
Of course.
And in those days, we used pin curls, which some of these young people won't know. And my little ears sticking out in my pajamas, and I panicked, and I said to my roommate, "What do I do?" And she says, "Open the door, stupid." So here he is.
So you did.
I mean, you have to know that if it's God's will, it's going to work. Because how could a guy sophisticated, own his own business, how could he be possibly been interested in me?
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. He obviously saw a beautiful woman.
Well,
and he was totally taken with Carol Lee.
Yeah, from that time on, we were together, and the guy that said he never wanted to get married, we were married 1 year later.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of guys who say that. Mm-hmm. And gals too, you know, I never want to get married for whatever reason. And then until the right one comes along. And then boom, it's like that, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. And so you were together for how long?
55. Well, we were married 55 years. I knew him, of course, the year before we got married.
56 years, it was just the two of you.
It was something I would not change for a minute. If you could redo things, I would do it.
Yeah.
But you can't. You cannot live life with regrets.
Right.
That's the devil.
Talking, yeah.
That's definitely the devil. If you didn't do it right the first time, and you feel bad about it, then just say, okay, I'm going to get it right next time.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can do.
I'm sure that's true. That's good. That's profound. That's good wisdom. Carol Lee, we need to take a brief break.
Okay.
Do a little bit of commerce, and then we'll talk about your business background, which is very impressive. Lady Carol Lee Turpening Swindle is with us today, and isn't she a doll? We'll be back with her right after this.
Hi, I'm Dale Davidson, host of Las Vegas Tonight. You know, radio has an enduring place in the heart of America. Sometimes it's music that can enliven your spirit or keep you company when you need some. More often for me, it's just been the right spoken word or two that can quiet my mind and soul. Radio brings me a reassuring word in the quiet of night or a welcoming voice early in the morning as I shake off the night's sleep and find my way into God's purpose for my day. And always, I find the best radio station is the one that brings me the best news, the gospel of Jesus Christ. My favorite radio station is KKVV in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's still right where it's been for years, at 1060 on the AM dial, hovering over Sin City like a gospel airship, broadcasting the good news of the abounding love that Jesus Christ has for every single one of us. No matter who you are or where you live, you can receive God's Word via the KKVV Gospel Airship. Just go to kkvv.com and click on Listen Live. KKVV is using all the tools that God's provided them, like podcasting and video streaming and video on demand, to produce programs that lift up our fellow believers and save the lost. If you feel a calling to speak to others about Jesus Christ on your very own show, pick up the phone and call the station. They'll be happy to tell you how. Call KKVV today at 702-731-5588 or drop them an email at kkvvradio@hotmail.com. Please join me in becoming part of the KKVV family. You'll be glad you did.
And welcome back to Las Vegas Tonight. I'm your host, Dale Davidson. Carolee Swindle is with us, Lady Carolee, and we're talking a little bit about Russia during the break. I wanted to know more about the throne room. You said in St. Petersburg you got to go in the throne room, and that's not allowed, right, normally?
Right.
Yeah, how'd you get in there?
Well, my husband was the ambassador to Prince Andrei Konstantin Paleologo, and so when Putin asked for a meeting with Prince Andrei, the prince asked us to join him. So we did, and it was kind of cute because we were in the middle of dinner.
Oh, okay.
And the guy from the Red Guard comes in, he's this big guy, very overpowering, and he said, Putin would like to meet you. And the prince, of course, said, well, we'll be right there as soon as we finish here. And he said, Putin will see you now.
So that meant now.
That meant now. So we go in and we meet Putin, and my impression?
Yes, I wanted
my
to hear
impression, cold.
A cold man.
Cold man, steel.
Yeah.
You just didn't feel anything. I mean, he was a nice-looking man.
Yeah.
You might say he's looking at you're like looking at a picture, you don't feel his soul.
Oh, really? Yeah. So
Yeah.
the heart of steel. Yeah.
That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah. Yeah. You would have to be a leader of that nation, wouldn't
Yeah.
you? Yeah. I want to talk about encounters with God that you've had, which are very impressive. You've had several. Tell me, in 1980, you had surgery, right? And came close to dying. Tell me that experience.
Okay, well, that was in Hawaii when we were living there, and I had a hysterectomy. And after everyone had left, the doctors had left the hospital, I hemorrhaged, and I lost enough blood that they didn't think I would live. And when I got out of the hospital, I remember I went through quite a bit of time healing. And we were going to the doctor for the post-op, and Ed and I were going to get to the elevator, and I looked at Ed and I said, honey, they stole my song. I always have a song. I mean, there's no situation you can think of where a song doesn't come to my mind, good or bad.
Oh, that's neat.
So I hadn't been able to sing. Nothing was in my mind, and that was it was like I lost that connection.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was that amnesia, do you think, or what was it?
I think that your body can get so weak that you don't have the ability to actually pray or talk to God. That's where your friends come in. That's where your knowledge of the scriptures come in, because you don't feel it. If you don't feel it, you've got to depend on what you remember that you've studied about God's Word. And He is everything in there. It's what we need to know, but we have to read it, put it in our minds, and keep it there.
Oh, that's very
for the
interesting.
days when we can't handle it ourselves.
Yeah.
That's going to happen.
And then it came back, though. The connection
Oh,
came
for
back
sure.
in time. Yeah.
Oh, can't you tell?
You're glowing again. You're glowing. 2003, you had some severe chemical burns to your face and eyes and so on. Tell me what happened.
Okay, well, that was during the time that my dear husband every 10 years said something major happened. So this was one of the times that I don't remember if it's when he broke his hip or maybe it was quadruple bypass. It's quadruple bypass. 92.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I had the burn, and I hate to admit this, but I was getting a chemical peel.
Oh, okay.
And it was just to be around my mouth. So anyway, I have a tendency to make faces and I don't realize it. We get the chemical peel, they use the wrong chemicals.
Oh, no.
And I was burned so badly that for a year I didn't have any skin around my mouth, or the doctor did under my eyes too. At the last minute he said, oh, we should do your eyes or you're going to look old.
Oh, boy.
So anyway.
So you ended up with burns. everywhere.
Bad burns.
Yeah.
I mean, a year and a half undergoing treatment for it.
Oh, my Lord. And you had a funny line, I guess, to President Carter's son. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Tell me what that was.
Well, we were at a Halloween party at Hank and Dixie Cartwright's home.
Oh, okay.
And Jack and his wife Elizabeth were there, and I was sitting with them. So they asked me what my costume was, and I said, well, I'm a fire eater. But my assistant made a mistake.
Oh, that's a good line. That's so cute. You got to meet a lot of important people.
I really have. I've been privileged.
Yeah. Your business life, tell me a little bit about that. You're a very successful businesswoman, and Ed, your husband, is a successful businessman.
Oh, yes.
Tell me a little bit about both of your business ventures.
Okay. Well, because Ed and I were so close, everything he did, I would learn, and he was just like me. He would learn what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew all about his business. When I wasn't working the days off, I would ride to work with him, or he was in sales, selling the product that he invented.
Oh, okay.
And so I was with him all the time, and I'd learn how to do things because I watched him.
Yes.
But it was just fun. I didn't think of it that I was going to be having to do it.
Oh, okay.
He had invented a tape that I'm sure we've probably suffered you having to watch what we do. I should have brought a piece. It's a yellow tape with no adhesive on it.
Yes.
Today, it's still being used all over the world.
That's amazing.
No one's been ever been able to duplicate it. They use it in surface finishing.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because he had a heart attack in 1970 and lost the lower third of his heart, the doctors told me he would not live, and if he did live, he'd be a vegetable the rest of his life.
Oh, Lord.
Fortunately, my training, not necessarily my education that I trained to be a teacher,
right.
But the fact that I had the ability to realize I may have to take over someday, even as a child, my whole plan was prepare yourself for anything that might happen.
Okay.
So I had to take over his business. He loved to tell the story that when he was in the hospital, he was worried about the business. So he asked me, honey, how's the business going? Well, it just so happened I just left Douglas Aircraft, and I had an invoice, or a bill of lading, what do you call it?
Bill of sale.
A bill of sale
Yeah.
in my valise. So I pulled out the bill of sale, or the invoice, the order, purchase order.
Right,
I pulled out the purchase order, as well as I had some invoices that I always checked every invoice that ever went through the business, so I knew all the time what our profit would be.
Yes.
So anyway, he looked at that and he says, honey, you don't have to lie to me. He says, I know you couldn't be at Douglas Aircraft. I've tried that for 30 years.
Yeah.
What Ed didn't realize is that being young and naive, I simply walked into the plating shop, found out where the foreman was, showed him the product, and he was having a problem just then. So, God was in control.
Sure.
And that foreman took me up to the purchasing office and he said, we want this tape. And Douglas wrote it into their mil specs. We have all the major airlines have written the product into their mil specs.
Wow.
And that was 1960. Well, that was 1970 when I had to take over.
That's fascinating stuff. So did you continue as a team in the business as he recovered?
Yes. Well, he was unable physically to handle it. So what he did is he actually took the monies that the business earned. The man just had a natural talent for investing.
Ah.
God really blessed him every time.
Oh, yeah.
And about 10 years after I was running the business, I had customers keep asking for an adhesive tape for flat surfaces.
Yeah.
And of course, the non-adhesive had to be on a circular part in order to adhere to itself.
Oh, I
so I took and did some research using his tape. I got a high carb unit in adhesive that cost more than anyone else's, but it was the best. Oh. So I put that on, and we are selling that again today. The two products are what's kept this company going, and I was the only salesperson that it ever had. And I retired in '88 after a car accident.
Wow. Tell me about that car accident. That was a tough one. You really suffered that.
That was a doozy.
Yeah. Tell me about it. How did it happen?
Well, my daughter and I was training her how to work in the business. And we were pulling out of a 7-Eleven, and a guy just came off the freeway full speed in a truck, hit us broadside, cut the car in half.
Oh, Lord.
I was in the hospital 5 days, and they discovered I had brain damage.
Oh, Lord.
And so here I am trying to run a business, and I have brain damage. And I remember I was head of a committee for the Electroplater Society. And I was holding a meeting, and I had 7 men that worked under me. They were all physicists.
Right, wow.
Had their doctorates, and no one knew my background. Hey, I had a higher education, and I do mean higher.
Yes, that's right. We look up to see him. Yes.
Yep. So anyway, I started to cry in the middle of the meeting, just because I was overwhelmed by all the things that I was trying to do. And I excused myself, and I went out and had to lay down on some chairs that they had for the dining. And I knew after that I couldn't go before all these guys, and you can't be a tough woman in a man's world if you're going to sit there and cry. So I was only one of 3 women in this man's world, and I decided it's time for me to step back. So I retired from the business shortly thereafter because I went through periods of amnesia, and I would pass out at the drop of the hat. It got to the point where my husband, if he saw a crowd, he'd say, "Oh, don't call an ambulance, she'll be all right."
Oh, Lord. And so after 3 years, you were 100% again?
Not quite. At 3 years, I had learned that when I feel that coming on, I sit in a chair no matter where I am. One time I had to sit on the floor in a bathroom, but you just had to relax and let the blood get back to your brain.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, God bless you for getting through all of that.
Well, he's been right there with me.
Yeah, we know that. Tell me about the eye surgery. There's kind of a cute twist to this story, but tell me what happened there.
And I can't even remember the year for sure, because so many things have happened in my life.
Yeah,
but
somewhere around 2000.
Okay, that's around it. And we were going to the Oscars.
Oh, okay.
Well, I had just had eye surgery. I have a growth on the back of the eye.
Oh, I see.
It's come back again, but it's not too bad yet.
Oh, okay.
But they had to remove the eye and to remove the growth off the back. And so, I'm sorry, that's my telephone, folks. That's my watchdog in the background.
Oh, your dog barks.
Anyway, I wanted to do all these things. I always loved to go to the dress-up occasions.
Yes.
So I had made a gown, an evening gown for this, because I do that once a year. I design a gown for myself. Well, the gown had flowers coming all the way up like a garland.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
And so then I took the fabric of the dress. It was sequin, and I made a leaf that looked like a leaf, and it was an eye patch. And I wore that, and all the women thought it was a new fashion, because I made every outfit I had an eye patch to match my outfit.
Oh, that's so cute. Talk about accessorizing. That's it right there. The ladies thought it was part of it. That's really cute. I have some more questions for you, but we're going to need to take a really brief break. We'll be back with Lady Carolee Turpening Swindle right after these messages.
Let me tell you what love can do.
Even though I haven't met love yet,
I would recognize it at first glance.
love is serenading me with a guitar and singing all my Bollywood songs.
Love walked in with a pink dupatta on the first day of college.
I know what love can do.
I know what love can do.
Maybe I'm looking at it in the wrong
place.
The love I was looking for finally showed up.
Love like acknowledges me based on what I bring.
Love didn't like Bollywood songs anymore.
Love hates the real me.
I tried my best to keep this love.
But it changed.
It faded away.
I feel ashamed of myself.
I don't think I can be loved or belong to someone.
One day, unexpectedly, love came to me. I barely recognized it.
Love looked different and accepted me as I am.
This love is Jesus. He made me in His image and bought me with His blood.
He showed me that He died for me, and the blood that was spilled had my name on it.
This is the purest form of love I have ever seen. He tells me I am loved when I'm looking to others for acceptance.
He tells me I am loved when nothing feels right.
He tells me I am loved when I'm waiting for someone else to love me.
Jesus still loves you no matter what.
Don't harden your heart. Love Him again.
You know, one of the worst feelings imaginable is the feeling of being alone. I mean, this is why solitary confinement is one of the cruelest punishments ever in human history.
Yeah, we were designed for relationships. The most meaningful thing in life is to be truly known by another person.
But this can actually be kind of scary, too. I mean, what if I let people down? Or what if when someone learns who I really am, they'll realize they can't really love me? I mean, how are we supposed to really find meaningful relationships?
And so the Bible speaks to all of this. It says that God created the world in order to share with us the beauty of existence.
God's desire for us is to have significant friendships, to be part of families, to create things and to share our work with others.
And all the while depending on God as our source of love and life.
But here's the thing, there's so many barriers to that. There's loneliness, fear, hatred.
And the Bible claims that these are a result of our being disconnected from God. Without God, we don't actually know who we are anymore. But at the center of the Bible story is Jesus, who wants to bring us back into a relationship with God. Jesus claimed that God loves us for who we are, and that He calls us into a relationship with Him despite our failures. And when you realize how loved you are by God, that He is not ashamed of you, it changes everything. It gives you a source of love that is not your own.
So the story of the Bible is calling us into the most important relationship.
Yeah, it's calling us to know and be known by the Creator God Himself.
Welcome back to Las Vegas Tonight. I'm your host, Dale Davidson. Lady Carolee Swindle is with us. She's a fascinating woman, and we're learning all kinds of stuff about her. Speaking of which, I was looking at these pictures. You and your husband were dancers, award-winning country dancers, huh?
That was an amazing thing, I have to tell you. Because
tell me about that. How did that come about?
I'm challenged when it comes to doing dancing.
Right.
So anyway, we had just been moving to Las Vegas, new here.
Right.
And it was too cold to go out and jog outside.
Sure.
So we decided exercise we needed. We'd go to the Gold Coast because they had a big dance floor.
Oh,
and they gave
okay.
free dance lessons.
Oh, yay!
So the little girl that totally is uncoordinated. I really try. I think about it and I try to stand straight, and I'm sorry, I'm just me. But anyway, somehow we managed. Between my husband's patience and a great teacher, I learned how to do some country westerns and West Coast swing.
Wow.
So it was exciting, fun. I made our costumes.
Yeah, I love the costumes. They're matching. You and your husband wearing very similar costumes.
Oh, I always tried to make it match.
Wow, that's really exciting.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the Academy Awards. Why were you invited to the Academy Awards, by the way?
Ed was asked to vote.
Oh, okay. So he was one of the members.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We had a lot of business with the film industry, but connections.
Oh, okay.
And we're knowledgeable in that area.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the reasons they chose him. And also we were directors for the Walk of Stars here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Tell me about the Walk of Stars. How did that come about, and how did you end up being a director of that organization?
Being in the right place at the right time, I guess.
They just asked you.
They just asked us.
Yeah.
And of course, we thought it'd be fun meeting all these different personalities, and so that's what we did.
Yeah, and you would vote on who got in and that sort of thing, right?
Right. They always had a committee, a nomination committee. I think there were 9 of us. We all voted on who got in. It was very important.
Oh, okay.
And the reason that it's disbanded today, at least our part of it is that it got to the point where you wanted to make sure that the people that got in were qualified, and I don't know that's going on now, so we just stepped back.
Oh, I see. But it's a really valuable community endeavor here in Las Vegas because we have so much in the way of entertainment.
True.
Did you go to a lot of shows? I remember seeing you at some that I went to as well. We saw Pat Boone, for example.
Oh, yes.
And you and Ed sat in front of me, and you were seen, weren't you? You showed up at a lot of shows.
We loved shows, yeah. We actually, I shouldn't say we love shows. We love good performances, but above all, we love people. Going there and connecting with the people. Sometimes they don't have anyone that's looking out for them.
Isn't that interesting, though?
And I met a girl one time Jody Miller.
Oh,
she sang that song, He's So Fine.
Yes, a great song.
She was here performing, and I met her in the casino through a chaplain, friend of mine.
Yeah.
And I said to her, Jody, why don't you and your friend, she had a girlfriend that was also a performer, come to my house, because I know how terrible it is to be stuck in a hotel.
Right.
She couldn't believe it because she didn't know me from Adam. But I felt the Lord in her. So I explained we were going out that night. We wouldn't be home, but there was food in the refrigerator. I just told her, come over and make yourself at home. She couldn't believe it, but she did.
She came, yeah.
Because these people are there and they're performing, they're giving to us, they're giving of themselves.
Yeah.
So it's so important that we realize that we shouldn't just take from them. We've got to give back, whether it's just a prayer, just a smile of encouragement, makes a big difference.
Oh, what a sweet sentiment that is.
Well, it's true.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, you were famous for your hospitality. I remember the first time I was in your home, Susan Stafford was staying there at your place. She hadn't moved here yet. She lives here in Las Vegas, but she's a good friend of both of ours. Yeah.
Yes.
One thing that people in that industry, they may be super creative and intelligent, which many are, but they don't necessarily know about business, and they get taken advantage of, don't they?
Oh, true.
And you and Ed, were you ever in a position to help them with advice when it came to business?
Yes, we were. In fact, not just people in performing, but medical people. Doctors are terrible if they're only.
Yeah, they are. They're bad at business, aren't they?
So my husband helped one of our doctors. My husband helped him set up his own practice.
Oh, okay.
And with the entertainers, they would come and ask advice. But I remember, for the most part, they'd say, "Ed, I wish I'd known you when I was young."
Yes. Yeah. I wouldn't be in this pickle I'm in.
Right.
Yeah. And did Ed promote some fights? Am I right in
thinking
he
that?
did.
He
Tell me about that. That's exciting.
I want to remember the name of it because I was so impressed with the name.
Yeah.
And I think it was International Fighting Organization.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it was. And he had a partner, had some fights. It was some martial arts type of fights.
Oh, okay.
Although we were always involved with boxing.
Yes.
Because his stepfather managed boxing. I'll get it right.
Right.
And so that's how Ed got into boxing as well. But we didn't manage a lot of boxers. We had one that we managed, and kid knew nothing about God. Nothing.
Oh, is that right?
I mean, his language was horrible. And Ed thought, well, I'm just going to take him to Calvary Chapel for church. Because Calvary Chapel is young people, and they hang out with their hair down. It looked like, some of them look like Dougies. So we took him, and our thing was we'd go to dinner afterward. That's how we got him there. So the next Sunday, we took him to Dr. Schuler's church, which is where Ed and I usually went, the Crystal Cathedral.
The Crystal Cathedral.
And following that, Ed and I had to go on a sales trip. We were gone for about 6 months. We get home, we get a phone call. And Ed says hello, and the guy on the phone says, "Praise the Lord. I'll bet you don't know who this is." And it was Terry Sater. And Terry was number 10 in the world.
Wow.
As in boxing, as a lightweight. He became a minister in the Assembly of God Church.
Is that right? That's wonderful.
That was so wonderful.
You have to feel good about that.
Oh, absolutely.
You really do.
Yeah.
You've met an awful lot of people.
We have.
And some were Christians and some weren't, obviously. And you brought some to Christ, as this example is. But tell me what kind of challenges you had in business, you and Ed, dealing with people who were not Christians, if you follow me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I follow you. And the thing that pops into my mind first is when I was at a convention for the electroplaters, and it was a formal evening, and I walked by a table, and a guy says to me, "Hey, is that all real?"
Wow.
The way he said it was a sexual comment.
Sure.
So I turned to him and I said, "Well, a gentleman wouldn't ask and a lady wouldn't answer."
I like that.
So a couple days later, I call his business and I say, "Oh, we'd like to take you out for dinner." And the wife says, "Well, what for?" I said, "Well, because I just think that we should get to know each other." And he later became a customer.
That's great.
And I've never met anyone in my life that I felt really didn't have a bit of God in them, except maybe one time I was in a supermarket in probably the worst ghetto in Chicago, because that's where plating shops are. I've walked over rats many times.
Wow.
Anyway, I was in the store and I felt really cold and scared when 3 guys walked by me.
Yes.
And I thought, now there is an example of people that don't have God.
Yes.
But other than that, no matter where I go in the world, I feel God in people. He's in every one of us if we look.
Oh, that's really nice. Speaking of which, if I can impose on you, I'm going to ask you to address your camera right here.
Okay.
And talk to people. We have millions of viewers of this show. We're blessed. But many are not Christians. Many are, but many are not. They see a show about Las Vegas. They hear that Lady Carolee is going to be on, and they say, well, let's find out about her. And now we have an opportunity to talk to them about God, and talk to them about Jesus. And we've done an awful lot of that because that's so important to you in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if you would mind addressing the camera, talk to them about why they should allow Jesus in their hearts, and lead them in the sinner's prayer if you want to, or whatever you want to do, whatever you feel led to do.
Well, for me, the first thing when he says talk about God, my first thought is don't talk about God, talk to God. He's already in you. He's in every human. He made us. So just sit down one day when you're feeling like you can't handle things, or maybe you feel like you can handle things. Maybe you think, hey, who needs God? Just sit down and concentrate on that feeling that you have inside you and realize that if you really let go, it's God that's in there, and He's the one in control, whether it's your success or your failure. Because if you're experiencing a failure, you want to get out of that situation. You don't want that feeling of heaviness that's over you. Just concentrate, just absorb His presence. It's there. I promise you. It's like when we were praying earlier, and he started to pray. It just says, "Dear God," and he went on. For me, it was, "Dear God." I mean, it's dear. That's a beautiful word. It has to have meaning when you say it. So when you pray, or when you just, we use the word pray. I don't pray. God's with me all the time. I have to wonder sometimes what pray means, because I want to be in constant communication. There will be times when we don't talk to each other, but there's that sense of feeling there, a sense of His presence. Other times, it's like one of the best experiences I hate to, in a way, I'm careful about how I say this, but God created a man and woman to be together, and the relationship between a man and woman, there are times when you have that experience where you feel so close to your mate that you say, "Oh, I'd do anything for him at this time, or for you." That's how you should be with God all the time, because He'll give you that feeling, and I've experienced it. I'm nobody special. Although I sure feel special, especially going over the show and hearing all the things that have happened in my life, and I'm afraid that's not even all of them. And I say, how could this be true? But we're all the same. We're really all God's children. We can experience the same thing. I was worrying about the people in Nigeria. What happens to them? Why are they smiling? It's because they have found the source of our joy, and that's God. And if you want that joy today, there's only one way to get it, and that's to talk to Him. Don't cry, don't beg, don't shout. Talk to Him. Would you scream at your Father and expect Him to listen to you? I say just talk to God with love, or maybe with need. But He's your Father, and He's not going to turn you away. And if you really want to get that experience, the Bible teaches us in the New Testament that we have got to ask God to forgive us for our sins. And if we really believe in Jesus, the Savior, and in God the Father, then you will become God's child. You will come into that full relationship. Instead of being like an adopted child, you're His child. He's not going to let anything happen to you. And just let Him have control of your life. I think that more or less sums it up. And I'm sure you have many questions. Hopefully you're going to ask those questions to Pastor Dale, and we'll be able to answer them.
Thank you. What a wonderful spirit you have, Carolee.
Thank you.
You really do. And I want to make that offer. If you go to our website, which is vegassaints.org, that's vegassaints.org, you can get in touch with me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, direct you to a local church, and gosh, we really would love to have you in the kingdom with us.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carolee Swindle, what a wonderful lady, and what a terrific interview she is. Thank you for watching, and as I try to remember to say each and every episode of Las Vegas Tonight, when it comes to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, please walk with Him.
Amen.
God bless you, and amen.
What is the Bible? What does it say? Why do people care about it? And what does it have to do with you? Christians claim the Bible was authored by God through human hands to share His story and help us understand who He is. It's a diverse collection of literature, including historical accounts, poetry, stories, and wisdom. It contains mind-blowing adventures like men being thrown into a fire-filled furnace, yet they weren't burned. It speaks of an old man who was lowered into a lion's den only to be supernaturally protected and not eaten. It also tells the story of a little girl who had died, yet miraculously came back to life. The Bible is one book that contains 66 smaller books. It was written over a period of 1,500 years and authored by over 40 different people that range from shepherds to doctors, scholars, farmers, and kings. Completed 2,000 years ago, historians say it's one of the most reliable books on the planet. Over 10,000 manuscripts have survived the centuries. Compare that to only 235 known manuscripts of Shakespeare's First Folio. There have been over 5 billion copies printed worldwide, making it the most reproduced book in the world. The Bible is divided into two sections, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament is well known for its early history of the world and insight into life, giving wisdom such as don't murder and love one another. Other sections are a bit racy, such as your breasts are like two fawns, twins of a gazelle. The first 4 books in the New Testament tell the story of Jesus through the perspectives of 4 of his closest friends. The rest of the New Testament is stories and letters revealing what Jesus' closest followers did after his time on earth. God used average people to heal all kinds of diseases and drive out demons. Many of Jesus' followers were killed because they dared to preach his message. Jesus claimed to be the human manifestation of God's unfailing love for humanity and the secret for true inner peace. He gave hope to the hopeless, love to the unloved, and then gave his life to bring never-ending life to everyone who would believe in him. That's where you come in. Beware, reading this book will change you. As you read it, its message of hope will come alive in you. That's what it's designed to do. Why not give it a shot and see for yourself what it says? It just might surprise you.
Shine, 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 Las Vegas, shine your light on me.
You've been watching Las Vegas Tonight with your host, Dale Davidson. We hope you've enjoyed this edition of our show. We so appreciate your loyalty to our program. To keep Las Vegas Tonight on the air, please go to our website, vegassaints.org, and click the Donate button. To send a check or money order, please make it out to Dale Wynn Davidson Ministries and mail it to 9030 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 255, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. To suggest a guest to appear on the show or any other suggestions or questions, write to Dale at dalewdavidson@yahoo.com or call him at 702-480-3989.
Shine, Las Vegas, shine your light on me.
Now on digital and DVD.
Did it?
Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star is an epic sci-fi adventure.
Do what needs to be done.
An edge-of-your-seat wild ride.
We have company.
Tons of popcorn-munching fun. 5 stars. A love letter to the sci-fi films of the 70s and 80s. With plenty of action and fun for all. You need to see it. You really do.
The captain just decided it's time to go.
I am ready for a sequel. Experience a bold new adventure. Space Wars: Quest for the Deep Star.
A good old-fashioned adventure.
Now on digital and DVD.
It's a tough market. We get it. Home inventory is at an all-time low. It's a seller's market, and cash buyers have the advantage. Recently, cash buyers made up more than a quarter of all home purchases. But we have the solution. New American Funding's Buyer Accepted program allows your buyers to compete with all cash offers by becoming cash buyers themselves. Here's how it works. Buyer Accepted LLC, an affiliated company of New American Funding, will purchase your buyer's new home with cash and sell it back to them for the original purchase price, plus a fee that can be added to the purchase of the home once they secure mortgage financing with New American Funding. The best part is that they don't need to sell their current home first. This is a true cash offer. Clients who use our Buyer Accepted program can secure financing using a conventional loan and even VA. Plus, there are no fees for agents and no sacrificing commissions. Buyer Accepted even offers a free 1-hour certification course that will make you the expert. You want to close more deals and help more clients? New American Funding's Buyer Accepted program is the answer.
Traditional TV is going away. Hollywood is starting to fade. People are demanding real stories from real people. Our voices are now being heard in our own way. Podcasts, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok Live are becoming the norm. Internet TV has now reached the highest demand in human history. Social media shows is now the new media of the century.